Well, hello and welcome to RC Motorsport's live link-up, the first ever foray into something that promises to be utterly chaotic. This is going to be an adventure for all of us.
Yes, a voyage into the unknown of European RC link-ups.
Yes. Some of you might call this the Dream Team.
Yes.
This is Nick Damon.
Only obviously you're subject to bad insomnia or nightmares.
And I'm Matt McCallum, and we are here. We're coming to you live from the UK, but this is not a UK-focused broadcast. We do have some races in Great Britain, but we also have some racing in Switzerland, which is an international race. That is large-scale touring car international race, which, for reasons we will explain soon, the results have already been decided, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy it.
Because I've hidden from the results. I haven't looked at any of the news on the BBC.
Yes.
I don't know what the results are, so I'm going to enjoy the race as live.
Just like he does with F1.
Yes, don't you dare tell me a thing is the exact thing.
If I tell people this,
yeah, but
they might start
ruin my
DMing
life,
you
I
and
know,
ruining
yeah,
your life. So I'm not going to tell people the secret about Nick and F1, although it is F1's worst kept secret. Nick Damon. But we also
point out currently starring in the Schumacher documentary.
Yes.
On Netflix.
Yes.
About an hour and a half in.
Some say
don't like to talk about it, obviously.
Schumacher makes an appearance in the Nick Damon documentary
exactly, yes.
on Netflix. But anyway, enough about you.
Well,
we've got more racing to fit in. And we are live already. There is racing happening all day today. This is the Nationals live link-up. We are RC Motorsport. We are here thanks to EFRA and thanks to My Laps. This is Nick from RC Racing TV. I am Matt from Control. We're also going to join Miguel from Info RC, and we're going to talk to Laszlo from Polestar TV. We've got two races. I've already told you about large-scale touring car in Switzerland. We have large-scale off-road, which is happening in the UK, in Lincolnshire, and that is round 7. They managed to get, in a COVID year, 7 rounds in already, and they're not even done. That's not even the final round of the year. They like to race. We also have 1/8 buggy.
Yes, two lots from two countries.
Exactly. We have round
5 from the UK.
5 from the UK.
And is it 4?
3.
3.
Tres.
3. Tres. Uno, dos, tres. Tres cerveza, por favor.
Yeah, yeah. So can we see some racing? What's this? Okay, so we see something. It sounds like it's raining.
Sounds quite windy at the moment.
Sounds very windy. But as you can see, it is.
Short course trucks.
The chairman himself is in the lead, which is a good sign.
Yes.
Ian Oddie is in the lead, and that is, but it's only qualifying. So, anyway, that's round 7, and that's buffering. So maybe we'll check out another.
Oh, James.
You can hear James Stewart. It's not the main final, don't worry.
We're going to sort that one out in the first break. We've got a couple of these to sort out. We've sorted out. It actually is. They've just finished, just so you know, they've just finished the B1/16th final over in the Nemo Raceway.
At the Nemo Raceway, look, that looks fantastic. What a fantastic spot they've got up on the step up on that corner there, opposite the driver's stand.
We certainly have.
And it's not raining there, and the sun's come out here as well. Is it raining in... What country should we go to? Should we go to Spain or Switzerland? We'll go with the choice of the gallery, I think. We'll go with Switzerland.
Okay.
What is it like?
No, it's also kind of windy.
That's very rainy. You can hear...
you can see that it's live. There was a car went past on the left-hand side there.
Yes. Blimey. What you can't see is the beautiful mountains. What an absolutely beautiful vista there is at Lastallo.
And you know, if you look in between Polestar TV and scale, you see that little V there of the mountains.
Yep.
That's exactly the direction you have to point the satellite in. Thankfully,
Is it really?
Thankfully, yes.
Is it
anywhere else around? You wouldn't get the satellite signal out, but it's exactly down that direction.
Is it the most beautiful track you've been to?
Never been there.
Okay, it's not. Okay, so it's raining over in Lastallo.
Everyone else loves it.
They will be doing some testing today, but not running the finals. They've already run the finals. If you want to watch them in full, you can watch them on Polestar TV. But we're going to show you the final, and we're going to talk to Laszlo at some point. And we are looking for the link from Spain. He is now live on Facebook, as Miguel is
Miguel's
live.
in the Semi-A Nacional.
So he's becoming towards the end of the Semi-A, and actually, that's a good point. We might be able to look at the live timing, just so we know what the hell's going on.
Yes.
How is James Stewart getting on? Well, they're just getting to the end of their...
They're in a break between the 16th and the 8th.
They're having a little bit. So we've come to you at the beginning of the break,
ideal
which is
time,
fantastic.
because it's been going absolutely... Oh, here we go. Spain is live. I've preempted, haven't I?
Yes. You've
Too excited.
figured out that Spain's live. Great to be with InfoRC. That's quite special. We can hear James Stewart.
Yes. Can we lose James, lovely though he is?
So it's raining in Lestalo.
It's not raining in Spain, though.
It's very sunny. It looks lovely in Spain. It looks absolutely fantastic. This is round 3 of the Nitro Buggy Spanish Nationals.
Have you got the timing for that up?
And I'm going to get timing up.
So it's Valladolid, as you just heard Miguel say, which is home of. Not sure this is. I think this is the same place, same track which had the 1/10th Euros a couple of times. It's not the place we went to for large scale near Valladolid, which had the world's greatest number of flies, because it was very close to a pig farm.
Yes, that was for that was for large scale. You're right. So we're looking at Joao Figueiredo.
Figueiredo with the Kyosho. Not sure. Obviously, he has been recent. I may have missed out some of the most recent chassis changes, but certainly that's what he was running with for a while. Nice close-up work of the 3 car. Typical bleached out Southern European circuit. Very light coloured dirt. Protecting the jumps with the AstroTurf.
And Robert Battier is leading this semi-final.
Ah, is this semi-final B?
It is, yes. And
so it's Jose Sanchez in second, Daniel Parente in third, Nacho Sanchez in fourth, and then it's Jose Thomas Escudero Romero. Joao Figueiredo, we looked at was sixth earlier. João Manuel Chaguan is seventh, Carlos Martinez is eighth, and then we have Ivan Navarro, who we know quite well. I've commented him a few times. Carlos Huertos, Joan España and David Todd. I think they're all running. It's quite early on, 6 laps in. They've done for sort of 4 minutes and 16 minutes to go. Let's see if... So this is now number 1, which I assume is Robert, with the Mugen. And of course his new engine supplier. G.I. Joe, isn't it, his engine supplier? Something like G.I. Max or something.
There we go. Miguel's talking to us. Shall we go over to Miguel and let him take the reins for the rest of this semi?
15 minutes, why ever not?
Let's go over to Miguel.
Come back to us.
Coming back to us. And we're going to go over to Miguel in a second. He's preparing himself. Actually, that do him a disservice. Miguel's
absolutely fine.
Absolutely fine. Everything's running completely smoothly for Miguel. Unfortunately, not so much for us. But we're going to go over to Miguel and let him take the reins. You're not missing anything. Well, you are. But you're going to get caught up because we're going over to Miguel now.
No le va a afectar para llevarse el primer puesto en esta semi, pero sí le puede afectar para llevarse el primer puesto en la parrilla de salida de la final, que ahí es donde va a estar lo interesante, ahí es donde va a haber sangre. I think Robert Badge will probably win this semi-final without much problem, but his time will decide if he will get the pole position or not for the main final, which is the really important part of this weekend. Because if he wins this final, he will be the Spanish national champion 2021, recovering his title from Canas, who stole it from him after 12 years in the last season. Ya sabéis, chavales, que Robert recuperaría el título si gana hoy. Recuperaría el título si gana hoy después de que Canas se lo quite tras 12 años siendo campeón imbatido. Vamos a ver si lo recupera o si no, se tendrá que jugar en la última en el Club RC El Estrecho. Ahí tenemos a Robert, a Fogote, Papu. Aún así yo veo más constante a Canas, ¿eh? En estos momentos creo que el coche de Canas es más consistente. Ahí tenemos etiquetando a Valen EF. ¿Quién lo ha hecho? ¿Quién ha etiquetado a Valen EF? Álvaro Redondo del Ferro. He leído algo de quesos en miniatura. Espera, porque esto tiene toda mi atención. Quesos majoreros de Pues mándate un quesito, Tanouso, enróllate, majo. Ahí tenemos a Álvaro Redondo etiquetando a Carolina Fernández. 203 espectadores, chavales, 203 viewers. Comienzan los reportajes. Comienzan los reportajes. Un solo mecánico debido a las normativas COVID. Ahí tenemos a Espasa reportando también. Uno de los colaboradores de este reportaje, Joan Espasa. Espasa RC Shop, one of the sponsors of this coverage. Aquí tenemos a Figueiredo reportando. ¡Wow! Esa acogida ahí en plan espectacular, muy cowboy. ¡Vamos para afuera, Joao! Sí, señor. Otro reportaje. Aquí viene Robert. Vamos a ver el reportaje de Sergio. Ahí viene Robert. ¿Preparados? A reportar. Pim, pam, pistolita, pistolita y a volar. Para adelante. Buen reportaje. Aquí viene Josemi Sánchez. Pam. Un coche que se ha quedado ahí atascado, consigue salir. Madre mía, oye chavales, podéis pedirme si queréis que siga alguien. Mario Menacho etiquetando a Sergio Real, Paco Gómez Doña etiquetando a Juanjo España Sánchez, Francisco Javier Rodríguez Plana, Javier Pereiro. Bienvenidos todos. Fran García Ortiz me pregunta cómo va Escudero. Mírate los tiempos online, Fran García, que los tienes en MyRCM. De todas formas voy a echar un ojo. Quinto. Vámonos con el quinto y sexto, que son Escudero y Nacho, que además tienen colores muy parecidos. A ver si los localizo. Aunque por aquí ha pasado uno, pero claro, yo no sé si es Escudero o es Nachete. Ahora os diré. Sigue Escudero, me pide Francis García. Ok, vamos a ver si es Escudero o quién es. Tarda mucho en actualizarse esto. No sé quién ha pasado. No tengo ni idea de a quién estoy siguiendo. A ver, el número 9. Estoy siguiendo el número 9. Y el número 9 es, pues ya es ni uno ni otro, es Iván Navarro. José Tomás Escudero es el 10. Va, voy a buscarlo. Aquí lo tenemos. Perfecto. Escudero que ya no lleva los colores de antes, ahora lo lleva blanco y morado. Vamos a dar una vueltecita con Escudero. Luego nos vamos con Joan Espasa, que lo está pidiendo Antonio Ortega. Ahora nos vamos con Joan Espasa. Vamos a dar una vueltecita más con Escudero. A quien se le acerca por detrás, Todd. David Todd, uno de los juniors de esta semi B. Escudero, ahí lo tenemos. Yo es que quiero buscar al sexto, que es Nacho Sánchez. No, ahora es José Tomás Escudero. Se han actualizado los tiempos y ahora va Escudero sexto. Bueno, acaba de tener allí una serie de fallitos que no sé si han puesto sexto a David Todd, ¿eh? A ver cuando se actualice esto. Pues no, sigue sexto José Tomás Escudero, quinto Nacho Sánchez con el número 6. Vamos a ver si lo localizo. Aquí lo tenemos, Nacho Sánchez. Nacho Sánchez en pantalla. Nacho Sánchez on your screens at the moment. Car in 5th position. Quinta posición, number 5. Ya está Pariente segundo, me avisan por ahí. Álvaro Redondo, muchas gracias por el chivatazo. Ahí tenemos a Nachete. A ver si localizo a Pariente. Ahí lo tenemos. Vamos a dar... Uy. Se ha quedado Pariente allí en el carril. Y justo detrás le viene Espasa, que me lo habían pedido. Así que nos vamos a quedar aquí con Pariente y Espasa. Fallito de Espasa. Me lo había pedido Antonio que grabase a Joan. Vamos a dar una vueltita con él. Espasa RC Shop, uno de los colaboradores de este reportaje. Fallito de Espasa. Le viene por detrás Josemi, que Josemi está ahora mismo tercero. Madre mía, el ritmo al que se le ha acercado Josemi Espasa. Espectacular cómo va el joven piloto andaluz. Brutal. Acercándose a Espasa muy rápido. ¡Guau! Cómo se abren ahí para aprovechar toda la trazada. Joan Espasa y Josemi Sánchez en pantalla. Uy, Josemi, que toca el tubo. Es un circuito muy técnico, muy complicado. Y a la que te despistas estás tocando tubo. Madre mía, Edu González, ese mensaje tan largo no lo voy a... ¡Uy! Ahí le dejan paso. No lo voy a poder leer ahora, majo. Es muy largo. Mira, tenemos aquí a Pariente. Dani Pariente en pantalla. Y yo pues me quiero ir con el sexto, que es el coche número 5, que es el que se juega aquí lo tenemos. Que lleva detrás al 10, que es Escudero, ¿verdad? Bueno, más Escudero va Gracias. Cuidado, Iván Ignacio, cuidado. Perfecto, estamos con el coche número 5, que es Carlos Martínez Gualda, coche número 5, quinta posición. Y el sexto es José Tomás Escudero, sí, o sea, que lo van luchando. Lo que pasa es que como va el timing con retraso, pues no lo puedo saber bien, pero vaya, que ahí está la cosa, y Escudero dominando. Coche número 12, reportando es Carlos Huerta. Vamos a por el 10, José Tomás Escudero. Aquí lo tenemos. Sí que va con sus colores, macho. Antes es que estuve siguiendo. De verdad os pido perdón porque entre la visibilidad, mirar los tiempos, grabar y comentar, pues que no voy. Y a veces me desubico. Pero bueno, estamos ahora con José Tomás Escudero. José Tomás Escudero, que va sexto. Y el séptimo es Iván Navarro. Va, la sexta posición aquí no va a estar disputada. Nos vamos a ir con Robert Batlle. Vamos a ir con Robert para seguir viendo su ritmo, para compararlo con la final. Ahí lo tenemos. Y va a entrar a repostar Robert. Y tenemos a Sergio aquí preparado, esperando. Repostaje de Sergio. Bueno, la situación ahora mismo, para el que no esté siguiendo los tiempos en su casa, está así. Batlle primero, Pariente segundo, Figueiredo tercero, Josemi cuarto, Carlos Martínez Gualda quinto, José Tomás Escudero sexto e Iván Navarro séptimo. Así están las cosas ahora mismo. Iván Navarro con el número 9. Número 9, Iván Navarro. Va en séptima posición. Y tendría que pillar al sexto, que es Carlos Martínez Gualda, que le lleva bastante ventaja. Así que vamos a seguir con Robert, que está alcanzando a Figueiredo. Robert Batlle. Ahora, chavales, cuando terminemos este vídeo sí que voy a cortar, ¿vale? Para beber agua, respirar un poquito y tal. Pero luego volvemos con la repesca, ¿vale? Vamos a volver luego más tarde con la repesca. We will stop this video when the semi-final B is over, and then we will come back with the last chance saloon. And finally, the main final to end the day at, I think it was around 16 hours 30 minutes, 4:30 p.m. Spanish time, of course, and you can come here and enjoy it with us. Bueno, Robert Batlle muy on point ahora mismo, rodando muy bien. He leído un comentario que no me ha dado tiempo a ver el nombre, que me pregunta, ¿y la final? Pues mira, te voy a invitar a que te pases por nuestra web que se llama www.inforc.net y ahí hay una noticia que pone horarios de los directos de hoy. Y ahí podrás ver si retransmitimos o no la final en directo. No he visto el nombre del comentario, he mirado así un poquito de reojo, pero échale un ojo a la web y así sales de dudas sobre los directos que vamos a hacer hoy. Si es que es lo primero que tiene que hacer uno al levantarse el domingo por la mañana, sabiendo que hay Nacional y que InfoRC está por aquí. Te pasas por InfoRC y buscas la noticia que pone horarios del día. ¡Pam! Y ahí tienes toda la info. Bueno, pues ahí estamos viendo a Robert Badge. Va mucho mejor que antes. Yo sigo pensando que lo veremos luego en la final. Ahora mismo el sexto es José Tomás Escudero, que le ha robado la posición a Iván Navarro, que va séptimo. Vamos a ver si localizo a José Tomás Escudero. A ver, porque hay tres pilotos con colores muy parecidos: Iván Navarro, Escudero y Nachete. A ver si localizo. Este es Escudero, aquí lo tenemos. Correcto. Coche número 10, ahora sí, José Tomás Escudero. Que va sexto. Así que nos vamos a fijar en él porque es quien ahora mismo se juega pues el paso o no a la final. Se le acerca por detrás Daniel Pariente, que ahora mismo es el segundo clasificado. Dani Pariente approaching José Tomás Escudero. Dani is second, Pariente is sixth. Madre mía, estupendo Pariente. Brutal Pariente. Sí, ojito con Pariente en la final, ¿eh? Ojito con Pariente en la final. Que puede dar espectáculo.
So there we have it.
Yeah. Yep, so Robert's going to be, looks like he's got a minute to go and he's going to easily cruise into the main final, which was never really in doubt as long as the car kept going, because there he's going to face his nemesis.
Canas. Well, this is all about whether Robert can take back his crown from Canas. That's what today's about. Canas stole his crown.
The young lion.
He did. He took the crown off Robert, who held it for many years, and so he lost it. And is he going to take it back today?
I don't know.
We'll find out with InfoRC. Thanks to Miguel for this fantastic live streaming, and we're going to check in with a little bit of the second semi-final, which will come up soon. And then we will check in with him for the main final in a bit. But they've got lots of things to go in between, like the 40 plus and the junior final.
They've got the one-legged final,
and the break.
Then they've got a final for people who don't speak Portuguese.
And the siesta.
The siesta, absolutely. And the paella.
So there will be lots of other RC to go in the meantime. In fact, we're going to talk to, I believe, our first guest. Can we have a look? Can we have a look at the large scale, which is happening in Great Britain? I believe they are still in qualifying right now. Yes, you can see on your screen now, we're over to two-wheel drive. And I think we can actually hear. Okay, shall we? Well, I think this is coming to an end. We've got two Alcons there.
Yep, in an ex-Alcon Tracks.
Oh,
that is not a way to get a fast qualifying time around this track.
But it is a way to make more cars.
We've got a wet and slick AstroTurf and sand large-scale track here out in North Ings. Oh! That's... Hopefully that number, is that the number, that's the number 4 again, I think. Causing some trouble for Mendagas. Let's drop back one car. Let's see who this is. This is number 10. The number 10 of Audi, Mick Audi. running a Horman HT. And they are on their final lap. So let's see if Mick can get past Mindaugas cleanly, or if Mindaugas is going to make it tough for him. Coming into the S's, he's just going to cut the track. Why not?
I think they finished.
Down the back straight.
Frank's doing his best work, but they've actually finished.
Yeah, so that's finished. And what we're going to do, we're going to talk to Connie soon. We're going to bring our first guest in very soon. He's just having some webcam issues. We're all familiar with that.
Oh, yeah.
When you try and do something new, these things will happen. But anyway, that was Heat 6 of the third and final qualifying round for the two-wheel drive over at North Ings. We do also have another British Championship taking place today. Yes. We will have another look at them in a little bit, where we have James Stewart talking about
racing
buggy.
towards their 8th final. It's not quite there yet.
Just to confirm, Robert Battier did indeed win his semi-final with 40 laps ahead of Daniel Pariente on 39 laps. So fantastic for him. And we've got the guys over. Where's James Stewart? Where is that track? Oh, it's at Nemo Raceway.
He's at
of course.
Nemo, yes.
That's over at Nemo. So we're going to check in with them very soon. Guests are plenty. We're also doing large-scale on-road today. So we're covering many classes, 2 large-scale, 1 on-road, 1 off-road, 2 nitro buggy classes, and everything in between. Now, you can get involved. Yes. We're taking guests. We're taking callers. If you want to add something to this, then feel free to get in touch. Put your comments below in the stream, and we can get a bit interactive. And it would be great to potentially get some callers on the stream.
Oh, yeah, we'll talk to anybody.
Impromptu callers.
Talk to anybody.
If you've got an opinion, maybe we'll bring you on air. We'll see how that goes. We are going to talk to a raft of fantastic guests. I'm hoping to speak to Carlos Gomez, who is obviously the section chairman for EFRA for Nitro 1/8 Buggy. So with the Nationals going on in Great Britain and in Spain, his homeland, it will be great to check in with him as we look towards having a Euros next year.
Oh, I hope there are some Euros next year.
That would be nice.
Because the Euros are obviously officially supposed to be down in Redovan, but that might not happen, of course.
Yes.
If the other thing we can't talk about happens.
What? Okay.
Because you can't have both at Redovan.
Oh, can you not?
No.
Okay, that's interesting.
Unless they made it the warm-up, which is a bit unlikely.
Okay. That's a secret.
That's why I winked.
Okay. So if you've got any secrets that you don't want us to share,
just wink at us on the camera.
Just send us a few wink emojis.
We'll know what's going on.
We'll all know what's going on.
Absolutely.
You can comment below. I am going to say hello to Connie fairly soon. He's having camera issues still. Just check. Yeah.
Gives us a chance to see if Frank's...
Let's get some comments. As we see Heat 7 kicking off with Carl Norris.
They're getting to the
car
end
number 1. Magnus Berglund likes the concept of this.
Hooray!
Hooray! Thanks, Magnus.
Thanks, Magnus. Because Magnus won a car about 5 years ago. He's still following us. He's over for another car, isn't he?
Did he win a car?
He won the car. He actually is pretty unique because he won a prize we actually gave away.
What did he win? A Schumacher something.
He won an HB. This is during your HB time when you were super HB. I mean, you're still at HB, obviously. When
more comments, please.
Yes, clean ones, though.
Yes.
They don't auto go on.
Okay, so Connie says it's great to have us back commenting. I'll see you again, large scale. Yeah, we've got some large scale. And Connie, we want to talk to you, and hopefully we will do fairly soon when we sort out the issues. We're going to get another guest. We'll keep trying with Connie. Maybe we'll talk to the president of EFRA.
Ooh.
Maybe we'll talk to Javier.
If you text Laszlo, he's happy to talk to us anytime. He has to walk out of his hat.
So this is like Magnus says this is like Olympics coverage.
Really?
But I'm not sure it is.
I'm not sure.
But thanks anyway, Magnus.
I'll see if I can get Chris Hoy to sit in the corner.
We are indeed shooting for the stars.
Yes, legally, obviously. We're not actually shooting stars. That'd be very weird.
Yeah. So we're going to talk to Laszlo. At some point, we're going to look at the third final of touring car.
We are.
From large scale, from La Stalla.
Which I've not seen, and I've been told is a great race.
Yes.
And that'll be using the Pull Start camera system.
Yes, that'll be good. And you can even look at Pull Start's camera system to see that it's rain today. But they are going to be doing some practice. Potentially we could talk to some of the drivers over there. And as you can see, qualifying is still underway. I wonder...
Don't forget, this event is redemption for Frank. Large-scale redemption.
Large-scale redemption.
About 10 years after Frank and Nathan.
It was 2012.
It was 2012.
And I have some footage queued up to play from 2012.
Excellent. We'll have that later. I'm looking forward to that. Ah, Connie!
We have Connie. So maybe we can talk to Connie whilst we both watch this qualifying. I don't know if that's is that slightly too ambitious. I don't know. But
who knows? The gallery's talking amongst themselves.
But we do see Connie from House of RC. Let's talk to Connie because he is a large scale kind of guy. Hey Connie, how you doing?
Yes, that's right. Hi there. I'm great. How are you guys?
I'm not bad. Connie, have you forgiven me? Have you forgiven me yet for thinking you were a woman for the whole of the fairing event?
I don't know. Actually, I just wearing this fairing T-shirt just for the good memories. So, but I'll forgive you.
I have an excuse. My stepdaughter's called Connie.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Connie, thanks for watching.
Actually, it was harder to believe that you thought my car was pink when it was blue and yellow.
Yeah, there's a number of the identification of cars.
There's a reason for these things.
Yes, age has got me now. From now on, I'll be going. So yes, the naked eye has sagged like everything else that's naked.
Yes, yeah, it has indeed. Connie, are you watching with great interest? I guess the British.
Of course.
National.
And I wonder if Ian is going to take the 7th win, because I think he's been winning all 6 before this. He's been in a class of his own. That
is our glorious chairman.
Glorious chairman.
Chairman Ian wins everything.
Yes. The man who wrote.
I'm rooting for Heidi Schilcock. She was actually racing in the same heat as me in fairing, and she's doing great. And I think she qualified for a final. I don't know, but she posted last night that she did terrific, and I promised that I was going to mention her.
There's a couple of really good women racers in the large scale world now.
Mm-hmm.
And
it is. Yeah.
Heidi's leading the way. But,
indeed.
But obviously catching up with Ian, I always thought that Ian wouldn't enter the Euros because he thought it was bad if the secretary actually won.
Yes, yeah. If the chairman wins, it's not good. But he's free to enter the BRCA Nationals and win them all.
No, he's just doing short course this year.
He's just doing short course. Connie, do you in Sweden? Do you have all 3 classes? Do you run 3 classes as well over there?
No, we just run 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive, so we kind of merge the short course and buggy.
Okay.
And talking about the buggy,
oh wow,
this is what my project is for. This is going to be the Euros car next year.
Wow.
It was supposed to be done this year, but
you're lucky.
And this kind of gives a good perspective of how big these large-scale cars really are. I mean,
that is epic. That is massive. So you focus on 4-wheel drive then, I guess.
I'm focusing on 4-wheel drive, buggy. I'm maybe thinking of short course, but I'm a buggy guy.
Yeah, I must admit, I was watching some of the footage of the 2-wheel drives because I was doing some footage of you actually, and I was thinking those things were really having a massive struggle even moving forwards with the amount of grip they got. They watched a 4-wheel drive. Hey, well, up to go. That's a bit of fun. Yeah, 2-wheel drive, too much like hard work and subtlety on the throttle, which is not a strong point. I'm a jammer, throttle jammer.
So we had 2 weeks ago now. That was great, and in Czechia and Turkey they are more on the 2-wheel drive, and here in Sweden and Nordic countries we are more on 4-wheel drive. What's the 2-wheel drive as well? It's a different ball game.
What is it that about 4-wheel drive that attracts you? Why do you go 4-wheel drive for that Scandinavian flick, I guess?
I don't know. I mean, I was competing in 10th scale, but just in the 80s, 90s, and that was 4-wheel drive, and then 8 scale 4-wheel drive. So I guess I'm just more used to that, and you can push it a little bit more. But I think my driving style would actually fit 2-wheel drive very well. I'm a pretty smooth driver. I'm not too trigger happy, so that's interesting in 2-wheel drive as well. But 4-wheel drive is definitely a faster class. On a track like Fairing, I think it's about 4 or 5 seconds difference there, so it's definitely a difference in speed. But yeah, 2-wheel drive has some other interesting aspects to it that I'm drawn to.
You talk about fairing. You couldn't get much different between the fairing track and the track we're looking at right now, which is on AstroTurf in the UK. Is this like a Swedish track? What are your tracks like?
We actually, I would say that I'm proud of that we probably have the most diverse tracks on the circuit. Every track. So this year we have had 5 events in the Swedish Large Scale Cup, or the RC Bash Large Scale Cup as it's called. And all 5 different tracks are completely different surface and layout. So we have one Astro track, we have dirt, we have grass, we have mixed of clay and kind of concrete and stuff. So that makes it really interesting to me. Some of the tracks like this, an Astro track, stays the same the whole day, so you can really get the setup correct and use that the whole day. But most of our tracks get so blown out during the day that it's a completely different track in the morning from the final, and you really need to find new lines and develop with the track as the day goes. And that's actually one of the main things I like about large scale, that it's still really off-roady and not this kind of just carpet racing 110, which I compare with more like a computer game. There are so much more physical force included in large scale, so you have to really, you can see these cars when they go around, that in the corners they really roll around, and it's all about how do you carry on the speed in the corners, because they don't really accelerate that quickly as a 8 scale or something like that. So that's why I think it's so much fun with large scale.
So you say it's the most realistic class then, in your opinion?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's that's because most 8 scale guys, I'm trying to get some of them try it out and say, it looks slow and boring, and there's like just buses driving around and they can't even jump. And I try to explain, maybe it's not the most fun to watch. I think it's fun to watch, but that's why I drive it. But driving it is a completely different thing. As you said, it's more realistic, like a real rally car. So in the other classes, you can adjust your car in the air as you jump. But in large scale, you really need to plan the jump before, because there are not that much margin you can do once you've jumped out and you're in the air. Not as much as with 1/8. You can do these whips and control the placement in the air and all that. So it's a different mind you drive it.
We just saw a car being marshaled, and then you get a perspective of just how huge the cars are. I mean, it's quite scary to actually be on the track that close up to these huge machines flying through the air.
It is. If you remember in Fairing, we had the big double jump on all the way back. I think they removed that now. It's just one big kind of smooth jump instead. That corner, there were a lot of cars that jumped out in the bushes there. And in the final, I was marshalling that corner. My wife, she was actually really afraid that I was going to hurt myself, because there were some guys that got hit by cars. So she wasn't that, but I was like, that's the best corner. I want the action.
I think far more important than that, Connie, our camera got hit during one of the finals in the large scale last time, which is right. But I do know the secret, Connie. I know the secret of why drivers like you and I, who raced in the 80s and 90s, perhaps move into large scale. And it's these things again, because all the parts are much bigger. So you aren't dealing with tiny screws, it's big screws. It's not small wrenches, it's a big hammer. It makes it way easier. Old eyes, way easier.
Yeah. I mean, it is kind of a old guys or gals sports, I guess. But also because I really like to build and do my own parts and do actually fabrication, and that's another thing that is much easier in large scale, that you can actually do these things yourselves. In 8 scale and 10 scale, all the cars have the same layout, the same parts, and it's not much you can actually improve on. But in 5th scale, you can do some improvements and some experimentation yourself if you just have access to some CNC machines and stuff.
Cool. Okay, that's cool. You're obviously interested in all the kinds of RC. You've told us that you've done 10th scale and 8th scale. You're not just about large scale, are you? Particularly, and I'm admiring your cap there, Connie. I need to get me one of these hats because that's pretty cool.
Sorry, are you using this entire broadcast as a blag?
Yeah, we just want free stuff.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. Yes, free stuff.
A lot of people will know already about House of RC, but I guess for those in a nutshell, for people that haven't heard about House of RC, what can you tell us about it?
Well, as you said, just the name itself, it's not House of Cars, so it's not just cars. So when I'm saying RC bones, I like boats, but I'm mostly into cars. But RC is a new crowdsourced platform during the whole RC community. And when I say the whole community, I really mean it all. So manufacturers, clubs, organizers, all the tracks, drivers, hobbyists, fanatics, just builders, everything in the whole industry of RC. I'm trying to build a new I call it the crowdsourced community platform. So, but I don't really want to compare it with Facebook or anything like that, because I don't want kind of the drama of it. But I really want to have a platform where you have something that understands the intricacies of RC and how it's connected. That you have a club that runs a couple of tracks, that has events. After event, you write a race report. Driver has an RC collection with a lot of cars, and kind of building all these connections. Because once you have that, you can start creating really interesting features for clubs and drivers, for example. So I would say, go in there. You don't have to create an account, but if you create an account, which is free, you can start adding your RC collection, cars or helicopters or what have you. You can start adding a lot of work of friends and organizations and clubs that you like and sponsor. So it's a lot of people think it's just like a place where you can sign up for that is of course one big thing of it, but it's I'm trying to do something else, something bigger. So the vision is really grand and big, and this is now going on for a year now. So I'm working on version 2.0 during the winter, and I think that will move it up one level, but it's still really maybe 2 years out from the vision I have in my head, which interesting to see how we I don't know if that or if that was limited.
The thing I love about it is that you can get as detailed as you want. You can get like super into all the statistics when you link the clubs and the products and the racers, and on a national and local level, you can really get into the data. And if everything's linked together, we can really start to understand some really cool and complex things about the sport. But at the same time, it's perfect for somebody who has no clue, because it shows them where their local club is and everything they need on the most basic level. So it's beautiful how it goes from the beginning of the hobby through to being a kind of grand master of understanding everything.
So one thing that I'm looking into now is I'm trying to build like different hubs for specific interests. So let's say you're a beginner, as you said. The first thing you want to know is kind of, how do I get into this? Maybe you haven't even bought your first RC. So what are the different classes? What's out there? What do I need to think about? And also, maybe you register a profile, you say you're a beginner, then you can see all the clubs, tracks, what have you in your area, your local hobby shop. So maybe that's a way, just the first way to get connected to this and see what's in my area. And as you say, then you move on and you become a racer. Some of them are just, bashers. Some just love to collect and build RC models. And then you can find other people with the same RC model as you have and kind of connect that way. Because at Facebook, where a lot of these kind of communities are built today, you don't have really that connection between the physical entities in RC. It's just really putting up a group and hopefully people find that group, but it doesn't really have that kind of as you.
Yeah, completely. It's really interesting. So for people to get involved, obviously there is an app, but I guess you start from the website and then you install the app on your phone, iPad. It's houseofrc.com.
Houseofrc.com.
Yeah. Excellent. So that's the first place to go.
And as you said, there is an app both for Android and iOS, and I see that most people are getting this through the mobile experience, if it's web browser on the mobile or the app. I think almost 70% now is using mobile.
Right.
And that is one of the hard things here, because there is so much information and fit that on that little screen. So it really makes itself better on the desktop, but mobile is the way to go, I guess, because that's what everybody has in their pocket.
I guess it's also a good way that you could kind of catalog your own RC journey, because if you're kind of all linked together, and including my laps and your lap times and stuff, and you can start to get an understanding of where you're going if you're progressing with things.
Actually, the journey is one of the most interesting things, I think. First of all, just I mentioned it before because this is a pretty new feature, writing race reports. Everybody's writing a race report after a race and, say thanks to all their sponsors and all that. That goes on Facebook. And then after a month or two, it's gone in the Facebook black hole. Now, if you put it here, first of all, it's actually linked to the event. So you collect all the race reports with the event. So you can see everybody's from that event. But you also build your own journey or your own kind of RC history. So you can see, going back in time 2 years from now and seeing, how did it go at that race? And then you said also there is a RC journal feature in House of RC. You can check into tracks. You can check in and log activities like today I was practicing 2 hours, or I was building on my car for 3 hours. And you can get statistics on where do you actually put your time in your RC hobby. Are you just, building stuff? Are you racing? Are you practicing? Are you out, socializing with RC friends? So it's a journey. It's like a RC diary. And those small things I really enjoy, and some people are reading out. But there are so many features, so it's hard for people to actually find these nuggets of really nice stuff. So I wanted to put that out there.
Absolutely. So, but as we've said, it's kind of perfect for the beginner. So you just get started and see where the journey takes you.
But that's a single repository of information is always a great place to start, because otherwise you can just be out all sorts of rabbit holes on the internet, can't you? Some of which are not very useful or legal.
Yeah, that was the problem I saw. There was separate systems for everything. But if you don't have it all kind of connected and in kind of a master information model, you don't get this kind of holistic view of the whole thing. It's just silos of different things. So that's what I'm trying to do. And we've been discussing with EFRA about, a race calendar. And that is, of course, something that would be great for clubs and federations to see for a whole year, where are the different events happening so they don't collide and all that. And also on international level with USA, of course, and so on. So that only happens if you.
Connie, it's been great to have you with us. Obviously, we're going to be watching RC all afternoon, and we're going to be keeping an eye on Heidi Shieldcock and the rest of the guys over at Large Scale Off-Road in Great Britain. Maybe we'll check in with you a bit later on so we can kind of unpick how the racing's gone over in the UK.
Yeah, we'd love to hang out more with you guys.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Connie. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Cheers. Bye. Well, there we go.
Yep, up in the top left, it's the we're looking at Nemo, which has also had a bit of it's brightening up, but has been wet.
Yes,
We're
it's still not the 1/8 finals.
No, but no, 1/8 finals, yes.
Hey?
It's the 1/8 finals.
Oh, the 1/8 finals.
Yes.
Oh, the 1/8.
Yes, it'll be the quarterfinals next.
Okay.
It's the 1/8 scale and the 1/8 finals.
Okay, but you can see where the mistake.
Yes, they're
in,
bad,
in
and
my
it's
head.
very badly typed by me as well. There,
Yeah,
with the
it's
space.
pretty bad.
But
Yeah.
we're buzzing
Yeah, so
about
that's
that.
going to be updated every final.
No,
No.
so you got done eighths. So I get 2 for 1.
You get 2 for 1. Okay, we were currently watching an empty track.
It's about to fill up
About
again.
to come out over in.
Here, we could, perhaps for the next race, perhaps we hear some of the dulcet tones of James, who's giving it some as well.
We ought to.
Because it's lunchtime at Lincolnshire.
Lunchtime in Lincolnshire, so Frank and Harry over at North Ings are going to be having, what do they eat there? A barm cake or something?
Something flat.
Something northern.
They're not northern. Lincolnshire's like sort of
It's
Midlands.
northerner than here.
Yes, but you're Midlands.
I'm Midlands. You're southern.
Well, I think home counties, love.
You're quite southern.
Yeah.
That's quite cool. Behind us, is that the same? Yes. Okay. Cool. So that is Nemo Raceway on the
about to
screens
get going.
behind us. It's about to get going for the 1/8 finals. We're not sure who's in those finals.
It has. Yes,
Can you
the
tell us
ever
who's
wonderful
in those
BBK has not given me that information yet.
Oh, BBK.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's not all we have. That's not all we have, because we are going to be talking to Laszlo over.
Yes, we need to contact Laszlo.
Yes, we're going to contact Laszlo
Because apparently, as I say, he has to get it out of his hat. Obviously,
his hat.
Obviously, I said that was last time. Gosh, you'll go his hut. But I said hat first time, so I thought I'd have a running joke. But
I missed it the first time.
That's got literally splat. That one, hasn't it? Dear, oh dear. Yes.
Anyway, you are watching RC Motorsport Europe, EFRA's live link-up, where we are looking at the national championships from across Europe, 2 in Great Britain and 1 in Spain, and 1 that happened yesterday. We're looking into the past.
We are.
Over at Lestalo,
episode of Doctor Who, isn't it?
It's raining. But by the magic of YouTube, we're able to bring you that final a little bit
Magic
later
of
on.
yesterday vision.
Yes, and it started. Is James there? Is he talking? Is he commentating?
Let's find out. Fade up the James.
Cars are going to feel completely different to what they did earlier on.
Wow.
Go for it, James.
Go for it, James.
Always a little bit of a
We'll
voyage
leave that
of
with James.
discovery, and sometimes you get that sinking feeling in your stomach when you realise that you've got to drive this thing that you've got underneath you for the next 15 minutes. And it's not particularly pretty to drive. Other times, you put the car down, it feels absolutely epic, and you cannot wait to get started. Coming towards the end of the warm-up now. Everybody just heading round back into the pits at the end of the warm-up. Getting ready for the start of this 1/8 A final from Nemo Raceway. This is the 5th round of the BRCA 1/5 scale nationals. Cars being refueled, held by the pitmen. All set for the start. We'll have a 10-second countdown. They'll be put down with 3 seconds to go. Looks like we've had a little bit of drama there. Someone called off the track, or is that an engine cut? Okay, so I think everybody's been released again, so I don't quite know what's... Okay, everybody been released for another warm-up lap. I think someone had the wrong number on their car. Quite important for the sake of refereeing that everybody ends up with the correct number on their car. So referee has released everybody for another warm-up lap. You can see just having the correct numbers affixed to his car. And I can imagine up on the rostrum at the moment, he'll probably feel a little bit of a burk at that point. But being taken back to the start line. It'd be a little bit odd for the drivers. You can see pitmen making the universal symbol, get the revs up, get that exhaust cleared. You don't want this bogging down at the start. So we're going to have a 10-second countdown. And then into the start. Ready. Everybody away. Looks like leaders got away okay successfully. I've had a couple of laps to get a feel for what's underneath them. Heading round past us for the first time. Car number 1 looks like he is leading this one. 2 looks like he's challenging though, and in fact that's a change of lead. So I think car 2, the orange coloured car, leading as they come back towards us. No, it's car number 4 actually, 4 from 3. So car number 4 is going to be leading this one, just waiting to get the number on that. As Ben Billing jumps into an early lead, the orange coloured car. That will reflect on the timing any second now. So we're watching this orange coloured car of Ben Billing leading. It did look like the number 4 as it came past us. Let's just get a check on that because the timing is showing it as car 2. Just want to confirm that. He's got a big lead. Should be able to pick him up. My mistake, it is the 2 car. So Ashley Owen leading from Adrian Svensson. Ben Billing has made a decent start and he's running in what I believe to be 2nd place now. So Ben Billing is running in 2nd place. Towards back of this. So if we can move back 1 car. Here we go. This is the battle for 2nd going on. Ashley Owen appears to have checked out. Ben Billing is running in 2nd. That's an awesome launch from Jack Willits with the 11 car. And I think he's just popped out in 2nd place. Let's just confirm that as they come past us. That is the 11 car. So Jack Willits, all the way from P11, has got himself up into 2nd place. This white car just coming out onto the main straight now. White car, white wheels, black wing. Heads off down the main straight now. Everybody giving chase. Ashley Owen has absolutely gone. Has checked out at the front. That's what he will like to see. He's got a huge lead. He's got 8 seconds already. As we come in, I suppose we're 3 minutes into the final, so it's a decent amount of time that we've been running. Everybody going to try and give chase. Jack Willits still occupying 2nd from P11. Car number 6, Wesley Jolly, running in 3rd position at the moment. Just joining us here from Nemo Raceway for the 5th round of the BRCA 1/8 scale nationals. This is the 1/8 final, 1/8A final. We've just had the 1/8B final. So after this, we move into the quarterfinals. Coming up towards the 4-minute mark now. Ashley Owen leading this one quite comfortably from Jack Willits, who we're running with at the moment. Ashley Owen already heading out towards the main straight and down the main straight. The car didn't look particularly quick, actually, Ashley's car. Let's just see if we can pick him up. He's over the far side of the track at the moment. Just watching Ashley head round. His car just looked like it hesitated on the main straight. Could have been an optical illusion from where we're standing. Certainly appears to be running completely cleanly. He's running by himself, so let's just listen out as he comes past us. And, he just had a spin. So Ashley comes past us now. This is the number 2 car. Sounds relatively healthy. Doesn't sound like there's any major issues with it. It just didn't look particularly fast down the main straight. It still doesn't look particularly quick compared to some of the other cars. It does look like he's maybe struggling a little bit. Looks a little bit strangulated. Let's just see if he ends up losing the lead there. So Ashley Owen had a fairly huge lead. He seems absolutely fine on the infield. Just seen him taking some liberties there with some of the hoses. Gets away with it. Just doesn't sound particularly clean when he opens it up down the main straight. Looks fine through the infield. Just having a look at the lap times. Last lap for Ashley Owen, 43.86. Last lap for Jack Willis, a 41.17. The gap is coming down. Having said that, Ashley's just done a 41.06. So he has...
Wait, if I use my mobile, I have no AirPods here. Sorry.
Does that 1/8 final. Miguel from InfoRC.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
It looks beautiful in
Nice
Spain.
to see you. Yes. Weather looks great. You can see
You're just showing off
Sunny
now.
right behind me.
Yeah.
So here I am. This is my position where I am recording the race and live streaming it. So what's up, guys? How is it going from your side?
Oh, fantastic. And it's been great to watch your coverage so far. Semi-finals look very good. Robert Battier, very strong.
Yeah, Robert Badger looks strong, but anyway, from my point of view, Canas is a bit faster, not fast, consistent during his semi-final. He was in semi-final A, Badger was in semi-final B, and I think Canas was a bit more consistent.
Okay. Okay. Do you think the final's obviously going to be very... Who's going to be on pole in the final then?
Well, pole for the final was for Canas.
Okay.
So he has a small advantage to Badge. And this is a very important race for both of them because, as everybody knows, Canas took the national champion title last year after 2 years of undisputed. So Badge for this year made the first position at the first race, first position at the second race. If he was here, the championship will be his again. So I'm sure they will be fighting a lot during the whole final.
It's going to be a very, very exciting race. Anybody else that might get involved? Who else below Battier and Canas is going to be challenging?
I see no challenge for Badge or Canas from any other driver. Everybody knows here in Spain they are at a different level. So they are like the top drivers, and then below them are the rest of the humans, which, you know, they are not slow. They are much better than the average driver, but they are not like Badge or Canas. We have Daniel Pariente, who made an incredible qualifying day yesterday, and today he was demonstrating to be really fast. I would bet on him for the third position, probably. Then we have Alex Valls, who is also very fast. Oscar Baldo, who is doing a great weekend also, but Oscar, for long finals, he gets a bit too stressed sometimes, and he's not so consistent as he could. And then we also have, who was I going to say? I forgot. There was another guy that will be fighting from the third to the fifth position, because first and second, if nothing happens, will be for Badge and Canas.
Cool.
And yeah, we have Brian. Sorry,
Brian,
Baldo.
Brian, of course.
Both the Baldos.
The Baldos.
Yeah. But the thing is that Brian is racing this weekend with a broken arm.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Yes, he's like this, like all broken.
We should have laughed.
No, please
Yeah,
get
we
him
can
on
laugh.
camera if he's still in the final.
Yes, yes.
Broken arm drivers we need to see.
Just goes to show RC is the most accessible motorsport.
Even when you've crocked yourself.
Yes.
Yes. I put him on camera a few times during the weekend, and then for the final, I will do the same and tell him to say hello with the broken. It will be so fun.
What time is your final? What time will the A final kick off in Spain?
Well, I've just been informed that they will probably make it a bit earlier than it was scheduled. It was scheduled for 4:30 p.m.
Okay.
16:30. and it will start 15 minutes earlier. So
Okay.
this is important for you guys.
Oh,
Take
yes.
note. We will start the live stream for the main final at 4:15, quarter past 4.
So on a slightly different other side, Miguel, I know you've been doing a huge amount of Facebook's lives in Spain, and you're getting some great conversations going. How healthy is radio control car racing across the board in Spain after as we come to the end of the pandemic?
Well, we could say that we have lived better times for radio control here in Spain. I mean, this is a Spanish national championship, and we have 69 drivers, I think, which is not it's not bad, but it's not as much as it could be. And I don't know. At the moment, we also had summer, and as you know, here in Spain, summer involves a lot of party, a lot of traveling, a lot of beach, sun, drink, eat, a lot of everything. And this is the first summer that our government has given us some freedom to travel, to go everywhere. Hotels have been fully booked where I live. I live in Malaga, which is a very touristic place. There was no hotel room free, no free hotel room, sorry, during July or August. So I think a lot of money has been spent during summertime.
It's
And
those
now
damn
people have
tourists. Those damn tourists.
Yeah, but they're locals again. The Spanish are touristing to their same own country.
Yes, of course, we have a lot of things to see here and to do here, even if you are Spanish.
So, what is your prediction for the final? Do you think Bache is going to get ahead of Canas and take the win?
No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is what do you know what? I love Miguel because there's no fence sitting. It's straight on. That's happening. I've always said that. Always have an opinion, even if it's the wrong one.
Maybe I'm wrong. I can be wrong. I'm human. But the thing is, Badge has to win, which puts a lot of stress on him. He has to win if he wants the championship. And also during the weekend, I have been seeing Canas more confident, more stable, more consistent on the track. I don't know. I would like that Robert wins because he's my friend, and also because he would get back his title, and that would be a very exciting moment. But I think if he wins the championship, it won't be on this race. I think Canas is a bit stronger this time.
Canas is obviously a young guy. He's one of the most talented drivers in the world. Do you think he's maturing a little bit? I mean, he's been known for being slightly aggressive on the track, sometimes making some hot-headed decisions, 50-50 decisions. Do you think he's kind of maturing and settling into a more kind of consistent racer now?
Yes, you know, Canas is from my same state. He's from Malaga, and I know him since he was a tiny guy, which he was not able to drive from the rostrum. He needed some boxes to go up.
Wow.
He didn't drive straight. You know, you saw him like this. Because he couldn't see. And I have seen him maturing so much during all these years. And obviously, the recent international races that he has been attending has made him mature a lot, be more confident, be more serious, more cool-minded. And nowadays, I would say Canas thinks like cooler than his father. Many times you see his father as a mechanic, and he's like, "Oh, what is?" And then you see Canas talking by the headphone. Dad, okay, it's okay. I got this. Dad. So, yes, I would say he's so much confident now and so much mature. Yes, I could say that.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to keep checking in with you, Miguel, if that's all right, a bit later on as we look forward to the final. Your coverage is awesome. Yes. It's so great to talk to you.
Thank you. It's a one-man army. You know, I'm doing everything.
The best type.
I've got a tablet, you know, where I'm checking the time.
Yeah.
But another, you know, I'm trying to do my best with what I have. So I'm happy you guys can enjoy it and can share it with the rest of European RC enthusiasts. And now in around 5 minutes, no, in 15 minutes, we are starting the Last Chance Saloon, which is my very favorite race at any event.
Okay.
It's going to be so much fun, so I invite you all guys to come and join us.
Sure, thank you.
That's fantastic. So make sure you're following InfoRC on Facebook. You can watch all of the live streams on InfoRC's Facebook page, and we'll also join Miguel as well throughout the day. Thanks, Miguel, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, guys. Muchas gracias. Hasta luego.
Gracias.
Can we just quickly check in with James as this 8th final is about to end. So let's see what James Stewart's doing. Over.
A clunk in the fuel tank, all of them, so that they can pick up from wherever it needs to. But still always a little bit of a danger if the cars are inverted. Ash Owens lead 3.6 seconds as we come up to around 30 seconds to go within this 1/8B final. Still running with Ashley Owen, our leader. Quite possibly the last lap. Might just make it through for an extra lap. Should do. What's he? 4:16. Yeah, he should. He should make it through for an extra lap. Wes Jolly may just sneak it. 2. Ash will be kind of hoping that he doesn't. So we're running with our leader at the moment. Should relatively comfortably make the extra lap, providing he doesn't make any huge mistakes. Watching him there now as he rounds one of the hairpins at Nemo Raceway, just comes underneath our commentary position. Shows off by setting the fastest lap of the final. And takes the win. So Ashley Owen from Wes Jolly, Ben Billing and Adrian Svensson are our top 4 there as we finish. So just going to get everybody head off the track, and then we will start getting ready for the quarterfinals.
So thank you to Miguel and thank you to James Stewart. And Zach is on the camera there. They're down at the Nemo Raceway with the 8th finals. And now the most important thing we have to do is change that graphic to quarterfinals.
Yes.
Because that's next.
Yes, that's absolutely essential.
It really, that's the whole running of this European F1 Live link-up depends on that changing to 4 from 8. Because at that point, you'll no longer be confused, will you?
I won't be confused anymore because we don't have any quarter-scale racing.
No, we don't. We used to, years ago.
Really?
Yeah, some of the early large scale was quarter scale.
To me, that seems like a good scale because you just take everything and
but no,
take
you've
it,
got 1/10
yes,
and 1/5 because
yes.
officially large scale off road is
It's
supposed to be
1/6
1/6 officially. Yes.
Yes.
So it's
Yes.
just guess. But then again, if you look at real cars and look at the scales, it doesn't make any sense anyway.
Oh, does it not?
No, I think originally it was like that, and of course they've now been developed beyond belief in different ways.
Okay. You are watching RC Motorsport Europe's live link-up. This is an EFRA production where we are looking at many different races, well, several different races, and it was great to talk to Miguel over in Spain for that all exciting. And we've got to remember that at 13:30 CET, no. Is that right? Because it's actually 20 past 14.
We've already had 13:30 CET. It's 20:30 CET, which is about 10 minutes' time.
In 10 minutes' time,
Yes.
the Last Chance Saloon, which is set to be very exciting over in Spain for their 3rd round of their Nitro Buggy Championships. Comment on the screen, BJ Williams, good morning from the USA boys. Thanks, BJ. Good morning to you too. It's afternoon here, but we are an international broadcast. Maybe one day we'll feature some races from outside of Europe and Asia.
Time
and
zone
America.
depending. So
Time zone
we're
depending.
not starting at 6 in the morning.
Well, we did.
Yes, it's true.
We did.
Or go on to 2 in the morning on the other end.
It could go on for.
This could be. We could report from this lovely Salubrious studio for all the major races.
Yes,
just steal their output and go. Yes, it's us now with 3 extra cameras.
Yes, it could happen, but I hope not. So you see on your screen right now, this is Nemo Raceway with the British, the BRCA 1/8 buggy round 3, 5,
3 in
5,
Spain.
3 in Spain,
5 in Nemo, 7 in Lincolnshire.
7 in North
Ings. Lincolnshire.
And we are going to talk to a great man in Lostallo, Laszlo.
A damp man in Lostallo.
Pool Start TV. It is raining quite heavily in Lostallo today, so they took the very wise decision to run all their finals yesterday, which wasn't ideal for this, but
No.
actually through the magic of YouTube, we're still able
It's
to
almost
watch.
it's almost like they weren't prioritising us.
Yes, it is. As the sunshine beams through the window here.
It's quite beamy, isn't it?
Keep your comments coming through. Are you watching on Facebook? Are you watching on YouTube? Are you watching on EFRA social media? Make sure you're following EFRA on Facebook and on YouTube, because lots of live streams from inside of EFRA are coming to you in the next few months and continuing to broadcast and show you what's going on behind the scenes at EFRA. But keep your comments coming in on this stream as well. What do you want to see? What races do you want us to cover? We may cover some more races next week. Are you live streaming?
Yes.
A race?
Can we cover it? Sorry,
Can we watch it?
Can we nick it?
Can we look at it and talk to you? It's very nice to join with our international friends and do such a thing. We don't have Laszlo yet.
No.
I wonder, are the large-scale guys over in Lincolnshire, are they still on lunch?
They're going to start. They may actually have just started. I don't know.
Cars are now back on track, I see, over in Nemo.
No, 13:31 they're going to be going off. This is a quarter-final, by the way, which is worrying me intensely because it's got the wrong thing at the top.
Do you want to go over to Lastalo and watch the final from yesterday?
Well, I was kind of worried. I thought we were going to get a kind of like a preamble.
Yeah,
That was
I kind of want to talk to Laszlo first.
He was going to help us out because you said it was a third of three.
So yes, 10 minutes.
Ah.
So we were in a holding pattern waiting for...
Well, we could have more James, couldn't we?
We could have a bit more James and we could get this quarter-final, which is about to kick off. Is James over in Nemo Raceway? Can we hear James?
Let's make a few tweaks, a few changes. So semi-B practice just running at the moment. So no timing or anything for these guys. Just getting the feel for what they've got underneath them here at Nemo Raceway. 5-minute practice for semi-B. There'll be a 5-minute practice for semi-A. Then we shall get back into the action of the quarterfinals here from Nemo Raceway. Still a good opportunity, everybody figuring out exactly what they've got underneath them. So, coming towards the end of this semi-B practice. I'm going to have semi-A practice coming up next. Then we shall move on to the first of the quarterfinals, where a few guys will be hoping to move themselves up into these. If you're wondering why they're not having the opportunity to practice, those guys, and why they're running the semi-practice at the moment, basically they're going to have come off of a 20-minute final straight into that anyway, so that will serve as their practice.
So That is a practice.
That is, I rushed across to get the quarter. It was all the time. It was a semi-final practice.
In many ways, a lot of this is a practice, but it's good news because it means you're not missing anything while we go over to
Lo Stallo, the most famous bridge in RC I can see beneath me.
Look at that! Look at that! Like, even in this weather, it looks beautiful. Look
It does.
It's
not as beautiful as Laszlo.
Yeah,
Laszlo, let's see your face. Laszlo, we want to see you. Come on, come on, Laszlo. Come on. Hey, Laszlo, go!
Probably it looks beautiful for you from there,
Yeah.
the warm room, but here it's incredible. It's winter, and 10 minutes ago it was havoc. I could not open the door, so it was a really good idea not to do anything today officially. But anyway, everything is all right, no problem.
It does look still beautiful. But so what's the story? You ran all the finals yesterday. Please don't tell us who won the final.
Because we're going to watch it as live.
No.
Yeah.
No. It's absolute secret. You could watch it live yesterday. I don't tell you. But anyway, what happened is that Thursday there were a lot of people, but it was raining. Not like this, but it was wet. And Friday we had a fantastic day, 25 degrees and 44 degrees track temperature. A lot of practice. And then we checked, of course, all the time the weather forecast, and it looked really, really bad for today. And it looks like it was a good weather forecast. But for Saturday, it looked okay after Friday. So Ernesto decided, and with the other guys, of course, that we will do everything on Saturday, qualifications and finals, and a very special way of organizing this day. So we had 4 qualifications, and the 2 best counted for A, B, and C finals and the Formula One. And for each group, there was 3 finals.
Wow.
So A, B, C, D, 3 times. B and C, 20 minutes. A final, 30 minutes. So if you wanted to win the main final, you had to go 3 times 30 minutes.
Wow.
And I don't know
90
why,
minutes of
one driver
racing.
won all the main finals.
Amazing.
Yeah, exactly. So this was very, very exciting. And people really liked that because they could drive all day. And it was very good. Everybody was happy, what I know. So that's good.
That's a great...
It's a pity that it's not today, because then you could show it live. But it was live yesterday. So we had a lot of viewers as well. So
Excellent.
Before we take a look at the race, can you tell us a little bit about Polestart TV? It's thanks to Polestart TV that we can actually see the pictures of these races, and we can actually look at tracks around Europe 24 hours a day, can't we?
yeah, that's right. We have now 11 tracks with our system. You can watch them live. And when there is a race, then you can follow the racing program. What we do, it's an automatic system. Normally, yesterday I was of course here, but I did not have to do anything. Only just say some stupid things in the microphone. But the rest was going itself. So that's the plan, because that's very comfortable.
That's fantastic. So
what else? What? Yeah. Yeah.
So how many tracks have you got now, Laszlo, connected up to Polestart? How many of your users do you have?
We have 11 tracks now.
Wow.
And we have also a race car series from Germany. We follow all the races. One of the tracks they will have in 1st of October is Luxembourg. We have a system there. And now we have, of course, Brookland. You have seen that. So altogether 11 tracks. And some temporary systems on the race car series events. So, but for next year, we are also planning some more developments, but we will speak about that later.
it is fantastic. I'm hoping, while we're talking and before we watch the large-scale final, if we can see the last chance qualifier with Miguel from Spain. It'd be great to have that in the screen, guys, if we can, James and Paul in the gallery. But Laszlo, I was going to ask you, I don't know if you ever do this, if you go onto the Polestart TV website, any time of day, you can go and look at an RC track. Some mornings I just go and look at Lestalo, for instance, or another RC track, and you can just see it 24 hours a day. It's so cool. Even when there's no racing, I mean, it's just nice just to see the track.
Yeah.
You won't believe that even that there is no race for 2 weeks on some tracks. We have a lot of viewers on the empty track, but they like to watch it and they like to watch how the weather is. Shall they go or shall they come? Or so it helps a lot for the guys, I think. This is the feedback what they tell me also.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Okay, we're going to check in with Last Chance Qualifier.
Yep.
It's just kicking off now.
In from Spain.
Thank you, Laszlo.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it. You're welcome.
Okay,
Awesome.
and then we're going to watch
Bye-bye.
the final from yesterday. Laszlo, thank you so much for staying around. Cheers, mate. Thanks
a
you.
lot. Bye.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye. Excellent. So now we have the Last Chance Qualifier, which we have been told by Miguel is utterly fantastic.
Best race of the weekend, apparently.
Best race of the week. Wow, I want to see Robert try and take over Canals.
World.
But anyway, the world. Yes. Let's see if we can hear from Miguel.
Juanmi, pequeño fallito ahí en la entrada en la recta principal. Vamos a quedarnos con el primero y segundo. Ya sabéis que aquí en la repesca estos son los que me importan a mí, primero y segundo, a mí y a vosotros. Aquí el segundo no cuenta para nada. Aquí solo gana el primero, por eso nos prestamos atención al primero y segundo, por ver si le consigue quitar. Ojo, que Espasa se lo está comiendo, ¿eh? Me parece que Antonio era el que había apostado por Espasa y me parece que, ojito, aunque en la repesca, como suele decir el gran Carlos Gómez, hasta el rabo todo es toro. Juanmi está aguantando muy bien el tipo, ¿eh? Sí, señor. Siete minutos para el final, 7 minutes to go. Y es pasa que le está costando acercarse a Juanmi, ¿eh? Ahí lo tiene ya. Juanmi, que tendrá que cerrar. Juanmi cierra. Oh, Juanmi se ha puesto muy nervioso. Quiere recuperarlo. Se enredan, no se enredan. Muy limpio. Ha sido limpio, sí señor. Una lástima, Juanmi, porque me parece que ahora se te va a ir el Joan, pero bestia. Vamos a ver, porque Joan no ha cerrado bien. Ha dejado muchos huecos, es difícil rodar delante, ¿eh? Es difícil ir cerrando la puerta y sobre todo cuando el segundo es alguien del nivel de Joan. Gran repesca está haciendo Espasa, sí señor. Está, de verdad os lo digo, rodando mejor que en la semi, ¿eh? Espasa is faster now than semifinals. But watch out because Juanmi is not letting him go. He wants that last spot on the main final. Both of them are failing there. Vámonos. Vaya fallo por parte de ambos. Están los dos muy nerviosos, se les nota. Y Juanmi ha pasado muy cerca del tubo de su izquierda. No entran a repostar. No refueling for first or second. None of them refuel. David Todd coming in for fuel. Watch out to the last chance alone, the last spot for the main final. First position for Joan Espasa, second position Juanmi Martínez. Espectacular, sí señor. Juanmi, cómo le está apretando las tuercas a Espasa. Madre mía, parecía que se le iba a ir Espasa, pero nada más lejos. Se está viniendo arriba Juanmi. Madre mía, qué bonita repesca. Qué bonita repesca. Otra vez le tiran el salto. Es el punto en el que Juanmi parece que ha decidido intentar adelantar a Espasa en cada una de las vueltas. No se ve tal vez preparado para intentarlo en otras zonas, pero ahí sí que se lo tira. Vamos. Ahí le intenta buscar. Espectacular. Sí, señor. Ahí lo tenemos entrando una vez más juntos a la recta de meta. Fijaros cómo encaran ese doble vértice. Buah, Juanmi, madre mía, la repesca que estás haciendo. Espectacular. Espectacular. Sí, señor. Ahí le ha botado un poquito el culo a Juanmi, ha perdido unas décimas. Las recupera, uy, Espasa se va largo en esa curva y Juanmi está a punto de darle, va a tocar el tubo. Y en cuanto se salen un poquito de la trazada, se descolocan demasiado para la siguiente curva y eso les pone en peligro de tocar el tubo, cometer algún pequeño fallo. Uy, ahí Espasa se cruza y casi se lo lleva puesto Juanmi. Mucho cuidado porque esta repesca todavía no han entrado a repostar. They still didn't come in for fuel. Un pequeño rebote, le está botando un poquito el culo a Juanmi, a ver si apura mejor esos aterrizajes para no perder tiempo. Madre mía, pero qué repesca es esta, Virgen Santísima. Entrarán. Entra Espasa. Repostaje de Espasa, nos vamos con Juanmi. Juanmi entrará en la siguiente, o no entrará. ¿Qué va a hacer Juanmi? Vamos a seguirlo, a ver si nos falla, a ver si consigue ganar algo de ventaja y sale del repostaje por delante de Espasa. Va a estar muy justo, ahí ha cometido un pequeño error, unas décimas, pisando algo de polvo, se le descoloca y no entra. No creo que vaya a intentar no entrar a repostar. Tal vez quiere alargarlo un poquito más y rodar en solitario. Recordad que no es lo mismo rodar tú solo que rodar con alguien. ¡Buah! Espectacular. Espectacular. Vamos a ver Juanmi, que va primero ahora mismo. Juanmi va primero. Y se le acerca. ¡Uy! Juanmi ha fallado. Se le está acercando por detrás un coche azul y amarillo que puede ser Nacho, puede ser Iván Navarro. Vamos a ver Juanmi. Sí, Juanmi, entra ya. Me estás poniendo nervioso, Juanmi. Juanmi, ¿por qué no repostas, Juanmi? La madre que te parió. ¿Será posible que intente no repostar? ¿Le aguantará el depósito a un no repostaje en la repesca? Muy bonita esa zona enlazada de saltos, me encanta. Me encanta. Espectacular. Awesome performance from Juanmi, who is doing great after fighting for some laps with Joan Espasa. Joan came in for refueling, but Juanmi still didn't. So we'll see his strategy, if he's trying not to refuel or to refuel later to get some more advantage on Espasa before going to pit lane.
Okay, so we have the quarterfinal just kicking off right now.
In large-scale off-road in Lincolnshire. How long to go on this last chance? We've got about a minute to go.
Under a minute to go.
Juan Miguel Martinez Gaida is leading this from Joan Hispanic. It's Joan, isn't it? I think Joan Hispanic Bow. His lead is pretty substantial, to be honest. So it looks like Juan Miguel Martinez has it to lose. And we'll tell you if he does lose after we've checked in with Frank and Harry over in Lincolnshire.
For the large scale, both the large scale events have been affected by rain. On-road changed their calendar and ran all the finals yesterday. Off-road has been stop and start due to the rain, but they are up and running with the quarterfinal.
For four-wheel drive, first chance. We've seen a bit of background short course, a bit of background two-wheel drive. Well, let's have a bit of four-wheel drive with Frank.
Number 3, the second place car is actually Kerry Thorpe, who's now in the lead. And we've got Ian Gardner in third now. So hopefully there's no more trouble for Paul Scrace, because otherwise he's going to fall into the clutches of car 7, and that's Jim Bell, who is running in 4th place. So we're still with that lead car of Kerry Thorpe. I'm not sure what happened to Phil Chester. There was a very big crash in going in the first corner, as you'd expect. Usual sort of thing kind of happens. It's a wet track. AstroTurf. Plastic artificial grass. Oh no, we got someone very stuck. And there's, okay, let's drop back to the infield. To the infield. Sorry. And we've got a battle for 4th now. A battle for 3rd, actually. Between car number 7 and car number 4. It's Jim Bell and Ian Gardner. Got Jim in that 3rd place. Guaranteed bump-up spot. But Paul is trying to get past him now at a very costly mistake. Held up on a tire. Luckily he didn't break. He's still running, obviously, as it's going down the back straight. So this is our battle for the bump up positions. And it looks like Ian is, or Jim is a little mistake there. Paul getting a little squirrely around that tire. Coming into that hard 90-degree turn down the pit straight. And past the timing loop into the sweeper. Going into that hairpin, trying to maintain his lead. Jim and, oh, there he goes, stuck on the tires. Marshall needed to come and help. Puts him on the correct side of the track. And he's off and away. There's a big gaggle of cars running behind him. Now let's stick with them on the back straight now, as we've got Jim Bell being chased by 2 cars now. It's a midfield battle, trying to catch up to Jim. And if they can get past him and then get past Paul, who's still looking a bit scraggly, they can get into that bump up position and get some more valuable points in this, the BRCA Large Scale Off-Road Championship round 7.
All going on in Lincolnshire.
It is.
It's happening. So there's a couple of quarterfinals in 4-wheel drive, there's a couple of quarterfinals in 2-wheel drive, and a couple of quarterfinals in short course. And we're moving inexorably towards the 3 main finals, where we're desperately hoping Frank will stay awake. So anyway, now we need to get in our TARDIS and our time machine.
Yes.
And we need to go in a timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly way.
Yes, because as we've said, large scale is affected by weather. Nice and sunny if you drive 1/8 buggy, whether it's in Spain or in the UK, it's
Absolutely.
nice and sunny. But if you drive large scale in the UK or in Switzerland, it's not so nice.
It's raining, basically.
It's raining.
Yes.
So Frank's race, as you've just seen, very dull and grim and affected by the weather.
Yes.
Very Lincolnshire-ish, doesn't it, there?
Well, I don't know.
Rustic.
No one was picking cabbages.
Well, okay.
There's
And
a lot of fruit picking in Lincolnshire. And dog breeding.
is there?
Yes.
Okay. But it is obviously very beautiful over in Switzerland.
Yes, I think it was over in
Sky.
Lincolnshire. I was going.
Well, no, it is as well.
Yeah.
You've got Skegness.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
yes, Skeggy,
Uh-huh.
Skeg Vegas.
Skeg Vegas.
Absolutely, good point. Well made there. Yes.
A lot to be said for that. But La Stalo is one of the most beautiful RC tracks in the world.
In the world.
We are going to check in with them
Yesterday. Let's go and see
Let's have a
the
look.
third final for the top
Just
class.
about to kick off.
Starting on, they've got Marcus Feldman, Dario Vaselli, Andrea Catalani, Marius Hedlund, Cedric Privot, Giovanni Verbrugge, Hessel Roskam, Tom Acker, Ambrogio Venda, and Placido Sidiki. So you've got the just about everyone there, apart from the reigning world champion, of course. But so Feldman has won in the past.
Feldman's won a lot.
He's won European and the world. As you see, it's a good example. This is our first chance we have a look at the pool start system. It's very, very clever. Basically, you select a car to follow, and that is linked by the cameras interrogating the timing system and then estimating where he'll be. So
very
we're
clever.
obviously currently, I think we may actually focus a moment on, yes, we see, I think we're on Catalani. So they sweep round the back of the circuit. They're going the same way as they did in the Euros a few. It's like a different version of the very multitudinous Stalo circuit, where they go very different ways depending on the layout they want to have. I'm absolutely certain, I didn't go there last time, I think they got given a jigsaw.
A jigsaw of the track.
A jigsaw of the track was the free gift.
I mean, that's amazing, isn't it?
I'm not sure this before or after Paul put his hand through the screen door. I'm not sure.
That was Italy.
Yeah, I think that's where they went from
That
there
was-
to Italy. Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you see Feldman's made a good start in the red and blue machine out front. That car in his traditional colours. Andrea Catalani in the multicoloured machine. Dario Vaselli, who will be another red and blue car. As you can see in third with more orange and blue, the Croatian. And then you've got Marius Hedlund and Giovanni Verbrugge, who of course is a former European champion. As they sweep round the very tricky infield section before you get loop round the corner and start finish, and then just power it down the main straight under the bridge, where many a sorry 8th or 10th Nitro car has been dragged back across with its recalcitrant owner going, oh, I don't know, why is it flamed? Why are 3 bits hanging off? So already gapping, and you can see there's a slight lead for Feldman. He's about a second and a half out early on. Second, third and fourth right together. Catalani, Vaselli and Hetland. They'll shoot now into the frame. They've dropped Verbrugge in fairness. Verbrugge's back 4 or 5 seconds. So the top four here covered by 2.5 seconds. The action obviously is that second and third. You watch it there in the bottom right corner coming through. That first car round is Feldman. Nice little gap he's made there. You can tell this is in good conditions because the cars are sitting on the track beautifully. They've got the track well rubbered in. They've been racing all day on what is now a ruined track because it's wet. They've washed all the grip. Hetler looking good actually there in the light green car. If you look a bit further back, we look at the Roskam and Prevost and Hornig who are bringing up the rear. But these are the front four. They sweep through the inner hairpin before coming through the switchback on the infield before going around the main sweeper. Down the main straight. Feldman. Catalani Vaselli. And just the greeny blue car of Marius Hetland being slightly dropped there. In fact, what's actually happening is there's like a bridge away over a couple of cars by Andrea Catalani. Catalani looking to try and make a bit of a break for it, try and get back. But look at the lead that Feldman's pulled out. 30-minute race. They won't need any refueling in this. We have seen hour-long finals which needed fueling, which we watched the World Championship in Portugal, which we covered a couple of years ago. There was some consternation about whether the fueling had been done correctly, and I still don't know even now whether they ever got the actual correct result. It didn't affect the overall winner, but I think some of the more minor positions may have been slightly wrong. I think a lap or two was missed during the fueling, because the fueling was too close to the timing line.
Yes.
But certainly Marko Grinic did win, so I'm not saying it was the wrong world champion, but I think Feldman lost a lap and probably should have been about third and fourth rather than the seventh he was scored in. But he walked away from that one. So we've now got a break there. Oh, we've got a lapped car in the way. That's Hessel Roskamp, who's now nipped in between. Catalani Hetland's got past Vaselli. So Feldman leads. That's the car sweeping out the bottom there. That's Feldman there. Now coming round next is Catalani, light blue. Then you've got Hetland. And then you've got, I think that might be Vaselli. I think it's a lapped car, of course. Yeah, I think the car ahead of Vaselli is a lapped car. I might be wrong. I don't think that's Verbrugge's. Not Verbrugge's colours, as I understand them to be. This is taking place yesterday. We're looking into the past. Yesterday afternoon in Lestalo in Switzerland, probably the most famous track in Europe. It's been holding world champions for a long time. There's a very weird dance going on left to me as Paul decided to take up interpretive dance rather than just saying what he wants to say. What was he trying to tell us there? Because honestly,
we're talking about whether we want to see your face
oh
whilst you
gosh,
commentate.
no.
And the dance was here we go. The dance is this.
Yes.
We see a bit of your face.
Right, I say. Okay.
And then we see not your face.
Right.
And then just to keep it fresh. Now you see me, now you don't.
The thing is, out the corner of my eye, it could be anything. You could be ordering a pizza. You could have been deciding whether Teslas were good value. I have no idea what we're talking about. It could be anything.
No, it's just RC commentator peekaboo.
Oh.
Yes. That's a very specialist website.
Yeah, it is not, and not a very popular one either, to be honest. So they swung through again. Feldman's way away at the moment, and we're looking towards more the middle of the pack. In fact, Catalani is something. I'm waiting to click over. He's 6 seconds back, but second and third are very, very close. Catalani and Vaselli. So what happened to? So obviously the problem for Marius Hetland. He's dropped right back by a lap. So we've lost Hetland whilst we were discussing whether my face should be on camera or not. The answer is yes. And we have. Oh wow! Straight off, and I'm pretty certain that may have been Hetland again, actually, in that light green car. I think he's just thrown right off the track. Yeah, look at that. He's just gone completely straight off the corner there.
Of course, there's no marshals to help him out.
No, that's right. A very good point. Well made by a man who remembers how the sport works after 2 years of not doing it.
Yep.
That's right. In large scale, your mechanic is your marshal. It's too dangerous to put anyone out there, really.
Weirdly, they do put marshals out for off-road, which I would say is arguably more dangerous.
Not moving as fast.
Oh, I suppose. Yeah, but they're moving more sometimes at head height.
Yeah, have you seen the cages they got around the marshal points? Yeah. In fairness, I actually completely agree with you. Perhaps it's more dangerous having someone running across an off-road track. Ooh, they can fall over.
Up and down.
Yeah, but
trippy trip.
But absolutely, I have been hit in the ankle by a 112 car, which weighs less than a kilogram. So and that really hurt. So being hit by one of these things weighs 11 kilograms, probably a trip to A&E.
to say the least. Yes, yes. Did that hurt your dancing career? As we know, you are an
Well,
award-winning dancer.
It's true.
And you think I'm joking?
Oh yes, Latin. Ballroom dancing, I have a bronze with merit. I don't want to say anything. I do get distinction, actually. I've got distinction, yes. The wife got honours because she was brilliant.
Oh, they do grade you individually?
Yeah.
Are we getting distracted?
No, because I wasn't. You don't dance with your partner, you dance with the pro.
Oh, it's kind of a
professional,
swapping,
by the way.
It's a swapping thing.
No, exactly right. Get a pro in, they swap. No. What happens is you dance with a pro because obviously they are the reference point, you know. And then they help you along as you dance various moves. And it's a set dance. And it takes about, you get very nervous about it. It takes about 3 minutes, and you get a certificate a bit later on, which means nothing but hangs in the toilet.
Feldman's still in the lead.
Is he? See now, what I'm liking about this has turned into an RC racing broadcast. Bang! We're straight into going off topic as quickly as possible.
Yes, this is true.
But it's a final, so we shouldn't do that. Feldman leading now by 8 seconds from Catalani. Vaselli third, Fabriga fourth. Priva is in fifth. Hetland, we saw falling off the track a while ago in that light green car, has, I think, retired, at least gone back with his tail between his legs to the pits. There goes that red car, is the leader, so massively. Now, second and third still nailed together as they come underneath us now. Catalani in the light yellow car. And he'll come shooting back at the end of the straight. You can see the track goes both ways. You can run the other way for different types of cars. You can run either clockwise or anti-clockwise at the Stalo. That's the timing loop. As you can see, they're now down 10 seconds. Vaselli, that's the green and the blue and red car just at the back. These two, very close together. Verbrugge's been dropped by about 6 seconds. I mean, he's not in the third of the way through. So, while the fact that currently Marcus Feldman is currently in a different postcode, probably in Italy rather than Switzerland, these two are battling it out. Verbrugge's trying to catch up. Last lap they were actually dropping off, which is not what he wants to be doing. So we're joining here. This is the third of 3 finals they had. So these guys have already done an hour's worth of driving plus warm-up. So they're now in the hour and a half of running these cars around. So I imagine the tyre bill's been pretty hefty. And as you can see, Vaselli getting very, very close to Catalani. They're the two cars together coming towards us now. And they'll sweep underneath the last corner sweeper now. And Vaselli actually looked closer than he did before. He looked slightly dropped in that second part of the track. I think we've got one of these situations where different cars are faster in different parts of the circuit. This switchback by the timing loop, Vaselli gets a bit closer. But he was, and now he's much, much closer again. So he gets really, really close to that tight right-hander. Now when we go to this infield flowing section, Catalani pulls back out again. Vaselli has been better there, held closer towards him. So remember that gap, I'm certain will come down this lap unless he makes a mistake, and he hasn't on this end sweeper. So it's a very, very quick track. It's a very, very mixed track. You have a very quick section where you go sweeper, straight, sweeper, which is about as max as we can go. And there's a very complex internal area here we move through, which is as a wide hairpin and an angled hairpin before a switchback, and then a tight left-hander before they sweep back on the track. And that time around, again, Catalani was scored a couple of tenths quicker. But the lead, visually, isn't increasing, so it's quite strange seeing every lap. Oh, it's best lap, that's why, that explains why. I mean, look at the best lap as the last lap. So the best lap, obviously, is always going to be the same. So he'll be 2 tenths faster until... Oh, Vaselli...
Very consistent.
Vaselli picked up a really poor drive out of that corner there. He's definitely lost time here. So Dario in that red and blue car just didn't drive out the tight inner hairpin. They'll come down the straight, and Catalani's lead will increase. It looks like something in the region of a second now. And we'll find out as they go over the timing loop at this point. They're 12 back. Look, I said something like a second. It's 1.03. Visual gapalizing. Visual gapalizing.
You've not even got your spectacles
This is why...
on.
No, it's true. This is why I get the big butt. Oh, hang on. No, I don't. My gap assessment... So anyway, so you know...
Gap insurance.
Gap insurance or gap year. This sounds like blankety blank, doesn't it? Gap what? Gap insurance. Oh, that's what's 50 blanks. Gap year, 100%.
Gap tooth.
Gap tooth, 150 blanks.
Yay.
That's going back, isn't it, blankety blank?
I don't know.
And that's lost the whole of Europe. Anyway, so as well, the parochial Terry Wogan and Les Dennis presented programmes. Who else presented it? Quickly.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Blankety blank.
Blankety blank.
Blankety blank. So there's Dennis. There's Dawson.
All the Lesers.
Yeah, Les Dawson and obviously Bob Monk has it as well for a bit.
Okay.
Dave Williams, the comeback episode. Oh, it's useless. Feldman leads by 13 seconds. Vaselli being slightly dropped at the moment. So 1, 2, and 3 are stretching. Prevost. Oh, Verbrugge's had a problem. So Verbrugge's dropped out of 5th and he's now down to 8th. So it's now Cedric Prevost who's in 5th. Max Horning is behind him, and Ambrosio Venda, let's call him Ambi, shall we? Ambi Venda is in 6th, and Tom Hacker is in 7th. So we've got 3 of the cars I don't think have run particularly well. Verbrugge must have had a short error. I think he's still out there. Wait to see. I'm trying to count the cars. I'm not quite so sure. Vaselli dropped off by Catalani. Catalani crossed the line now, and now Vaselli. I think it's a little bit of a comeback, actually, from Vaselli. So back to a second. He was being dropped. And, it's us again.
And it's us again. So there we go.
There we are. Someone pressed the wrong button.
It was quite off-putting.
It was. Suddenly, I'm commenting and thinking,
And now I don't know if they can hear you or just we can hear you.
Who knows?
Who knows
like,
who can hear?
Who can hear what?
Who can hear?
But just to remind you again, this is the rerun of the final from Lestalo yesterday, which they were going to run today, but it rained. No, it was going to rain, and it did rain. So large-scale touring car action. Coming out of this will be off to a little bit more action from the UK events as we build up to hopefully speaking to Robert Battle at some point prior to his attempt to reclaim the Spanish Nitro Championship from that young pretender, a little whippersnapper.
Who's
Juan
maturing,
Carlos Canas.
says Miguel.
Well, he did get an RC is live tattoo.
Does it say RC is life?
It says RC is life. He's Spanish, but it says RC is life. It doesn't say RC is whatever is life is in English.
Life is RC.
No, it's
look,
RC is
hello,
life.
there's Paul.
RC is life. There's going to be some more. Oh, we've got another presenter. There we are. Another presenter of Blankety Blank. Paul had to come and tell me that Lily Savage / Paul O'Grady also presented Blankety Blank.
It's amazing
that was its sojourn to ITV, though. We don't talk about that.
Okay.
This is what people tune in for, isn't it, really? Feldman leading by a country mile, or a country kilometre, because we are in Europe. Though obviously Britain has reclaimed imperial measurements for some unbeknown reason. 16.5 seconds ahead of Andrea Catalani. Behind him, Vaselli. And then Prevost. Just having a bit of a look there. I think they are now in traffic, which is making it a little bit more difficult to identify on the wider cameras. But there is definitely that majority yellow car about to shoot into the bottom of the screen there. That is Andrea Catalani. There's a lap car in between them. And then Vaselli seems a long way back. Vasselli's had a bad lap. And he's dropped back to, he was 1.8, now he's 2.2. Yes, he's just a little bit of distance behind. So Catalani still in second. It's Feldman really just getting away here. We're at half distance at the large-scale touring car race. Nice little permanent circuitry. You can see there's some excellent sheds being built by the Swiss there. Apparently also held the yodeling championships here as well.
Oh, really?
Yes, and tossing the Toblerone. Those big Swiss sports.
The caber?
It's a very big Toblerone. It's Swiss Toblerone.
Right.
Jeez, honestly, he's missed it. I apologise for Matt. He's completely out of the focus this whole thing, aren't you? You just lost the whole concept of doing RC commentaries.
Well, I am
Much as I have.
I'm queuing up our next guest.
See, in fairness to Matt, he is guest central.
I'm manning the hotline. Yes.
Are you manning the complaints as well?
Yes. If you've got any complaints or any comments you want to make, get them on the screen. You can get your comments on the screen. You could even come on and talk to us if you want. We could try that, but get your comments coming in on the Facebook, or if you're watching on the YouTube. We want to hear what you've got to say. Thank you for joining us today here at RC Motorsport Europe's live link-up. This is an EFRA broadcast. We're looking at large-scale touring car from Lestalo. We are looking for large-scale off-road from the UK. Welcome to Lincolnshire, says Robert Jacques.
Yeah, we've also talked through a major part of the event because Marcus Feldman has dropped down to third. So that 15-second lead he had is gone. He's now 4 seconds behind the leader. It's Catalani leading by a second from Vaselli. I think I heard Laszlo in the background saying that he'd come in for a brief pit stop. You don't need to stop for fuel here. So Feldman now running in third place, Prevost fourth. And hopefully we'll pick up Feldman. There we are. That's Feldman in the red and blue car there. He's got a red and blue roof. Red and blue onto the tail. So there's 2 red and blue cars, but red with blue on the tail, that is Vasselli. Red with blue on the roof, but still with a red tail, that is Feldman. Feldman catching up already, 3.8 seconds behind. So he gained about half a second that time around. So with plenty of time, interesting to know what that issue was. I'm sure we should get Lazo back and ask him to tell us. Feldman looking to gain up. It's got it down to 3.4. But interesting also, Vasselli now is getting close to Catalani. So this one, after looking like it was going to be a processional stretch, is now condensing up very, very quickly. Marcus Feldman, the world's fastest dentist in RC. I don't know the fastest dentist in any other part of the sport either. Former world and European champion from Germany with the Mechatech.
He has won a crazy amount of European championships.
He's won 5, hasn't he? And he's won the world. But more importantly, he's also won a lot of invitational events in the States as well. He certainly is the winningest, which isn't a word, as you know, driver within large scale. As there we see Catalani sweeping around the first corner. Was it Catalani or was that actually Prevost? Some people are very naughty in having very similar coloured cars, but actually the first 2 are right together to the extent you just see him popping out there. So the green car is, I think, Verbrugge being lapped again. And there you can see Catalani going past him. They go past the rostrum, and they'll shoot there. So it's Catalani. Then it's lapped. I think it's Verbrugge, and then that the blue tail, red nose. That is Vasselli with Feldman behind him. So 1, 2, 3 are there, almost in a line, but there's a back marker in the green car in between them. They're right bottom there, left, and then coming through the screen now. The first of these cars is our leader Catalani. Then Vasselli, then Feldman. So 1, 2, and 3 are right together. They're very covered by about a second and a half of 3 of them. So Catalani can have extreme pressure with 11 minutes to go here in Lestalo. And look at that, 1, 2, and 3. And Feldman appears to actually get a drive past. I'm not even sure actually whether Vasselli let him go. We have seen Vasselli lose drive a couple of times before. I'm not sure whether he's just had an issue where he spun up the diff or whether he's got a slight issue. But he lost all drive there. And suddenly Feldman swept into second place, and Vasselli lost too much time to have let him go. He must have had a problem getting drive out of that corner. So Feldman now hunting down Catalani. So they go right to the top left of the screen, as you can see it there. So back towards us with the infield hairpins. Now switching cameras, and right behind Catalani in the yellow-nosed car, it's that red machine, which is Marcus Feldman, who's leading for most of the way, and has now, after that unexpected pit stop, dropped about 15, 16 seconds and dropped into second place. But he's got his chance to get back again. Plenty of time. Third of the race still to go. 48 laps down. So by my calculation, they'll do another 24. They sweep round the picturesque Swiss countryside in between the mountains of the Alps. Quite close to the Italian border from memory. That's only memory of me looking on Google Maps, as I sent various other members of the team there. For some reason I've never actually been there. It's one I've missed out on, despite going to most of the tracks in Europe during our many multi-year trips. I think we've done 10 years, haven't we? Well, we've done 12 years now there. We haven't done anything the last 2 years, so 10 years of actually travelling somewhere.
I went in a Postman Pat van.
Did you?
Yeah, which you hired for me. It's fantastic. Absolutely very scary.
I didn't know how
going around the Alps.
I didn't know I'd hired a Postman Pat van. It sounds very generous as Feldman now takes the lead from... Oh, someone's pulled off at the bottom there. So Feldman leads. Second place is Catalani. Those are the 200. Now Vasselli is pushing back. There we go. Shooting through is Feldman. There's a couple of cars painted the same way, which I'm going to have a word with later because it gets very confusing. But second and third are right together at this moment. So you've got Catalani and Vasselli right together. Feldman just doing some lappery. So Vasselli, who's been unable to get past Catalani for a long time, has suddenly caught up the pace, catching back up with him, going on the main straight. 3 cars out. That's Venda Ambrogio, Hesse Roskamp and Marius Hetland. They are not taking part anymore. They've pulled in. Car's probably very tired after an hour and a half of running, which they received yesterday afternoon. So Feldman already pulling away. Absolutely is the class this field. He's so much quicker than everyone else. He's nearly 2 seconds ahead. But the cars you're looking at, those 2 beneath us. Where's Catalani gone? Oh, there we are. Just a bit further than I thought he was. There's Catalani. Yellow, blue roof. And then behind that we have Viselli coming there. Oh, get the inside look on the switchback, but not happening. Now he's going to run behind him down the straight. I think these cars are obviously tuned up properly now. They'll be very similar maximum velocities. Sweep round, braking hard. These large-scale touring cars have proper four-wheel disc brakes. Some of them mechanical. A lot of them now are powered by pneumatics, effectively. Not pneumatics. What do you call it? I don't know. By liquid. It's not pneumatics. What is it?
What is what?
I've lost a word.
Paul's busy complaining about...
Thank you. It's hydraulic. Thank goodness for that. Someone's come up with hydraulic brakes. Jesus. What has gone wrong with me? Why is Paul complaining?
Being sent places with cars with no air conditioning by you.
Let me take you on a journey.
Let me take you by the hand
and lead you to let me take you by the hand and lead you to another place
with no air conditioning and lots of RC events.
I've got to be careful because if I sing too well, I'll get as a copyright strike.
Yes, this is true. So
Feldman leading, Catalani second. Viselli third. He says two right now together. Yes, in the early days of RC racing, there was a kind of a push for economy, which resulted in some poor choices of all sorts of things, from hotels to cars. However, I think you have to agree, prior to the pandemic, things were significantly better, except when you booked it.
Hey, that's not nice.
How good was that French 1/8 Nitro hotel, Matt?
Yeah, that was pretty dire.
Pretty grim.
Pretty grim. Yes.
Booked by?
Myself.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Anyway, there's a little over 5 minutes left in this one.
So second and third still nailed together. After this 25 minutes gone nearly. There they go. Bottom of your picture, and now they're going to just emerge at the top. Oh, Viselli's as close as he's been the entire time. Those are the two cars that come back to one towards us now, going through the switchback. First car round's back marker. Here they come now. Catalani from Viselli. Viselli, of course, a multiple large-scale off-road champion. Can't remember if he's won touring cars. It was mostly the Bayers, wasn't it? Both the Bayers won a touring car European champions.
Yes.
Martin won two before moving to become a development driver for X-Ray, and Alice won one. I haven't seen much of Alice Bayer recently, honest. And of course, you spent a lovely week in the Bayer Drome, didn't you? Which unfortunately is also gone now. In our earlier year, our first year of EFA, we sent you away for a week.
Been bulldozed
to be at the Bayer Drome with the
Auto Bay Arena,
with the greatest cannon intro of any event ever.
Yes.
With a 21 cannon salute for the start of an RC event. So a little bit more gappage there, as you see, that Catalani absolutely trying to keep ahead. They are 4 seconds behind the leader. Cedric Prevot looking to bridge the gap, but the battle here is his second and third one. Coming around again, timing and scoring those two stripes in the road. That's the two loops for the MyLaps transponder system. Thank you to MyLaps for backing us here on this first RC Motorsport EFRA Live link-up. Everywhere you go, you see MyLaps in Europe. I do a lot of full-scale races, and you just see the same MyLaps as well. I say the same transponders. The ones for full-size cars are a bit bigger, to be honest, because they tend to be mounted a bit further away, some metal in the way. But it's MyLaps who effectively run the timing for all motorsport, from the very highest level to the very smallest level, which would be 12th racing, I suppose. Well, actually, no, I suppose many of these might be even smaller. So they stretch away again. Catalani seems to be able to hold the gap. I mean, it's been very massively frustrating for Viselli in the following car, yellow with the blue tail, because he's been ebbing and flowing between about, the gap is now what, 3/10. He's been as close as 2/10. He's been as far away as 1.5 seconds, but at no point has he even stuck his nose up the inside. And he's been doing this now for 26 minutes. Oh, Dario's gone. Dario's rolled. And that was very, very unfortunate. He just rolled off at the, probably just a little bit over, too much steering there. Flipped it over, and now he's dropped out of second. And out of third. Prevot is third. And Viselli's not even come round yet. So that may be the end of Viselli's challenge. I'm still waiting for him to actually come the next lap. Because remember, he's flipped over. There's not a marshal who's going to run out from a position. He has to get his own marshal to run from the pit lane to where his car is, flip back in and put it back on the track. And that has lost him a lot of time. In fact, as you see, Prevot and Catalani have already gone through. We still haven't seen Vasselli. There's a possibility Vasselli may have ended up lapped by Feldman. We're just waiting now to see where he might be. Nope, Vasselli has indeed been lapped. I think he's been lapped in this procedure there. That one crash, 26 minutes of good work undone by one. I don't know if it's bad luck or just over-ambitious bit of turning. I doubt they're braking for that end sweep. They might be easing off. I can't believe they apply the brakes. I mean, but these cars do have a huge amount of momentum. When you weigh that much and you try and turn it round, if you do get a bit of a dig in, you get a bounce the wrong way, then it's possible to just pick up and go. So Feldman now happily in the lead again. Don't forget, he was leading by 15 seconds, lost it all with a pit stop. I mean, don't quite know why, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. He's back out 5 seconds ahead. Prevot third, 5 seconds further back, and they're the only three on the lead lap. I think we may actually be, with Feldman and Vasselli are on camera now. So Feldman leading is one lap and, as you can see, 10 metres ahead of Vasselli, who's off the podium in this particular race, which is going to be sort of kicking himself. Oh, he's rolled again. So that car's developing some unpleasant handling facts. So possibly you may be having tyre issues towards the back end of this half-hour race. Very hot out there yesterday, unlike today where it's very wet. Pictures brought to you by Polestar TV. Born by Laszlo Gal, well known for Samba exhaust and Mini Cargo. So he's a big player in the big scales. But we have a number of these screens and systems up. So I think you can have one camera, two camera, or as we have here, I think 4, and the automatic switching. I know Brooklands in the UK has recently put one in. So Catalani remains in second. That's Vasselli we're looking at, who's got 4th, and quite a high rate of attrition. We've lost 4 cars completely. I think we may have lost a 5th one as well. I think we've lost a great number of cars have not finished this race. Looks like just 6 are going to. One was carried over a second ago, but that may have been a second retirement. As they come round, last minute of running here. As Starlo fires up.
Absolute fastest lap today in this
And 24 flat is the fastest lap. The interesting thing is, you look at those fast laps, which Laszlo's talking about now in the background. He's half a second faster than anybody else. So he's just really got the pace on the entire field as Marcus Feldman. We come down to the last couple of laps here. He's done 72 laps, which is my prediction how many he'd do. So he's going to do 73 and show off. Ease it back a bit, by the way, that Vasselli's kind of kept the gap the same, because at one point, another car's gone. I think Prevot's gone. So it may mean that Vasselli will get himself back on the podium again. I think there's Prevot being picked up. 1 second, and that's it. And it's going to be all over for Feldman. Feldman's finished. Catalani says it's going to be Marcus Feldman's going to win. Andrea Catalani comes over in second. Dario Vasselli picked at third, right on the last lap when Cedric Prevot failed. Probably ran out of fuel, to be really honest with you. Tom Hack picks up 4th. Giovanni Verbrugo picks up 5th. Cedric Prevot 6th. Maximilian Hornig picks up 7th. Ambrego Vender, Hessel Roskamp and Marius Hetland didn't make the trip. So thank you to Polestar TV and Laszlo providing us with that action. Delayed action. We were going to take it live, but it all happened yesterday, Matt.
It did.
And
a race of attrition there.
And some great racing and great attrition. You're absolutely right. Let's be honest, but only 5 of the cars, as you look at the full lineup there, only 5 of the cars actually finished the race to the end.
Yeah.
And a couple of the cars obviously did not start with Cedric Placido.
Well, I mean, what a day for them, because they're actually racing for 90 minutes across the day.
I'd been too tired by then anyway.
I mean, that is a lot of racing.
It's a lot of tiring.
It really is. We are going to be talking to Carlos Gomez fairly soon on air, the 1/8 buggy section chairman, because of course we are looking at the 1/8 buggy nationals in Spain and at Nemo Raceway in Great Britain. I don't know what we're going to see.
Where are we going next?
We don't know where we're going to go next. We're going to see one of those places at some point soon. I was going to say we could talk to Laszlo again, just to get a little bit of a debrief on that fantastic final. He says he needs a rubber boat.
Obviously, it's raining.
It's raining quite bad over there.
Quite hard.
Yes, yes, it really is.
The precipitation is precipitous.
I can tell you a few things.
Oh, go on.
If you're interested, the quarter-final A has just kicked off over at North Ings with Andy Spence on... no, it's finished. Ian Southey, no. I don't know.
We've got some racing over at...
We've got some stuff.
We've got some racing down in the Nemo Raceway.
Buggy's coming. Well, I try and decode what the hell's going on this screen.
Halfway through. They're not quite halfway through the quarterfinals, which is a 20-minute race. Does James have anything to tell us about these finals, team? Let's see where he comes in. And I can see, here we go.
There we go.
I've got the captain in 4 again. I thought I'd taken that out again.
Everybody else continues on. James Leprevo's pitted, so he's going to drop down the order on the timing screen very, very shortly. Still running with Bradley Baird at the moment. Running it in 3rd position. Bradley Baird running it in 3rd place at the moment.
So we are talking to Robert in Spain. Robert Battier, you're in the pits at the Spanish Nationals. How's it going?
I'm here at Spanish Nationals. Yeah, we are here, and yeah, it's everything going good. We are 1 hour to start the main final. I started with number 1 and Canas number 2. So we'll see what happens. We are super close. Also, Pariente is quite close here, and Oscar Baldó. So I think we will be 4 fighting for the win.
You were champion for many years, and Canas obviously took that championship away from you, and today could be the day you take it back. Are you feeling good about that?
Yeah, and sincerely, I'm feeling really good here in the final, in the semi-final. And yeah, if I win here, I will win my 14th title. So I will do my best to do it. This is my first ball, but the last round will be in his home track, so it will be super difficult. I will try to push here.
Fantastic, fantastic.
So 14 titles, and then you lose one. How do you feel about losing that title?
Someday had to rise. I mean, for sure I will not. I would not win it forever, but I don't know. I like also that Canas was the one who took the title, because we are super close since we were super young, and I was with him when he was like 5-6 years old. So I think it's good to fight to a little kid that you saw how he grows and so on. So I felt good. I mean, for sure, inside a little like, oh shit, it's the time. It arrived the time, but someday you had to arrive. Now I have to push to get it back.
You have quite a different driving style to Canas, right? You're a very smooth guy, very patient. Canas quite aggressive.
Yeah, he's super aggressive. Now, for example, in the semi-final, I was first for 10 seconds in front of him. But I'm sure he will push a lot in the final, and he will be with me or maybe better, I don't know. But for sure, he will be there pushing. If he has to push 3 times more than usual, he will do it for sure.
So, Robert, we've seen recently you've changed your engine supply. You've got a new engine. That's quite a big change in the middle of a season.
Yeah, it was like Maxima closed and so on. I don't know what they did exactly with MX and so on, but I found a really good deal with Gmar. They are always based, so more or less it's quite similar as I had before, but also they have no adversity range and so on for cheaper engines, and I think it's a good guy and also good brand that they are coming into now on the off-road. And also I will be selling them from Spain and Portugal and so on. So I think it's a good deal finally. When Maxima said bye bye to all, I was like quite bad some weeks. Just it was one of my biggest sponsors, so for sure it's not good. But I think I found the right way, and I'm really happy for that.
I mean, you are, of course, one of the professional racing RC racers around the world. I mean, how was it during the pandemic? Was it difficult to keep going? Did you have to think about perhaps working a job in McDonald's or something?
Sincerely, at the beginning was like, okay, I will be 2 or 3 months at home. It's not bad. We we have a lot of trips, so it's okay. But once we started, like 9 months, 10 months, 1 year, I said like, whoa, just keep calm, because if we stay like this more time, maybe I have to go somewhere. at least I have a career.
Oh, wow.
Well, we've Laszlo's taken over Robert.
We also have Carlos as well.
There's too many people. We're too popular.
Can we say hello to Carlos as he's been waiting in the queue? We have Mr. Carlos Gomez with us. We're watching the 1/8 boogie from GB,
the quarterfinals,
BRCA quarterfinals. We've been talking to Robert Battier, who's
back. Back, yay!
Chaos.
We'll have Carlos for a second. Carlos, hello.
How's it going, Carlos?
Yeah. The wet surface for sure.
Yeah, they've had rain as usual.
Yeah, and then in Spain you have the sunny surface, no dusty like yesterday, so kind better. So it is off-road. That's it. And I don't know. Oh yeah, AstroTurf for a larger scale. Yeah.
Yes, it's all types of surface, but yeah, apart from lovely Spain, we've had too much rain. So the rain in Spain has not stayed made in the plain; it's come somewhere else. But
yeah, it's more I like to be in the north of Spain, which is the most British weather, which is where I am actually. So yeah, we have risk of rain tomorrow, not today, but luckily I am seeing cars racing in the UK in Nemo facilities. I like the track. It looks like a quite interesting one. How do you feel about Nemo being a candidate for Euros in the future?
We'll go there. Yeah, it's a short drive. We're happy to go there.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we have to ask the owners and the BSA as well.
I think John will be very happy to do it. No, it's nice. It's the first time I've seen the facility. It's a really nice track. It's hard packed dirt. It's perhaps could do with a couple more jumps. But apart from that, it looks really good. And it's an all year round facility as well, so people can drive there, in the middle of the week as well. And John Hazelwood and the rest of the Nemo guys are pretty good. I have a question for you, Carlos, and you aren't allowed to sit on the fence. You have to give me an answer, okay?
Yeah. And we can ask Robert as well.
My question is, Robert?
Hello?
Or Canas? Which one? Who are you going to go for? One Carlos or Robert? Come on, who's going to win? Come on. No. I know you're a lawyer.
I go for Robert. It's 12 years in a row. He has been 12 in a row, which is a real Dothan, the dirty Dothan, because it's done on the dirt. So it's the dirty Dothan for Robert. I have to look in the archives to see who was the very last before Robert, and it was Richie Gomez.
Oh, wow.
And Robert was runner-up in 2005. So there is one moment where you are the young guy coming, and there's a moment when you are the veteran who are waiting for the young lads to come. And Robert is now on the other side, and probably he will go like Nieto, like 12 plus 1 instead of 13. I don't know, because Robert likes a lot the numbering. He's 36 and everything like that. So I don't know if he
That right,
likes the
Robert?
13 as a number or he prefers 12 plus 1. What do you prefer, Robert?
I think it's frozen.
It keeps freezing.
I have another question for you, Carlos. I've got you here, and you can't go anywhere. Okay, so currently, hopefully, if we get to travel the world next year, currently the European Championships in 1/8 Nitro Buggy should be at Redovan.
Yeah.
But is there a different event that's going to happen there instead?
Let's see. We get to know because in IFMAR we are going to talk about this situation in the coming weeks. So we have to try to be creative if possible, and think in the benefit of the sport if possible. And then it all may change. Who knows? Who knows?
And if we let's run this to its logical end. So obviously, therefore, if we do decide to have an IFMAR Worlds in Redovan, would the Euros then go to another track in Spain or just another track somewhere?
No. What will be done will be in that event, which is yet to be done. In that event, as we have already allocated the next Euros in Barcelos in Portugal, what we will do is to switch the event's position. So Barcelos will hold the Euros, and the next year Redovan will have the Revenge of the Worlds in an Euros format, and just in case that happens.
Cool.
We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Nothing is done. Don't publish. Carlos has said we're gonna run the world.
Oh, it's published now. It's published.
I'm seeing it now. What are you talking about? Hang on.
Just
press. It's done. Well, we can edit those ifs out, Carlos. It's not a problem at all. I can edit the whole thing out. Carlos says.
Yeah, you have someone. You just cut the messages, and then
it's fine. Literally, I can make you say anything you want now. Do okay. We'll deep fake Carlos, and he can give me any event I want. Oh dear.
But Redovan for sure next year we're gonna have a super huge big race, which will be for sure the return of the super European racing. Although these national races are absolutely incredible. By the way, I think there is Danish nationals in Denmark as well, but I don't have seen any broadcasting from there. And I see the Irish doing some nationals also in Badlands, but it was Electra and Truggy, which is not the one.
Just not the thing you want to talk about is electric and truggies. Honestly, shocking. So Carlos, I've been asking everyone else about this. So what have you been doing for the last year and a half then?
Come on, we are desperate with the fuel rule, which is a horrible rule in Europe.
Oh yes, of course,
The new fuel rule for the European community is causing headaches at organizing level, because we have to see a rule which is valid for the whole of Europe. And it must enter in force this next winter by the 1st of January of the next year. In many countries, we will not be allowed to use any more than 60% nitro in weight, not in volume, which is something like about 14 of the volume, 14 in the volume system we are using. So it is reducing the nitro even in the on-road. But imagine what is the nightmare for off-road, which we are actually on 25, and we're going to be nearly half of the content of nitro. And that is a lot of change in the engine.
Carlos, can you just explain to the people who aren't watching, who aren't experts in nitro engines, what does the effect does that have? What does the effect of reducing the nitro have on the engines? What does it do?
Temperature-wise, it will be problematic, for sure. The engines will get hotter and will get much more critical on tuning. The range of the tuning will be reduced to have the best performance, and it will require more good mechanic to do a proper engine tuning. That will be mainly the issue. So we are talking also with the industry, trying to find out if we open the diameter of the carburetor may help or may not. And we know that some of the industry is thinking and making a new head button for the engines in those countries where they are going to be obliged to use a shorter content of nitro. But these are possible solutions we are focusing, but yet to be focused at EFRA level at this stage.
Is there a way forward? Is racing going to continue? Are you going to find a way to keep exciting racing in Europe with Nitro?
Oh, the racing is going to be exciting for sure. Don't worry about that. It is when the on-road reduced it from 25 to 16, racing will keep on going exciting. It's like in Formula One. You just put a new rule, and in 2 years the engines will be doing the same performance with less horsepower and everything like that, and it will happen the same in 1.8 buggy. I have seen yesterday, I think, the release from X-Ray of a new technology on carbon fiber and composite for touring cars. They are talking already about entering that into the 1.8 buggy class. I have seen some other inventions, new patents coming from other brands in 1.8 buggy. So I can feel there is an interest market coming. So racing is going to be exciting for sure.
Good.
Good
Excellent.
words. Thank you, Carlos. That's a promise.
Yes.
Racing's going to continue to be exciting. Thanks for joining
Cheers,
us, Carlos.
Catch you later.
You're welcome.
It's been amazing.
We'll
do.
We'll keep on trying.
Now, finally, as promised, as we have a break in the racing action, we can talk to Laszlo.
Hey!
Sorry about this, Laszlo. You're back. With okay, so we have Laszlo, Ernesto and Laszlo.
And Laszlo,
and there he is.
On the screen.
Laszlo, sorry, we had a delay
I've
there.
got an important question to ask you. Very important question I need to ask you, Laszlo. We just watched the final race. We watched the last race from yesterday. Why did Marcus Feldman stop? What happened?
He made a mistake, or let's say he was leading so much that he fell asleep, and then he made a mistake, went to the grass, and then he had to come to the pits to do something with the body shell, which was not on its place. But that was it. And also, actually, I discussed with him that if he has so much lead, that he should come to the pits to make it more exciting. That was a kidding, of course, but.
He certainly got the class of the field.
Happened. So he tried to make he made the fastest lap with 24.0, but he wanted to go under 24, and then it was too much, so the car could not make it. But coming back to Carlos, I just heard that what he said about engines, and I think this is a hot issue in our category, because this is just on the edge. And we had 33 entries yesterday, which is, I think, the worst in 20 years of Los Talo history. But okay, COVID and whatever you can say, but we need to do something with the rules, especially with NG rules, because this cannot go on, because normal people, club drivers, cannot afford 3 engines for a race weekend. That's for sure. And if you don't have it, then you can forget the main final for sure.
As obviously,
okay. What,
Laszlo, you're of course part of the media with Polestar TV, but we should say that you're also a manufacturer as well, an associate member of EFRA.
Yes.
With your brand. So do you actually, you say it can't continue and something needs to happen. Do you have an idea of what needs to happen? No.
We need to reduce engine power, and the reliability of the engines has to be much better, because some let's say teams or drivers or whatsoever take care of their engines, but it takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money, and so on, and it's not so many people can follow this. And in my opinion, if you look at the race car series in Germany, you can only use standard engine parts. You can slightly tune the engine, but standard engine parts, and they have the same fun or even more fun on the races. Also the top drivers, because most of the top drivers also take part in that racing series. So, but we are speaking about that for years. Also last year we had a big discussion And I don't know what happens now with the AGM, but we really need to focus on this because this is very crucial for our large scale category. And as I just heard, for all the categories. We have to reduce costs because all the costs are in sky high, hotel costs, traveling costs, tires, everything, and that's why we just lose drivers. We cannot save it if you don't act very, very quickly. I had a lot of discussion also this weekend with a lot of drivers, and this is what they say. This is not only my idea.
Yep, I think that as you say, you don't need the last half horsepower to have fun. So why not make the things more reliable and cheaper?
Exactly. If you have a 0.3 of a second slower lap, and everybody has the same, then what? You can save thousands of euros for a racing season. So I don't see any reason why not to change it.
Yep.
Sounds good. Laszlo, we're going to let you go and enjoy the rest of the day. Can we just see out the window what the weather's like now in Lastalo? Is it still, you say you need a rubber boat. What does it actually look like?
It is very beautiful. Okay, we will open the window. And that's still helping.
Oh, well.
Oh, yeah.
This way, wasps coming in like there can be.
There we go.
Damp.
So,
oh, look at this.
so
the low mist. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Beautiful.
The sky,
mist. Clouds.
Blue skies behind the clouds.
I hope you got your sun cream, Laszlo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or whatever your trench foot protection is. Thanks, then.
Thanks, Laszlo.
Cheers, Laszlo.
Great to talk to
Thanks
you.
a lot.
We've a little less than a minute left with Frank over at North Ings Raceway of the quarter-final A, where Ryan Griffin's in the lead and seems to be untroubled. He's on 16 laps. Is Frank doing the old comms?
Broken on the car or just coming loose a bit? So that car you can see just behind Saul is the leader of Ryan. Bumpy ride through that tire wall section, around the hairpin, through the short chute, around the danger tire, and into that tight and twisty infield. I mean, it doesn't sound healthy, but it doesn't sound horrible either. It just definitely sounds different. So these cars take a massive beating. Coming through that S section. Mark McCabe still several seconds behind, at least 10 seconds behind, so quite a big gap. Saul running third to Zach Whittleson in second and Ryan in first. In fact, the car 3 is actually not that far ahead of Saul. You'll be able to see it in shot just there, possibly. And they're starting to finish the race now. So everyone's just kind of dialing it back a bit, rolling up the throttle. And that is everyone finished with the race. So bumping up, we've got Ryan Griffin, Zach Whittleson, one of our youngest drivers here. Again, that won't be the last time I say that. Saul Morris, Mark McCabe, Paul Gressy. Ian unfortunately didn't finish, and Colin unfortunately did not start.
Right, frank action from Lincolnshire. Let's swap our muddy, overcast parts of Britain, please, chaps. And we're going to go over to the Nemo Raceway, where the first semi-final is underway. We will pick up with James in a second, but I'll just give you a rundown of where they are at the moment. It's Lee Martin leading with car 1. Johnny Skidmore, the current British champion, is currently in second. William Skidmore, he's won the championship. William Skidmore is in third. Graham Allsop is in fourth. Callum Niblett's fifth. Jamie Clancy is sixth. Then it's Michael Lewis, Simon Willits, John Hazelwood, the man who runs the track, is back in ninth. And then we have David Gibson, Elliot Taylor, Dave Bay, Dylan Saunders, and John Spencer. Take it away, James Stewart.
Being chased by Johnny. Johnny trying to close in. Johnny already the champion for this year. After the first 4 rounds of this BRCA series. Heading out onto the main straight. Johnny trying to find his way past. Really close battle going on at the front between Johnny and Lee Martin. See the track almost completely dry now. Still looks quite slick on camera, but this great battle that we're watching going on between Lee Martin and Johnny Skidmore. And small mistake there from Lee Martin, ran a little bit wide. Johnny Skidmore didn't need any second invitation to nick the lead there. This great semi-B that we're watching going on between Lee Martin and Johnny Skidmore. Johnny Skidmore out in front at the moment from Lee Martin. Lee will be looking to get this one back. Either one of them will be happy just to get the move up into the main final later on, though. Johnny Skidmore now trying to get away from Lee Martin. Mistake from Lee in the background. Just out the back of shot there. Johnny Skidmore a little bit more comfortable out front now. Johnny Skidmore going away at the front. We are coming up to the 5-minute mark here. That's gone quickly in this 20-minute semi-final B. Getting to the range of first stops relatively shortly. Running with Johnny Skidmore, our leader there. Will Skidmore running in third place at the moment. Graham Allsop running in fourth. So it's 3 from 1, from 2, from 4. Current running order. Leader Johnny Skidmore looking quite comfortable. Let's, unless anything dramatic happens elsewhere, let's see if we can run with him till the first round of stops. Johnny Skidmore heads back towards us. Pops up nice air. Car looks really calm, really under control. Just launches lovely between those two corners. Just seen Lee Martin make a mistake in the background. That's dropped him further off. I think Will Skidmore might have been promoted into second for a Skidmore Brothers 1-2. Johnny leading this one quite comfortably, starting to go up towards some traffic now. We are around 6 minutes into this final, so definitely into first stop range. You can see the confidence he's got in the car there, just very slightly up on 2 wheels, just keeps the throttle pinned, pulls it back down in a straight line, just a very small bit of opposite lock on there. Fastest lap, 38.27 from Johnny Skidmore last time around. So absolutely flying out there on the circuit. Earlier on, we were just starting to see drivers go sub 40. Here we go into the stops for the first time. Our leader stops, fires it down the pit lane. Refueled comfortably and gone. So I suspect that's promoted Will into the lead. Let's see if we can find Will Skidmore. He is the number 2 car. He's going to be somewhere out on track in front of Johnny. Let's have a look. That will be the case until we come up to Johnny's stop. Let's have a look. Oh, in fact, Johnny's already in front of Will. So that didn't take long. Johnny's lead then some 6 seconds over Will. Let's see if we can find Will, the number 2 car. Looks like we've got him on screen as he's down the main straight. Heads back through the infield now. It's super clean, super comfortable out there. Both cars looking like they're soaking up absolutely everything that they hit. This is the 2 car we're running with at the moment of Will Skidmore. Lee Martin slowing in front, showing in front on the timing. Just at the moment, but that was just a result of the stops. Everybody's filtering through stops at the moment. Johnny Skidmore still leading this one from the car we're running with, Will Skidmore. Graham Allsop up into 3rd position currently. Let's see if we can find Sloppy, car number 4. See if we can pick him up. His colour scheme's normally fairly distinctive. Not seen him come through yet. They're just waiting for Graham Allsop with the number 4 car. There goes Sloppy now. He's just the last of the cars that's just come past us, so he'll be the last of the cars heading out onto the main straight. Just about now. That is our current 4th place man, Graham Allsop. Johnny Skidmore leading this one from Will Skidmore, Lee Martin and Graham Allsop. Michael Lewis running in 5th place currently from Callum Niblett, Simon Willits. We have got around half this final remaining. Running with Graham Allsop at the moment. Comes out onto the main straight once more. In for a stop. Relatively early, that stop, but it means a safe run to the end, and they know the pit lane is nice and clear when they do that and go in. Let's check back in with our leader, the number 3 car. In fact, let's go back to this battle that's just coming out onto the main straight between the 2 car and the 1 car. So the 2 car just onto the main straight now. Okay, this is Will Skidmore, and Lee Martin is not very far behind him at all. Less than a second covering those 2, I would say. Still looking at this battle for 2nd place going on at the moment. Will Skidmore occupying it. He is 9.5 seconds behind his brother. Lee Martin about 1 second further back. Great battle going on out there at the moment. Was that a change for 2nd place? I believe it was. I think Lee Martin has just found his way past. So Lee Martin up into 2nd place now. Lee Martin into 2nd from Will Skidmore. Johnny Skidmore quite comfortable way out in front. See if Lee can start chasing him down. Great move there from Lee. Lee having done many, many laps around this circuit. Very familiar with the intricacies of the layout, knows where all the bodies are buried. Exactly where he can find the time out there. This battle still going on. Battle for 2nd that we're watching on screen. We have got around 7 minutes of this 20-minute final remaining here. This B semi at Nemo Raceway, just off the M40 in Warwickshire. Johnny Skidmore leading this from Lee Martin, Will Skidmore and Graham Allsop. Current running order. Johnny Skidmore is he's around 10 seconds down the road from this. So closest battle is the one that we're watching between Lee Martin and Will Skidmore. Will did have second for a large proportion of this final. But it's a great move from Lee Martin, jumped past him. Just seeing a stop there. And sent on his way again. Nothing left on the table there for Lee as he exits the pits. Every second could be critical there between Lee and Will.
Okay, so just to summate, with a few minutes to go on this one, we have a very, very important guest. And this first semi-final, Johnny Skidmore leading, Lee Martin second, William Skidmore third, Graham Allsop is fourth, and Simon Lips and Callum Niblett, they are the guys who are bumping up, and there's a big gap to Jamie Clancy in seventh, so I think they probably will be. 5 minutes to go, you can carry on watching it in the left-hand corner, and I will, of course, give you an update of the results at the end. But more importantly now, we have our star guest.
A star guest?
Star guest.
Joining us.
Introduce our star guest.
We have the president, as this is the RC Motorsport Europe live link, brought to you by EFRA. It's only right that we talk to the president, Javier. Javier, how's it going?
Everything's fine, but I don't think that I'm the star guest. Another guest.
Well, in fairness, we had Robert Battier. So
we had Robert Battier. Lee Martin's coming on soon.
Is he? Oh, that's good.
David Ronnefelk's coming on soon.
Yeah. No, you're still the star. You're still the star.
I consider myself a worker for that, so that's fine. I want to say that congratulations for your job, guys. You are doing a great RC Motorsport Europe Sunday. And it's really amazing the work that you are doing right now and the work that you did to make it happen. I know that the work in the background. So congratulations, Mac, Nick, James in the background. I
have to be honest.
I know that
it's not really me.
He's working hard.
I've just turned up and shouted at people. It's fine.
Yes, this is true. This is true. How is things over there? Obviously, we're quite off-road heavy on today's show, watching lots of off-road racing.
But next week
we're going on-road. Have you been getting any racing in during the pandemic, Javier?
Yeah, at the moment I'm following the action, the races around Europe. I didn't join any race. I think in the next month I will be in the nationals, the last round of the national championship on road in Spain, in Madrid. I will be there. But anyway, following all the activity that you can find in Europe, that is quite amazing at the moment with the nationals.
It really is. Yeah, it's almost made us realise the quality of racing at national level. Obviously, myself and Nick, we focus on the European Championships and have done for so many years, but obviously they're made up of the best of all the nations, and it's great that we can spend a bit of time watching all the nations battling it out as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think one of the, if I can say good things that the pandemic comes to us is that they put the focus on the nationals. It's so interesting for the people around Europe. In a few minutes, we are going to see the great battles in the national between Robert Badge and Canas. It's two top drivers, and also the rest of the field in the national championship in road in Spain, which is amazing with Baldo and Parenda and a lot of drivers who are working so hard. But it's so interesting, this kind of life for the rest of Europe. So I think we can discover something completely new for us. And I think this is something that, if it could be sustainable, I think it's very great to see next year.
Also, this is great to have, it's kind of part of the overall EFRA development plan for us to be looking at new ways of broadcasting RC. So also great to have you on board to talk about that with a view to the AGM coming up in the coming months as well. It's great to kind of focus on the future and where we're taking EFRA.
Yeah, of course. This is a kind of test also to show exactly to create this kind of show. But this is a kind of test that how looks like the European Championship coverage next year. So it's a kind of, as I said, it's a kind of test. And I think it's very impressive with the results. I know that a lot of things could be improved, of course. It's the first time. But all of us are out of the comfortable area. So I understand that this is something important for us. But I think this is just the top of iceberg. I think we are looking for some new features. And of course, all of you guys are on board on that. So I'm very pleased to work on that and to see exactly this kind of enthusiastic things in front of EFRA to move forward the RC motorsport in Europe.
100%.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's an exciting experiment. We've been excited all day, haven't we? It's one word for it.
It's been fun.
Yeah. I think we are moving during the whole year out of the comfortable area. You know, Matt, and you know, Nick. So we are experimenting a lot of things that never happened before. So we have to be very proud of the work that we are doing. And of course, the results is very difficult to show to the RC community when we don't have races. But I hope that the 2022 we have a normal season and everybody could see, or we will to see exactly what is the work in the background in the last 1 year and a half. So I'm very proud of that.
Yeah. I mean, to actually get to a racetrack for an international race, are you excited for that next year, Javier?
Yeah, really.
I mean, that's the payoff. That's the payoff for all of this work is to go to these events.
I don't want to show off, but I actually managed to do that 2 weeks ago.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Not that it's about
me, but it is. But I actually know because we didn't get to do. I've done 2 Le Mans remotely. I've done a Daytona remotely. We've done Sebring remotely, and I finally went to Barcelona 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
For an endurance race, and it was absolutely fantastic being there. But such an incredible faff with all the testing.
Yeah.
Luckily, that's gone now. The difficult testing's gone now for us. Obviously, every country is different, so I'm not too parochial about this. Yeah. So basically, I'm happy to go anywhere. A couple of quid, I'm off there. I'm fine. I've got so much holiday left as well. It's ridiculous.
Javier, have you seen the Netflix documentary about Nick?
It's officially Michael Schumacher. Officially, it's Michael Schumacher. Yeah.
I want to see that. I have a lot of things to do in the background because I don't have more free time, and I have to keep a kind of list of things that I have to watch.
Yeah.
And this is one of those.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, about an hour. Ignore the first hour and a half, and then it gets good for about a minute. It's good for about a minute, and then obviously it's back off again. Just talking about some multiple world champions.
You asked Carlos earlier. Are you going to ask Javier if he has a prediction?
Oh yes.
For the Spanish national?
Well, I think it's probably more of a chance we'll get. So who do you think is going to win today? Is it going to be Robert? Is it going to be the old head? We were back in the old head. Or is it one Carlos, the young gun, backed by everyone else who's watching? Whoops.
This is very difficult to predict anything to consider that the level of Canas and Budget. But I think that today Budget come back to crown the national champion. I don't know because the level is so high. But anyway, I think it's the officials in the Spanish national will have been a little busy to see because I think the battle will be hard. So I think it's congratulations for the Spanish official, the referees and everything like that they could be in this race because I think it's for sure will be difficult. But anyway, maybe Budget could be a chance.
I hope so. I don't know why. I just something about Robert more resonances more resonant with Robert.
Well, we've watched Robert for years, haven't we?
Yeah,
and he's such a consistent racer. He's so talented, and he's a great communicator as well. It's always great to have interviews with Robert, and he speaks for RC really nicely as well. So I think Robert's a great representative for RC as well.
Yep.
Yes,
favourite people. But you shouldn't have favourite
people. I think in general, people, RC community have to realize that let's say, I don't want to say, I don't know if my words sounds a little bit hard, but the RC community have to realize that EFRA is pushing for the new era. So I think everybody has to be on board of that, and EFRA wants that everybody be on board. But industry, drivers, organizer, federation has to realize of that. So, I think 2022 could be quite amazing, and people like Robert, people like other top drivers have to understand that it's time for those. It's time for the new generation make a step forward and push into the new era.
100%, yes. And it's not just next year. We are actually going to welcome some new EFRA ambassadors. We're not revealing who they are, but in the next few weeks...
Is it me?
It's not you, Nick, no.
No.
It's very exciting, but we will be revealing some new ambassadors. That's going to be an exciting time, Javier.
So for me, it's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, of course. I think that we selected the first, let's say, batch of ambassadors. I think more will come, and a lot of cool news could be done in the next month with the ambassador side. But we choose the first ones, and we will realize in a great show, and Matt will prepare everything and control others. Racing TV work on that, and I'm very pleased, and I want to be that. I want to see that. It could be really amazing. But of course, it's another step that we are doing in the new era, together with the development plan and together with the federation, community, industry. So, well, I think we're all the team that we're behind of that. I'm very motivated and make the things happen next year.
Fantastic. Thanks, Javier. Exciting times, and it's an exciting afternoon. We're just 15 minutes away from that Spanish National. We have the semi-final of the large scale on your screen now. Javier, thanks for joining us. We're going to get back into the racing because we're about to get into the sharp end of the day and all the finals.
Okay.
So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again for your work, and I hope to see you soon in next kind of shows. See you soon, guys.
Thanks, Javier.
Thanks a lot, Javier.
Just a bit of housekeeping for the semi we were watching in the inset during that. That was from round 5. That was Johnny Skidmore did win that by about 16 seconds. Lee Martin was second. William Skidmore was third. Graham Allsop was fourth. Simon Witts was fifth. And Jamie Clancy was sixth. And they're the ones who definitely go through. And we'll wait for the others. Over in Ings, we've got a few minutes to go of the final. Can we hear Frank's dulcet tones on the half A final four-wheel drive, everyone?
We can hear revving.
Is Frank not saying anything?
Car 7's just gone under.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
These guys are almost a lap. They're at least 3/4 of a lap ahead of fourth place Paul Land. So they're in absolutely no danger at all. They can battle to their heart's content as long as they don't break or go off the track. So these two can actually have a bit of fun here, battling for the second and third bump up spots. As they're coming around the short chute into that tight infield section. And they're coming up on the car 9 of Jim Bell, who bumped up from the C final. Sorry, from the C, the Charlie final. But they can drive easy. The leader is just a few corners behind them. And fourth place position is a few corners ahead of them. So if they just continue on this pace, they're gonna lap the fourth place car. They're well ahead. So quite a lot of action.
There we go. There's just over a minute left of that semi-final. But we are joined by somebody who's had,
from his semi-final.
He's had quite an eventful semi-final over at Nemo Raceway. How are you doing, Lee?
Yeah, I'm good, guys. How about yourself?
All good. So second place in the semi. How do you feel about? Oh, hang on. It's been usurped. And for those of you who don't know, this is hi, David. How are you?
David. All good.
you know how racing, and sometimes you like kind of overtake someone. You've just overtaken Lee. You've landed on top of Lee and pushed him out to the side.
Nice.
That was an amazing racing move.
Lee's back again. So there's Lee. So Lee, this Ronafat from Martin yeah, you just got David Ronafat just took your line, literally.
Mate, I mean, he's taking all the glory, huh?
So anyway, second place in the semi. How do you feel about that? No, he's got it again.
I don't know. My Wi-Fi dropped out.
David, can you disconnect for a few minutes? We can send you another link, okay?
Okay.
Live
just can't help- he
TV,
just can't help
live
winning.
link up. Now, hopefully, we'll get Lee back again now, which is exciting. Will we? Who knows?
Nice smiling face.
Yeah,
There we go. Right.
Right. He's not. He's not doing it again. We've told him not to do it again.
You need to defend, Lee. Defend your
It's like
line.
blocking you like that. That's it. Let's try again. How was the semi-final for you?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I made too many mistakes in that one. Yeah, my car was a little too soft, a little edgy to drive because the grips come right back up now. So, but yeah, it was overall okay. You know, second place. We made it to the main. That's the first objective.
So what? Obviously, in the 2 years or 2 seasons of the pandemic, there's been a bit of a changing of the guard, hasn't there? Suddenly, from nowhere, Johnny Skidmore is national champion. Where's this boy come from?
Yeah, you know, he's always been there or thereabouts, increasing the pace all the time. See, obviously, he used to be a Nemo driver up until, well, you know, from the day he started up until last year. And yeah, we knew he was going to be a champion one day. He's always had massive talent. And I guess he would have broke through properly in 2020 for sure. But obviously with the pandemic, it kind of seemed like a surprise when he smashed it in 2021. But we all knew he was coming. So yeah, fair play to him.
So that's a championship. Obviously, it's individual rounds. What have you got from him in the final?
I mean, you know, I'm going to try and bring the A game, try not to make a mistake. He didn't make a mistake in that semi then, which was, you know, pretty stellar. So I'm going to try and do the same and hopefully push him all the way around and nab the win.
Let's just move a little bit away from Nitro, because you are much better known for the electric side of things. Oddly, this week, I received a comment on, do you remember about 10 years ago, we did a Lee Martin special of the TV show? Someone actually
remembers it well, obviously.
Someone actually commented on it for the first time in 10 years, going,
wow.
Wow, Lee's great, isn't he? I thought, it was 10 years ago he was good. Yeah, he's still going on, which is the key thing. The hanging around's the key point, isn't it? Carrying on every year.
Yeah. You got to try and be evergreen in this hobby. You know, there's a few of us that are being a bit evergreen, or at least trying to. So myself and Neil are keeping the old guard kind of true at the moment.
So how is the electric side of things going?
Yeah, not too bad. The season's really about to kick off now. There hasn't been much electric racing going on in the UK, but now moving into the winter season, you know, it's when temp scale would normally thrive. So it's about to start. We're allowed to go indoors again now, as of about now, basically, with the limitations lifted. So hopefully it's about to kick off and we can go and do some big races.
That wasn't Ronafelt trying to run you over, was it?
No. I mean, it's a guy called Charlie there. Strange looking fellow. He's got a ponytail.
Oh dear! Now we noticed that talk about the old blokes. You could be our reporter. We've got a comeback after a couple of years. Bloomers is back. What's happening there? I mean, why did he? Is he now bored of his children? Because that's what happened to me after a couple of years. I can tell you.
Yeah.
I think you know, any one of us that wants to drift out of hobby for a while will ultimately want to come back at some point. So I think a couple of years sabbatical probably did him quite well. You know, he's always had massive talent anyway, so he slipped straight back into top positions. And yeah, he's taking it more of a hobby now. He just comes out for the national races and doesn't do much practice or testing, but he's still fast, which is, you know, can be a pain in the ass because, you know, he's always there or thereabouts. So, but yeah, it's just a hobby for him now, and he's enjoying it.
So looking a little bit more, professionally, we were last chatting to you quite intensively in 2019. It seems like yesterday with the RCGP series. Of course, that was with Infinity, and that's now ended. So who are you driving for, and do you see? Are you still in that kind of absolute top works level, or are you now concentrating on some of the other businesses in your life?
Yeah, you know, I'm still driving for Yokomo with Temscale, Scorpion with electronics, and then my big change from Infinity was to come to Nemo Racing. It is, you know, still a professional thing. I still try and do the best I can, but I also have an eye on a different prize in terms of, you know, working for the business and working with the track. Obviously, you can see in the background you've been watching, and and trying to push Nemo Racing forward with our fantastic products that we have, getting them a little bit more well known throughout the world. and helping develop new platforms and new kind of fun ideas, which some of you may have seen that we've been running and posted a sneak peek picture of this weekend.
So have you missed the international travel? Have you been pleased to get a year or so off it?
You know what? It's strange. Like, I think as soon as I go to an international race, I'm going to jump straight back into that buzz of it and really miss it. But because we've been kind of forced not to, it almost feels normal now to have to not travel. But I do need to go on an airplane soon. It's been a long time, probably the longest period in my life for sure, where I haven't been on a plane. Yeah, it's kind of been nice to be able to stay in the UK and concentrate on our races here. But I think it's about time we went and did a big race somewhere else.
100%.
Yeah. Lee, well, I think we better give Lee a chance to get his
race.
car ready because he's going to be racing in about an hour's time. Let's take the second semi-final. It's being led by another old boy. Neil Cragg currently leading the second semi-final from Jamie Hall. Darren Bloomfield in third. And surprisingly, down in fifth is Elliot Boots, who would have probably started as our favourites. But Lee, lovely to talk to you. Good luck for the final, mate. Thanks a lot.
Thanks,
All right,
Lee.
guys. Thanks very much. Take care.
Cheers.
Now
so,
are we getting quite close to Spain's
yes, so
start?
Spain
and
is
we
going to
have
kick off.
Mr.
Let's
Ronefalk
talk
as
to
well.
Mr. Ronefalk. Well, we tee up having a look at InfoRC's coverage of the final of the National Championships over in Spain. But maybe we can say hello to David in the meantime.
Hey,
there he is.
He's on the other side. It's the right connection.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you the question I asked Lee. I mean, have you missed all the international travel? I know you've done a little bit, but you used to be an absolute, global gypsy. How has it been the last year and a half, being mostly stuck at home?
I've tried to keep myself busy. I've had a small summer house that I've been renovating, so I've done a lot of work on that. But yeah, of course, I've been missing the racing and the international travels. I've done some racing here in Sweden, but it's not the same thing for me. There are a couple of fast kids coming up now with Hampusberg and Elias Johansson, and also Nils is getting pretty quick here. But of course, when we went to Portugal earlier this summer, that was a great feeling to be back on that racing scene again. And just in a couple of days here, I'm flying out to Spain and I'm doing the Buggy Land in 2 weeks, so can't wait for that.
A chance to finally beat Ongaro then.
Yeah, it was close in Portugal. It was a good race. I think we were very close all main. It was just, I don't think any of us made any big errors or anything. It was very close racing, and I had one hiccup coming into pit with a lapper that kind of cost me the 5, 6, 7 seconds that he in the end had the upper hand on me. So of course I will try to get him in Spain.
Anyway, so it's interesting because obviously you've kind of you were at the absolute top of your game, as was David. You've both kind of had this enforced gap, and it's interesting you mentioned Hampusberg coming up. We've seen obviously Johnny Skidmore in the UK. I mean, when we actually finally get back out onto a proper circuit next year, it's going to be completely different. We're going to have a lot of guys who we don't know much about suddenly nibbling at your heels. I mean, how much do you keep an eye on who's coming, and how much do you think, I'll just deal with that when I get there?
No, for sure. And I mean, I was talking to my friend down in Spain, Zacharias, yesterday, and he said that there were a few guys now at the Spanish Nationals being really fast with the Pariente. I think that was the guy's name, Pariente, and he looks really fast. So I had to go look at the timesheets from yesterday qualifying. And, there are a couple of fast guys that has been, getting really fast here in the past 2 years when we haven't been able to travel that much. So it will be interesting coming to Spain and do that race there, because I think, Spain, they are very strong. They have many younger guys, and it will be a good battle because all of the other guys in Europe are going as well. So it will be interesting to see, and it will also be interesting to see how Hampus and those guys can do on the national scene when they get back out and racing internationally. So exciting times ahead. I think we have to wait a little bit more before it gets kind of normal again, but hopefully it's sooner than later.
Speaking of Spain, just kicking off any minute now, potentially the Spanish National Championship will be decided, and it could be between Canas, who you have raced with many times, and
probably crashed with, in fairness.
Crashed with Canas a few times, and raced with Battier a few times as well. What do you think about that, Ty? I think we have Robert out front with Canas behind him. Bit of 50-50 action going on there, no doubt.
Yeah, we'll see. I think I think after that, all that, the buzz around the RCGP thing there, I think, at least in Portugal, I think everyone raced pretty fair and stuff. And I think he also, got a little older. Since then, it was 2 years ago, but 2 years can make a big difference. And I think at that time, he was still just, getting into the top part of the main, I would say. But now he's like, he's one who you count on when you go to any race, any international race today. So he's gonna be there, and I think after we live and we learn. I think we have had a couple good races after that. So especially E-Buggy was also very good in Portugal. We were like 4 guys running super close on that kind of a track. It was a pretty cool thing to see that we could all be so close together without even touching each other. So for sure, there is always going to be heated moments, I guess, especially when the championship is down the line, like now in Spain here, and it'll be interesting to follow and see who's going to grab the overall win, if Robert can get it back or if Canas will retain it.
Who's your money on if you have to bet on Robert?
And you do, by the way.
You do have to bet.
Yeah, you
Robert
have to bet.
Or Juan Carlos Canas. Who would your money be on winning today?
I thought it was 2 out of 4 that was counting, but apparently it's 3 out of 4 in Spain. And I know that the last race is going to be in Canas' backyard, basically. It's not really, but it's only 30 minutes away from where he lives. So that one is going to be tough. So if there's one of them 2 finals that are left, Robert needs to take the chance here. I guess Canas was TQ yesterday, so I think he will probably be the favorite for today, and we'll see who's the winner in the last round. So Canas.
Canas, okay.
That's the bet. It's the Canas bat.
We can see in our screen that they are just lining the drivers up for that final over in Spain.
I thought it was very, very optimistic. We're going to start early.
Yeah. You mentioned E-Buggy, David. Brand's been taking that more and more seriously. Obviously, you work for HB, I guess, and you're taking E-Buggy more and more seriously. It used to be, I remember back in the days of the Neo, it was almost kind of the class to clear the smoke from the track. Do you know what I mean? It was a kind of a filler, get a bit more track time. Do you think that's turning now into being more serious?
Yeah, for sure. I think so. And for us, us top drivers, it's good to get the track time, of course, but I know that many of us have there's a bonus check in our contracts for the E-Buggy as well. So, it's not just another class. It's actually a class. If you want to get any bonus, you better work hard for it in that class as well. And I think, electric is obviously growing all the time, and people are taking it more serious. And I think the majority of the guys are running both classes today, so the competition is just as high. So, I don't think it's just a class you want to drive for track time or anything. It's just about as serious as the nitro class, especially now when you have the European Championship. I guess there's a World Championship missing in that, but I maybe don't see any World Championship just being run for that class. It would have to be maybe combined with a nitro or something like this. And I'm not sure if that's going to happen anytime soon, but we'll see what happens, I guess.
Yeah. Particularly with some issues with nitro fuel happening in Europe at the moment as well.
Yeah, for sure. Here in Sweden, it's not that big. We just had the E-Buggy Nationals here a couple of weeks ago, and I thought the turnout was going to be bigger than it was. But here, nitro is still a lot bigger. So we'll see when that turns. But I know that in other countries, I was talking to Adrian. They had the nationals last weekend in France for E-Buggy, and they were 90 drivers or something like this. So we'll see when it turns up here. But so far in Sweden, the nitro class is the bigger.
I think another question, obviously, about how's the golf game going?
Yeah. Are we moving away from RC and into golf now?
Is your handicap down to scratch yet?
I'm around 2 in handicap. I haven't been able to play as much this summer because I've been renovating the house. So last year I played a lot, but this year I've actually gone the wrong way. I started up the year zero point 0.6 or something in handicap, and now I'm at 2, so I've gone the wrong way. But I guess that's what you get when you don't play enough.
You've been putting a lot of work into building or renovating a house, but also building an RC track.
Yeah, so we just had the first opening here last week on Wednesday, and the weather is starting to get a little bit shittier here in Sweden now. So people want to go back indoors, and we opened up the track again last week, and you know we run two nights, or one night Wednesday night, and then Sundays is what we're gonna have the track open for, and it's been a lot of work. Yeah, I've done that the last 2 years, I would say, but the tracks are done. I have a few more things that I want to do complete around the tracks, like kitchen area for cafeteria and a bit for the pit area as well. But I felt like I've been doing a lot of things. I've done the most out of this COVID break for sure. I haven't been slacking at all, so I've done the most of it, and hopefully people can come and enjoy the tracks. So we're gonna have a couple of races here in Sweden, but I'm also looking forward to have host the international race when the cafeteria and everything is done.
Very cool, very cool. And you're doing you obviously we associate you with off-road. You're an off-road European and world champion over the years, but you're racing on-road as well. Are you taking that more seriously?
Yeah, I mean, I've always loved, I love any RC class, basically. I could run whatever. And, on-road, I did it in the past, probably like 06, 07 in the winter here in Sweden. But, yeah, off-road has been my thing, like you said. And on-road has been kind of something that I've done a couple of times a year, maybe. But I felt like every time I want to do on-road, it's like a lot of prep because the bodies are changing, tires, whatever. I need to check the car setup and everything. So it's been like a week of work just to get 1 weekend of racing with on-road. And now when I have my facility, it's a good size where I can fit both on-road and off-road tracks. So now I have my own on-road track as well. And last winter I was driving a bit more on-road, tried a few different cars, for HP as well, because the plan was to develop something with Hara. Now that didn't happen, so we've kind of put that on the side for now. But yeah, I have a car that I drive and I enjoy driving it. So maybe we'll see me going to a few races. I would like to make any of the ETS. I've done two or three ETSs over the years, but I would love to do some more on road for sure, if the time allows and everything. Off-road will still be my primary class, but yeah, I'll like to do a world championship or something like that on road one day.
And of course, in 25 years' time, you can start doing large scale.
Exactly.
Did we not see David at a large scale?
I don't know. Have you done large scale, David?
I
You
don't
tried
think so,
it?
no.
You never even
I
tried
haven't
it?
tried it.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for giving us your time today,
No
David.
worries.
It's been awesome to talk to you. We've got just under 10 minutes left of this semi-final A in short course and the racing about to happen in Spain. We'll let you get back to renovating your house, I guess, or are you taking Sunday off watching the racing?
No. Today I've started to prep the stuff to go to Spain on Thursday. So I have a couple of cars to get ready and packing and all that. So yeah, now no more renovating until I come back from Spain. So now it's all about getting ready for that.
All
Great
about
stuff.
the racing.
All about the
Nice
racing, not about the renovating. That's how it should be.
Yep.
Racing before DIY.
Yes. Thanks a lot,
I
David.
don't even race, and I don't
Thank
do
you.
DIY. Cheers, David. Cheers, mate.
Cheers, bye.
Bye-bye.
Cool. So we have got 9 minutes left of this semi with Frank over in Lincolnshire, and
Got a
racing not yet
lit-
started
a
in
lit-
Spain.
And the second semi-final is just about finished, and it was Neil Cragg, Darren Broomfield, Tommy Hall, Elliot Boots, Kevin Brunson and Jamie Hall definitely qualified into the final, which we'll be showing you in pretty much full in about an hour's time, I think, or an hour and a half time.
Fantastic. Should we get a quick blast of Frank,
Frank!
before we go to Miguel?
Yes, because they're still faffing about in Spain. Don't worry, we are watching the Spanish action. You won't miss anything. They're still doing all the prep, and they don't think they should.
I wonder if we could put. I wonder. And now this could be bad asking this, but if we could put, I know, like, they're sighing in my ears.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could put Spain
in the
place
inset.
of us.
Yeah,
In this picture.
inset Spain, big picture Frank.
So people know they're not missing
Give
anything.
lots of Frank
but
up.
they see Frank and hear Frank. No. Well, maybe that's an intermediary step, which is fine.
It's coming.
It's coming.
You ask for the world, don't you?
Could you make a cup of tea while you're at it, please?
Oh, yeah, good point, yeah. And
put
some
the kettle on.
pasties. Yeah. And a lovely hat, which I can get into.
Here we go.
Hey! Oh, they're
right.
on warm-up. They're on warm-up.
They're
Okay,
on warm-up.
so a couple of minutes, 3 minutes. They're on warm-up, and Frank at above. Marvellous.
Let's listen to Frank for a few minutes before the Spanish race starts.
No need to push things too hard, like David did just then, I think. Got the tail end of that crash. So as long as David keeps it ahead of Simon, hitting that cart tire pole. There's a big metal or wooden pole amongst all those cart tires. These two could just drive it easy, take the easy first and second place, and get a decent not last place. Oh, come on. That's not driving easy. So David's lost first position there, but it's okay. He's still second. He's way, way ahead of Sophie in third. Kind of a messy race from a few of the participants here. So let's go to our current leader, who is in the infield section now. The black car with the kind of wild pizza cutter front wheels. That's Simon Godney in the car number 4. He stood right next to me, so I don't want to point physically at his truck. But there he is. Obviously, you can see it's a Losi 5T. Coming up on the black car of, I can't tell who that is, of insert name here. We've got 6 minutes left. So Simon here has got third place Sophie, just ahead by a couple of corners ahead. So you can see how protected Sophie's position is at the moment. So we're going to stick with Simon and see if he can catch up to Sophie. Seems to have a pretty quick truck anyway. He's definitely catching up to Sophie very quickly. There's a loose banner on the back straight, so hopefully that doesn't catch anyone's wheel. I think a car drove into it. Marshall's got a free tire for some reason. So we're with Simon here. He's one corner behind Sophie now. Not quite hand over fist catching up, but not far from that either. Coming around the S's. Down that back straight, avoiding that banner. Marshall's going to have to fix that banner before the next race. It's going to definitely catch someone's truck, fling him into the hedge.
Un saludo a alguien o hacer alguna solicitud aquí en directo, ahora es el momento. Y muchísimas gracias una vez más. Vamos a dar una vuelta con Rubén, que parece que ya sí se ha animado a salir. Ojo, cuidado. Ojo, cuidado con esa parada de motor.
Okay, so we're looking at I think, an extended warm-up for the Spanish Nationals final. I think they've had a 10-minute delay as well as a good bit of Volderol, so they're all running round. We're going to try and follow a lot of this final as possible, but do quite a lot with
Here's
Miguel.
an issue for
Robert
Battier has an issue. That must be what's caused the delay.
Which means he'll start at the end. He'll start at the last, if it has happened.
Well, that's a shame, isn't it? That's a shame.
But I'm saying that it might not. It might be. This is actually the second warm-up for someone else has caused a delay. That's the joy of being
yeah. Maybe he just stalled,
slight long
had a
way
flame
away.
out during a warm-up lap.
And in the inset, we can see what's going on in the large-scale national round 7. We obviously have a plethora of finals to show you. We have this final. We also have the final from Nemo and the 3 finals from Lincolnshire. All of them will be shown, though we'll probably be showing the Lincolnshire ones on a sort of a live delay.
Right.
So don't worry if you're a Lincolnshire fan, you will see them as live, because due to technical reasons, we really need to show the Nemo one live, and the technical reason being we haven't got timing on it. So it makes no sense on its own unless you're doing it live.
Tis BBK, unfortunately.
And then you have your dulcet tones of Frank bringing you the 3 other finals.
Yes, with a bit of a gap in between, which we will fill
with Frankisms.
No, because that's when that's a gap. During the gap, we might talk to people.
Oh, excellent! Yes,
if we can have some
people
interview races where people overtake each other into the interview.
That'd be even better because so far, obviously, it was Runabout kind of ended up as caller 1, so he sort of won that one.
We had Runabout versus Lee Martin, and we had
Laszlo versus. Surprisingly, Laszlo beat Robert Band. Yeah, I mean that's a Ronefelt beating Lee. Yeah, that can pretty much like it's probably Nitro. Yes, electric perhaps not. Yes, but very unlikely Laszlo to beat Robert. Really, that's a surprising moment. The weird thing is we've got freeze frames of our last 3. We've got right in one corner. I've got Carlos staring at me, which is very off-putting.
Yes, he looks very suspicious of you.
Well, I kept asking the questions he didn't want to answer.
Well, that's because you're a journalist. You make people cry.
Well, yes.
Don't you?
Oh, yes.
You do make people cry.
I do make people cry.
Yes. Make me cry sometimes.
Paul earlier.
Yeah, indeed. You're watching the RC Motorsport Europe live link up, and you can see us. You can see some BRCA large scale short course action. That's the semi-final. A. Yes, I can read. And you can see the warm up from Spain with our amazing friend Miguel and InfoRC, who are covering that event.
And you can see us as well.
And you can see us just enjoying the whole ride. Enjoying the ride. And as Nick says, we're going to be bringing you lots more racing action. Thank you to MyLaps for supporting our coverage here today. Please, will you comment on the feed if you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on EFRA's Facebook or EFRA's YouTube. And if you're not following EFRA, give them a follow on Facebook and YouTube, because lots of cool developments, just like this one, coming in the near future.
Max Mort's listening to us, watching us.
That's lovely.
Wants to know, has Skidmore already won the UK? He has already won the UK. It's Johnny Skidmore, that is, because there's 2 Skidmores.
William as well.
There is a Billy Boy Skidmore.
Yes.
And Johnny.
He hasn't won, as in he hasn't won the final.
No, that's up for grabs.
Yeah.
He's won the championship.
So, yes, as you can see there, Andy Spence winning with 29 laps on that semi-final A from the BRCA in Lincolnshire. And it's still all to play for, because not a single lap's been clocked yet as I refresh RC timing.
They are very much, I don't know what's happened here. Is it like never-ending warm-up? As they are now.
It's clearly a delay, isn't it?
There are 6 minutes after when they should have started. Before they had the 15 minutes, we're going to start 15 minutes earlier.
It's only right to have a delay.
Massively optimistic statement. Oh. There are some announcements from the side. Just to explain to you this one, it's the second round of 4 in the Spanish Championship. The first 2 rounds will be won by Robert Battier. Robert Battle, take your chick. Robert, basically. 2011 World Champion. And I've got that wrong here. Anyway, doesn't matter. 2012 World Champion. Sorry, 12 wasn't he won in Argentina when Boots qualified first. Anyway, back to the story again.
Yes.
He's won the first 2 rounds.
Yes.
There's 2 rounds to go. 3 rounds count. If Canas wins the next 2 rounds, he can still win the championship.
Yes.
And the final round at Canas' home track.
30 minutes from his house.
So this is what needs to happen. Oh, I think we're about to get going on the Spanish National
There's
Championship.
Canas himself.
RC is live. He's got more tats now.
RC is live. He's got some additional tattoos.
I hope that's not cannabis leaf.
I'm sure it's not. And we've been promised to see one of the Baldo brothers driving
with one arm,
with a broken arm.
I think that may be more difficult to achieve, actually, as they've now started. That's your runners and riders. Key one, the top two, right? Bataille in pole. Juan Carlos Canas is second. Daniel Parente third. Oscar Baldo is fourth. Hal Figueroa is fifth. And they now are going, as they say, going white as they get down and settle down. Hands down. Miguel, take it away.
Bueno, ahí vemos Canas apretando desde el minuto cero. Apretando Canas desde el minuto cero. Madre mía, está sacando metros, ¿eh? Yo no digo nada, pero Canas está sacando metros. Vamos a ver cómo van evolucionando. Primera nube de polvo de estas de las que quitan la visibilidad en la zona izquierda del trazado. Ojo Pariente, ¿eh? Valle, Canas, Pariente. Ha perdido el control Oscar Baldó, y se ha salido, ha perdido algunas posiciones. Valle, Canas y una mosca que lo tengo aquí y no me deja vivir tranquilo. Ojito. Ojito, ojito. Madre mía. ¿Te imaginas 45 minutos así? ¿Te imaginas 45 minutos como en la final anterior y en la anterior? Porque en las dos fue igual. 45 minutos luchando juntos estas dos bestias. ¡Buah! Sería brutal. Canas, cómo ha tirado el coche, madre mía. Míralo. Está buscando lo mismo, se lo encuentra. Se lo encuentra Canas. No quería aguantar más tonterías, le ha tirado un interior, aprovechando un pequeñito fallo de Robert. Vamos a ver. Uy, a Robert que se le va a meter Pariente. Ojito que Robert se le va a meter Pariente. Le ha tocado, lo ha tocado. Pariente ha tocado a Robert, iba un poquito pasado de vueltas y lo ha tocado. Y aquí va Canas. Ojito con Canas, que ha pillado pista y ojito cuidado, que se nos va. Aprovecho para agradecer como siempre a los colaboradores que hacen posible este reportaje. Tenéis arriba a la derecha FR Graphics, sponsor destacado de este reportaje, junto a Club Pical.
Okay, so we are now, how far in? We're about 2-3 minutes in there. You just noticed one of the key points there where Robert got tagged from behind and lost some distance. So it's actually currently Juan Carlos Canas who's leading and on screen at the moment with the 2 car. That's Canas sliding around and on this very quite simplistic, I think, circuit here in Valladolid, but it's got a variety. It's got two surfaces. It's got dust and it's got AstroTurf. His lead over Robert now is, let me have a look at lap time, 29, absolute time. It's about 2 seconds. He's about 2.2 seconds ahead. Third place is Daniel Parente. Fourth is Hal Figueiredo. And that's your 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're just watching them as they go back on the infield. On one of these tracks, which has managed to get the maximum amount of track length for the minimum amount of actual real estate of the circuit. Nice little close. Quite a few locals watching. It's good to see. You see a couple of guys who stopped from their trip out from the velodrome to have a look at what's going on. And as they bounce over, this is with, I think we're currently with Robert in the all orange car, as often the case. So behind him in third, Parente just behind him. He is, yes. The second and third are right together. So Daniel Parente, who's got the lighter car, the white wheels. They sweep back round for the double, sort of the there and back sort of AstroTurf circuit. Double jump. You jump one way on a lower AstroTurf and back on another AstroTurf. It's quite interesting that if you look at the AstroTurf here, we can do. This is something to bear in mind when you're watching our programs. Look at the AstroTurf here. This is obviously AstroTurf that was bought for purpose. Whereas the stuff you see in large scale appears very much to be cut-up hockey circuits, hockey pitches. Actually, Kansas and white lines on there, so they've also appropriated this AstroTurf from somewhere else. And I think Robert made another mistake that last lap. He did So Robert's made one nidge, another mistake, and he's scored 5 seconds behind Canas. He's in third behind Parente. He just seemed to disappear off the bottom. This part of the track now, that bottom left part. I think he just got it slightly wrong on the landing, and he's down in third. Canas now away. Now, this is kind of an ideal first 4 or 5 minutes for him because he's got himself, not only going to lead from second place, he's got himself a gap, and he's got himself a car in the middle. The thing that obviously you have to bear in mind, and anybody who's been watching RC Racing with us at RC Racing TV over the years, and we've covered so many of these major 1/8 Nitro Buggy Championships, is the longer the final, the more likely Robert Bataille is to win it. It's, basically, we were doing RCGP last year, and they had these 15 lap races for fun. No chance, not going to happen at all. But once you get the hour final, you think, yes, cometh the hour, literally, cometh the man. I think it's 45 minutes. So
the ability to just outlast everybody and everything.
Well, let's say one near. Oh, and that's Canas. Oh, get away with it. Is that Canas? I think I made Parenti. No, that was Parenti making. So this is a chance for the Bataille now to catch up. So that was Parenti who made the mistake there. Bad landing coming off the first of the there and back AstroTurf circuits, but it's Parenti still in second place. Just to know that Canas now has a lead of just over 3 seconds on the Parenti we're looking at here. They're coming up towards the first. We haven't been there the whole weekend, so not quite sure how thirsty this track is. They're coming towards the first pit stop now, and Parenti getting back into the rhythm after that bad landing. Going to turn up and over. Just get it right. And it's an interesting track. It's not often you see this kind of just two surfaces and a constant change between the two surfaces. Well, I'll pick up with Canas our lead. You can see how far ahead he is. He's basically those there and back switch back on the infield there. Over the biggest jump of all, flies it quite easily. Lands now on the hop, and then we scroll back to how far behind Robert is. So Robert is looking to make up some ground. Gap currently running at about 6 seconds, actually. He's losing time. So at the moment, ground speed-wise, it's looking very, very good for Canas. We've got a problem there in the infield. Not sure who got caught out by that problem. This is the problem. We get the issue now. It's quite a reasonable spread of speed within this A final. As you know, I think as Miguel said, there's kind of two great drivers, and then there's the rest. So in fairness to Daniel Parente, he's absolutely in between them by merit. But fourth place is 4 seconds off the back of Battle. That's Carlos mentioned, and into the pits there. I think that was the one. Oh yeah. So the first stop after 7 minutes. So they're stopping quite quickly. It's quite a thirsty track. 7 minute stop for Robert with his new GI powered engine. And so Canas comes in a lap later, waiting for him now, still waiting for him. That's his dad. Up comes the car, in goes the fuel gun, nice and relaxed. Single man change, a nice backhand delivery, a little bit of a swish in the tail as Canas leaves the pit. So they both stopped. Canas went a lap longer in that first stint. Could be nothing and something, may just be, that they'll even up from here. But obviously if you get a lap longer every single time, and we're looking at a 45-minute race, you're looking at 6 stops, 5 stops, then it's going to look pretty good. There's Parenti going as well. Where is the order? Let's see where they are. And then another pit stop comes in. Who's this who's stopping for fuel? One of the back markers. And then running through, throwing around. It's Canas again over the little hop up in front of the roster and then over the tabletop. And then again, taking the wide. I think there's an alternate line there. You can take either of those two jumps. Obviously, the wider one is the quicker one, so no one's taking the inner one right in front of the rostrum. Canas sweeps round, nice bit of flat circuit there, get the power, and then you launch up. He's lucky there because there was somebody kind of dead underneath one of the takeoff points. Luckily, he managed to miss him. I don't think he had to adjust. I think it was just the guy crashed into a less difficult position. As Canas now comes into the in and out AstroTurf circuit right at the back of the track, the far end. They're the two guys who've given up cycling to watch this. It's the sun and the sand. It's a super bright day. I mean, this is a magnificent advert for going to Spain in September, isn't it? It's gorgeous. But the sun, don't worry about the sand. That's not Spain's fault. That's the cars. But the weather looking fantastic. As Miguel gives us a view of the entire field and a bit of a fishtailing by the car in front of Robert as he comes around again. And we are now 9 minutes gone. Canas leading by 9 seconds, and he's eking out. This is turning into a little bit of a demonstration run. Long way to go. Number of stops to go, but Canassi didn't take pole, which means he was, you know, he obviously been hiding his speed under a bushel, or perhaps we didn't see his semi, so he might have had an accident which stopped him. But he's now, pulled over 9 seconds in 17 laps. He's half a second a lap quicker on average. We did see Robert lose about 3 or 4 of those seconds through incidents and accidents, but the other 5, where have they gone? And Robert, obviously, at the moment, actually isn't even in second. That's held by Daniel Parente, who is something in the region. I'll just wait for him to cross the line because he's slightly irritating. Canas has done a lap and he hasn't. He's 6 seconds back. So, yeah, and falling back even more now. Battle's now 12 seconds back. So, another bad lap for Battle. Lost 2 seconds in that one. So, it's just not working for Robert at the moment. There's your chance to have a look close up at the timings.
For those of you interested, you can also see the large-scale off-road action happening in a small window there. It is the semi-final A. Martin Fitzpatrick is in the lead, and he has Mindgaus, Klauskas, Darren Smith, Kaylee Knight, Glyn Taylor, and Lee Chapman behind him. And there is 12 minutes to go on that race.
Okay. So just picking up again now in Spain. Just see, I'm not quite sure who Miguel's with at the moment. This one, the disadvantage of being 1,000 miles away from the event. My guess is that might well be Parente again, the white car. I haven't quite got my... he hasn't given us Brian Baldo driving the broken arm yet, which is very disappointing. But they have begun to separate out a little bit. Can we go full screen on Spain, please? As they... Can't see the numbers, got to put the glasses on. So now we're picking up, I think we're picking back up with Canas, but I can't put money. Yeah, it looks like Canas out there. Are these sliding around? So that's the 2 car. Yeah, that's Canas going round, up and over. It's the back of the AstroTurf environment. Feeling is he's probably absolutely blooming miles away at the moment. He's actually, his lead is up to, he's only 4 seconds actually ahead of Parente. He's putting up a pretty good effort really in staying ahead of him. Not doing quite so well is Robert, who is a long way further back. And Canas completes another lap in what is looking like a bit of a demonstration run, but in fairness, Parente's keeping him honest. Not really sure what the effect of Parente winning this by some fluke and upsetting all the apple carts would actually be to hand Battle the championship, because it wouldn't be possible for Juan Carlos Canas to win 2 rounds. Picking up now, who are we with there? No idea. Might be the 5 car. Not sure. Into the meat of this race now. So yeah, it's not looking particularly good for Robert. As we watch, 4 seconds the lead is for Juan Carlos Canas. We're 12 and a half, 13 minutes down, 32 to go. And Robert is back 13 seconds, so that's not doing anyone any good, is it? 13 seconds off the lead. That's who we're with at the moment. So this is Robert again. But he's been losing effectively half a second a lap. So, you know, obviously it's a long race. You know, who knows about tyre strategies? Is this a high tyre wear track? I mean, AstroTurf on the whole can be a little bit higher wear. Dirt, you can't really tell. It can, you know, sometimes it looks like it's very abrasive and doesn't do very much. And other times it just wears the tyres out. No word at all. Because whilst mud looks like mud, it's often very, very different in its composition. Is it clay? Is it limestone? Is it whatever? I need Ash here now to give me some more types of mud, don't I? I need my his geology degree. Not that he can identify anything. We say we show him a cliff, he doesn't identify anything. It's useless. So none of that for Robert. He's coming in for his second fuel stop. So we're probably around 14 minutes. He's stopped early again. We only just hit 14 minutes now. So early stop there. Up the inside he goes. So quick rundown. It's Juan Carlos Canas leading after a third distance. He is 4 seconds ahead of Daniel Parente, and he is about best part of 3/4 of a lap ahead now. Robert Bataille. Hal Figueiredo is in fourth. Carlos Martinez is in fifth. Alex Valles is in sixth. Jose Miguel Sanchez is in seventh. Jose Thomas Escudero is in eighth. Oscar Baldo is ninth. Brian Baldo is 10th. Ricardo Montero is 11th. Juan Miguel is in 12th, and in 13th it's Alberto Garcia. 3 cars on the lead lap at the moment. This race has settled down a little bit more than we would have hoped it to do. So as we wait for this one to explode in interest, but currently still a 4-second lead for Juan Carlos Canas over Danny Parente, and then it is a 10-second lead to Robert Bataille. So I think what we'll do is we'll leave this one for a second and go and visit and see what's going on in Lincolnshire, where we have the semi-finals for the two-wheel drives, and see if young Frank can give us an update or tell us what's going on, or carry on commentating on that semi-final in two-wheel drive, and we'll carry on keeping an eye on this Spanish championship.
Bueno. Se le ha venido chica la pista.
Bump up positions. Kaylee going down the main straight. Around the hairpin, sees if she can get past. Is that Zach Whittleston, I think, as she's passing. Yeah, that was Zach. Zach passed now by Mindaugas, who has a clear shot now to Kaylee. Kaylee now has to put the hammer down, make up some time to catch Darren, and we'll see if she tries to put the pressure on, because Darren certainly doesn't seem to be trying to put the pressure on Martin. He's maintained about a 5 to 10 car pace gap to Martin, and now they're almost all in the same frame, first through fourth. Kaylee, clear shot to Darren now. Very little lap traffic left. 6.5 minutes remaining. Plenty of time for her to put the pressure on the lead 2 cars. Coming around the danger corner through that tight infield section. I'd say the bumpy infield section, but everywhere is bumpy around this track. Just the nature of AstroTurf racing. And now Darren definitely starting to feel the pressure. Is he gonna play it defensive, or is he just gonna let her go? Is Darren gonna start putting the pressure on Martin in the white car? Through the tire chicane, around the hairpin, keeping it clean and tidy. Mindaugas still there. He's not letting up. Kaylee all over the back of Darren now. Whoa, wheelie. Upside down, Mindaugas gets past. She's lost her bump up position. Now we've got another battle on. Kaylee got to keep it clean. Mindaugas going to 2 wheels up again. Clipping. Oh, Kaylee's stuck on the kart tires. That's okay. We've got about 5 minutes left. 5 minutes exactly now. Can Kaylee keep up? Where's Mindaugas? Let's see if we can find Mindaugas in the infield with those distinctive orange wheels. As you can see, just ahead of him is Darren, and just ahead of him is Martin. They're still in the same position. Is Mindaugas going to try and get second now? So he has a bit of a buffer between himself and Kaylee, because Kaylee's certainly going to catch up once again. Darren already let Mindaugas pass once. They've been holding station, and now is Darren playing defensive driving because he's lost some position. He's lost a bit of gap to Martin in the white car. Lap traffic playing very nicely with everybody now. BRCA officials doing good job refereeing, keeping lap traffic out of the way of the top 3 or 4 drivers. These bump up positions very important for national championship points. So Mindaugas getting a little wild in that tire chicane. Don't know what the sand situation down there is like, but obviously you can see there's definitely a racing line where it's clear green. You can see all the sand has been kicked away from the tires. So these AstroTurf specialty tires can get great amounts of grip coming through the green. However, if they get a little wide, they go a little too tight, they get, oh, Mindaugas rolls it. There goes Kaylee once again. Mindaugas frustrated. Marshall doesn't know what to do because he's not going to touch the car. If the marshals aren't going to touch the corner if a driver's revving the engine. So now Kaylee back in the bump up positions. So are we back on Kaylee? We're back on Kaylee. So she's going to be catching up to Darren. Mindaugas several corners behind now. He's hung up on a pipe. Mindaugas possibly out of it for this race. So we'll see if he can catch up once again. Kaylee catching up to Darren. Darren is going to be spotting that bright pink and white. Once again, where's Mindaugas? Who cares? It's Kaylee coming up behind him. Down the back straight. Into the tire chicane. Kaylee yarding it down, catching up to Darren, making up several car lengths. Around that danger tire, through that tight and bumpy infield. Kaylee just one corner behind Darren. Down the pit straight, around the sweeper, finishing another lap. 30-minute race, guys. 20-minute race. Less than 2 minutes remaining. We've got Martin, Darren, Kaylee, and Mindaugas, top 4. Mindaugas, where is he? He's like about 15 seconds behind this trio, the top 3. These are the bump-up positions. Kaylee seems to be wanting to catch right up to Darren, possibly pass him. Now she's caught up to him. She's just a couple of car lengths behind. Is Darren going to put the pressure on Martin? Or again, is he going to just let her pass and make her own mistakes? Coming around the hairpin, everyone maintaining position still. What's going to happen here? Down the steps, around the S's, very tight. Oh, and Kaylee takes out Darren into the karting tires. Is she going to give him some space now? There's about a minute left of this race, less than 50 seconds now. So now Martin loads of time. Not that Darren was putting any pressure on him at all. They were just driving formation 1 and 2 the entire race. Top 2 positions haven't changed one bit for this 20-minute race. There's about 20 seconds left in this race. Kaylee, is she just going to hold position now and just play it smart? Not want to break? Just keep things steady for the 30-minute final, which she's surely going to be bumping up for. I think so. She just lost a ton of time to Darren. Now we've got Martin, Darren, Kaylee. Drivers are starting to cross the line for the final time and finish their race. Unfortunately for Mendaugas, he's hung up on a pipe once again. I think that is it for everybody. Just a few drivers left to go, actually, to cross the line and finish. And that is going to be it, folks. So bumping up, we've got Martin, Darren, and Kaylee bumping up into the A final. Great race in the end. Really, really good.
There
So
in
some
the
great
finals.
battles.
Yes, indeed.
Good stuff. We've had a slight issue over in Spain. We've lost the live timing link. It is now back, if sporadic, but there is a major race breaking out, but not as we expected, between Juan Carlos Canas and Robert Bataille. Robert, unfortunately, is away in third and best part of 2/3 of a lap down, but it's only about a second between Juan Carlos Canas and Daniel Parenti, and the net effect of Parenti winning would be just as much good for Robert as if he won. So I think this is the first two with Miguel here. Need to get this kind of like a little bit of focus in. We are now, we've done, I think, 25.5 minutes. So down to the last 20 minutes. It's a little bit difficult to see what's happening. There's been an accident with one of the cars there as we spoke. It's very, very glitchy timing, unfortunately, which makes it quite difficult to do it remotely and try to work out what's going on. They come under another lap, and it looks like Parenti. It was Canas who made a mistake, and Parenti is now leading. So we saw that in the far right corner. It was a mistake by Canas. Parenti is leading. I'm waiting for the very, very sporadic update to see what the lead is. I think you can see that Miguel has shown us. This is Parenti in the lead, and he's got the whole of the in and the out of those big AstroTurf jumps at the far end of the circuit between them. Looking for the times to go. Just get the rest of the run up. Yes, no, the lead is 3 seconds. So it's Parenti leading by 3 seconds from Juan Carlos Canas. Robert Bataille's back about 2/3 of a lap. Hal Figueiredo is in 4th. Alex Valles is in 5th. Jose Thomas Escudero is in 6th. Oscar Baldo in 7th. But obviously the key point about this is that I think the winning of Parenti winning this should actually almost guarantee that, or make it a lot easier anyway, if he does, for Robert to win the championship. So they cross another lap. A quick one for Daniel Parenti. I think he's pulled out a leader more than 3 seconds already. I think Canas may have had a little bit of a brain fade as we search around to see if we can find him. Yeah, the lead's out to 4.3 seconds now. So Parenti, so totally unfancied by Miguel, but sort of mentioned a little bit by Robert and also by Carlos Gomez, is the man leading at the moment. Trying to see whether, I think that's actually now, that is Canas. Now, is Canas, it was quite a light-coloured car, that was Parenti's car. That's a 4 car, I think, ahead of him, which would be Oscar Baldo, who should be letting him through. That is Canas. It's all kind of ifs and buts when you can't quite see which the car numbers are. They cross the line. Pretty certain that yellow wheeled red, white into red, that is Canas. Canas still just a little bit behind. Oh, a minor mistake. It was kind of called out the camera tracking there. I kind of feel that the car right in front of him should be the person who's ahead of him. As it looks like we're going to have a fuel stop. Who's coming in for fuel? And the fuel stop is by Robert. But Robert's really not... Oh, and he's made a bad exit as well. So Robert's championship... Well, chances of winning it today are looking quite limited. There's 3 out of 4. He's got 2 wins already. So if anything does go horribly wrong here, he's still got the final round. But that is at Canas's home circuit. Picking up the other way, that is the 4 car. That's definitely the 4 car of Oscar Baldo. So pick up little numbers occasionally. So the old eyes doing the best they can. Into the pits now comes Juan Carlos Canas. Fuels up. Away he goes. Oh, makes a mistake on the exit. That's another second gone. So Just a little bit of an unravelling from Canas in the last few minutes. There's a dead car there. I'm not sure it's a car that's important or not. But Canas keeps going. Had dropped to 5 seconds behind at the end of the last lap. I think it may have taken a little bit of the pit stop run into it in count as well. Canas at the far end. So just tell you, there is 15 minutes to go. Now into the pits comes the 3 car. This is Parente, the leader. So as you can see, he came in 2 or 3 laps after Canas. So let's see what happens when the stagger unwinds. So this one carries on going. I'm trying to find out where we are time-wise in... So where they go. So Parente's lead now is timed at 6 seconds after those couple of minor errors by Canas on screen right now. We do have some finals underway in large scale, which we'll record for you. Okay, so we do have the start of the...
Yeah, we'll be bringing you the large scale soon. Oh, Nemo's about to start.
Yeah, so I think we're going to have to... can we fire up Nemo, please, guys?
We're going to go over to Nemo soon.
It's about to being the main final for the British Nationals. If you want to stick with Spain, you can obviously go onto Facebook and the InfoRC.net result.
InfoRC.net on Facebook. Make sure you're following Miguel and
large
InfoRC.
scale, which we'll record and play back for you later. But, yep, if we can perhaps... I'm told the final's starting now. Yep, but we need to go to Nemo,
not Frank.
Not Frank, Nemo we need to go to.
Just so that you know, viewers, we have the four-wheel drive large-scale off-road finals underway. We will bring you that coverage very soon, but we are going to go over to Nemo to get you the buggy final. But just so you know, Stu Wood is in the lead after 4 laps with Dave Parrish and Guy Page after him. But we can watch all of that very soon with commentary by Frank. But first, we're going to get over to the final with James Stewart at Nemo Raceway for the BRCA 1/8 Nitro Buggy Off-Road Round
5. And they've just started. Johnny Skidmore is leading at the moment. Neil Cragg second, Bloomfield third, Martin fourth, and William Skidmore fifth. James Stewart, take it away.
We're running with, at the moment, we're watching Johnny Skidmore leading out in front from Neil Cragg. Neil all over the back of Johnny, trying to find his way through. Fire through the infield, very, very close. There was 1.1 seconds between these two guys on their 20-minute semi-final run. Hardly anything at all. Neil doing all he can to find his way past Johnny as they come out onto the main straight once more. These two already pulling away from Bloomfield very, very slightly. Just going away, doing what they can. Really, really close out in front. Bloomfield actually looks like he's transversed the gap between them and has to check right up there to avoid running in the back of Neil Cragg. But Johnny Skidmore leading from Neil Cragg. Darren Bloomfield going with him. Top three have made a bit of a break. Lee Martin currently holding 4th place. Skidmore still leads down the main straight. Cragg pulls a slight wheelie as he just catches the hose coming out onto the straight. Little back off the throttle, gets the nose down. Doesn't really cost him. Skidmore still leads from Cragg, from Bloomfield. Firing through the infield once more. Little bit of air time. Cragg looks like he might have a bit of an advantage if he can find his way through. Looking everywhere to try and find his way past Skidmore. Cragg, very clean driver. Oh, small mistake there from Skidmore. That's all that it needed. Just popped 2 wheels up on the hose. Flicked his car up. That was all the invitation that Neil Cragg needed. So Neil Cragg now leading this one from Johnny Skidmore. Let's see if Neil can make a break for it. Or let's see if Johnny goes with him. Looked very, very close between these two on the opening laps. We are just coming up towards the 3-minute mark of this 45-minute long main final here from Nemo Raceway. Small mistake there from Neil Cragg. So we've now got Johnny back in front. Johnny Skidmore leads from Neil Cragg. Darren Bloomfield running in 3rd. Super close between these guys. Elliot Boots now up into 4th place and chasing hard. Elliot Boots right in the mix as well. And Elliot is now, I believe, is that Elliot out in 2nd now? Let's just see as they come round. Neil Cragg is leading. And, yeah, that looks like Elliot's car in 2nd place. So Elliot Boots up to 2nd. Bloomfield is 3rd. Johnny Skidmore down to 4th. No, that's not Johnny Skidmore, sorry, that's Lee Martin. So Johnny Skidmore getting involved in a bit of a tangle there, dropping down the field. He's running in at 3rd place currently. Neil Cragg leads from Elliot Boots, Johnny Skidmore, Darren Bloomfield, Lee Martin. Top 5. They're the Neil Cragg, Elliot Boots, Darren Bloomfield, Lee Martin. Johnny Skidmore down to 5th. Neil Cragg's lead is just under 0.4 of a second from Elliot Boots. Running with Neil Cragg at the moment. Elliot Boots, the all-orange car, in shot just behind him. Darren Bloomfield running 3rd, Lee Martin 4th. A fired-up Johnny Skidmore will be coming back at Lee Martin. Running order 2-7-3-4-1 at the moment. So that's Neil Cragg leading from Elliot Boots, Darren Bloomfield, Lee Martin, Johnny Skidmore. Running with Neil Cragg at the moment. We are around 5 minutes 20 into this final here at Nemo Raceway. Just saw Elliot Boots disappearing through the back of your shot. Let's stick with, oh, small mistake there from Neil, gets away with it. Let's run with Neil till the first round of stops, then we'll go back and pick up the chaser, whoever that happens to be at the time. Currently Elliot Boots. Neil still leading this one from Elliot Boots. And then there's a gaggle of cars behind him. Looks like Lee Martin's up to 3rd now. Johnny Skidmore up into 4th. Darren Bloomfield dropped back to 5th. Oh, there's a mistake there from Lee Martin, so that's promoted Skidmore back up into 3rd. That's happening off shot in the back of, just out of the back of things. Cragg still leading. Like I said, we'll stick with him till the first round of stops, which should start really within the next couple of laps. We're just coming up towards 7 minutes. Gap 2.2 seconds between Cragg and Boots. These two had many, many battles over the years. Neil Cragg heading out towards the main straight one more time. Doesn't pit this time round. Just over 7 minute mark now, so it's got to be within the next couple of laps. I'm expecting to see Neil dive into the pits. Boots still giving chase, so he's not pitted either. Still running with Cragg as he comes underneath us. Neil Cragg leading. Drops through the bomb hole, out towards the main straight once more. Here we go, Neil Cragg pits. Let's see if Elliott Boots follows him in. Elliott Boots does follow him in. So Neil Cragg has pitted. Elliott Boots has pitted. Neil is released. Elliott is released right into the path of... Trying to see who that was. Was that Skidmore? No, it wasn't Skidmore. I think it was one of the Hall brothers he was released into the path of. Could have been Darren Bloomfield. Cragg maintains the lead then or in fact, I think Skidmore might have gone through into the lead temporarily. Let's move one car back to Elliott Boots, the orange-coloured car. There we go. So this is our P2 man, Elliott Boots, or will be net P2 man. He is still P2 man. Neil Cragg trying to get away from Elliott Boots. Doing all that he can. That was just Neil disappearing out the front of your shot. We're running with second place man Elliott Boots. Elliott Boots makes a small mistake coming out onto the main straight. Johnny Skidmore given a sniff. Johnny will be fired up after that earlier incident. So Johnny will be trying, you just see him flash into the back of shot there as we run with Elliott Boots running in second place in this main final from Nemo Raceway at the moment. Neil Cragg leads, Elliott Boots second, Johnny Skidmore third, Darren Bloomfield holding fourth, Tommy Hall is fifth currently.
And we are back in Spain for the last couple of minutes, the last 2 minutes, 37 seconds of action from their national championship. Still Daniel Parente who's leading. He's leading by a reasonable way, but I think there might even be a splash and dash required there by Juan Carlos Canas. He was right behind, and now he's back 9 seconds. He is, however, still ahead of Robert Bataille. So absolutely what Miguel didn't think would happen is we're going to have a winner who's not either Juan Carlos Canas or Robert Bataille, which is surprising for us as well. But I think that means Robert will get the championship because he's got 2 wins, and of course Juan Carlos can't get 2 wins.
Well, you know what? We can check in with Robert in a bit later. We'll talk to Robert again at the track and ask him, are you champion?
Because we don't know.
Congratulations in order, maybe?
Well, obviously what happened first is they need to actually complete the track. This is Canas now on camera, timed at 9 seconds off the lead. Unfortunately, the timing has been, to put it mildly, patchy. So he was 9 seconds early the last time he's updated, and he's actually still now, so that's okay. So as he comes around, we are taking about 1 minute 44 seconds of this 45-minute race to run.
And it is a good point that all the large-scale finals will be run after these finals. So you're going to get to see, you're not missing anything. We're showing you the end of the race in Spain. We'll show you the end of the race of the Nitro Buggy race in Great Britain. And then we'll show you all 3 races from large scale in Lincolnshire and Great Britain as well. We're bringing you all of the racing.
All the finals all the time.
In the RC Motorsport live link up with Efra, RC Motorsport Europe.
And thank you to MyLaps, of course, who are timing this very, very well. Unlike the internet, which is making the timing hard to read.
Yes.
The timing is super accurate. The uploading, the timing, not so much. So I think we are now with the 3-car of unlikely leader Daniel Parente to give him his second surname as well as his mother's surname. It's Torrijos, I think, and he's a junior, so he's under 17 anyway. So he's one of these up and coming races we've been talking about, along with Johnny Skidmore, Hampersburg, and the like. And it looks like he's going to claim a national victory because he is now down into the last minute, and he does have a lead of in excess of 7 seconds over Juan Carlos Canas. Robert down in third. He's got a very happy third. Alex Vallas is back almost another lap from Robert. Then Jose Tomas is in fifth. Ricardo Montero sixth, and Oscar Baldo in seventh. But this could be. Oh, hang on, isn't that? No, I've got Miguel's camera work slightly surprised me there, but this could be a change in the guard in Spain. We thought it's going to be all about Canas as the latest young gun, but how are we seeing the birth of a new young gun? As they come round, I think the race is over. I think they may have done it. I think it has finished. He's just got to complete a couple more corners. Is it just a lap of honour for Daniel Parente? No, he's already won it, and he's giving the whole show bloating to the crowd. He's angling it, he's landing it, he's spinning around, and he is absolutely delighted. He's taken the rule book. He's not just torn it up. He's thrown fuel over it, 16% nitro, set fire to it, gone, ha-ha, that's you, Miguel. Think I haven't got a chance. And suddenly we have a winner in Daniel Parente. He takes the championship race. Canas is second. This could be for battle champion. We'll find out later. But until then, let's switch our focus back to Nemo Raceway. Let me tell you, Neil Cragg is leading by 3.5 seconds. Darren Broomfield is in third. William Skidmore is in fourth. Johnny Skidmore was second. Darren Bloomfield third. William Skidmore fourth. Lee Martin fifth. Elliot Boots is in sixth. And let's go back to James Stewart from the muddy loveliness of the Nemo Raceway near Coventry.
That's our leader, the 2-car of Neil Cragg. Johnny Skidmore's just gone past us now. So there you go. You've just seen, as Neil Cragg entered the main straight and disappeared off down the main straight, you just saw heading back out onto the straight, or heading back towards the main straight, Johnny Skidmore. That was the gap between them, and that's a valuable tool as a racer. You start in your mind judging the size of the gap, where you're passing someone, where you're crossing over against someone else on the track. Neil Cragg still leading this one from Johnny Skidmore. He'll be measuring that one each time he goes past that point. In his mind, he'll know where Johnny's car is as he crosses that, and so will Johnny. Johnny will notice that too. And this time round, Johnny's going to notice that he's very slightly closer. But Johnny, in his haste, makes a very tiny mistake coming onto the main straight. It's not much. It's just 2 wheels up in the air, a little bit too much hose. It just meant he couldn't get the power down. All of that work that he spent the last couple of laps doing and gaining very, very slightly and getting that gap down from 4.2 seconds to 3.2, he's just lost it again. So all of that work. So Neil and Johnny both going hammer and tongs at this, and both of them pushing each other into tiny, tiny mistakes. To most people, they wouldn't be classed as mistakes, as errors. But Neil pits for the second time. Johnny follows him into the pits. Mick Cragg being a little bit more circumspect with the pits. I heard something about car 2 pitman just having a bit of a warning last time while they were in. I don't know exactly what it was for. He certainly hasn't had to stop go for it, but there was some minor transgression there, I believe, with it. Still watching Neil Cragg leading this one. Let's see what his gap is now, this time round. It was 3.5 seconds before they headed for the pits. It's going to be something pretty similar now. If anything, I'd say it's probably just under 3 seconds. So Skidmore and Cragg going away at the front of this field. Darren Bloomfield having an extremely lonely race. Feel a bit sorry for him in third place. He's watched 2 people disappearing into the distance. He's watched the rest of the field disappear behind him. And he's out for a lonely, lonely Sunday afternoon drive. Neil Cragg leading this one. We're running with Neil at the moment, leading from Johnny Skidmore. 2.88 seconds. I said we thought it was just going to be under 3. Cragg on 2 wheels. It's who's that? The 12 car. That's Jamie Clancy. So Cragg's lapped him. In fact, Cragg's got 2 bits of traffic in between him and Skidmore. Was 2.88 seconds. Let's see what the gap is this time round. Still running with Cragg. He's got to be careful through this. Well, everybody's got to be careful coming through this traffic. the traffic are going to know who it is. Very distinctive colour scheme on Neil Cragg's car. He just needs to keep this one clean. How long in this final are we? We are about 17 minutes in, so we're just over 1/3 distance of this 45-minute final, turning into a bit of an epic final. Last lap round from Neil Cragg, 37.73. I think that's the first time we've seen someone go sub 37. No, Johnny Skidmore had gone sub 37. He'd done a 37.82. So Neil Cragg, having done the new fastest lap so far, 3.6 seconds the lead, 3.7 seconds the lead. Really, really close between the front two here at Nemo. Neil Cragg over on his roof, lands back on his wheels, but that's going to have given Skidmore a sniff. Where's Skidmore? He wasn't one car behind. Oh, Cragg's got tangled up with someone else. Who was that? The gap's come right down now. So that gap, as they come out onto the main straight, that car that you saw entering the main straight immediately behind Cragg, and we'll see in the back of your shot, that is, there we go, just in the back of your shot, that is Johnny Skidmore. Neil Cragg, Johnny Skidmore. On the computer, it's showing as 3.76 seconds. It's nowhere near 3.76 seconds at the moment. Neil Cragg, Johnny Skidmore delivering an epic final between them. Meanwhile, there's all this chaos going on around them. 1.68 seconds. There's a car there, car 14. Who was that? That's Callum Nibbler. He gets out the way. Johnny Skidmore can smell blood now. Neil Cragg's got his internal monologues playing the Jaws music. Cragg still leading this one. There's Skidmore right behind him. Absolutely no let up between these two. Skidmore trying to get the lead back that he held earlier. Less than 1 second between them, much less than 1 second between them. Both easily in shot as they come past us now. Neil Cragg versus Johnny Skidmore. Epic, epic race here at Nemo Raceway. Cragg's over, Cragg's on his roof. Johnny Skidmore back to the lead. Johnny Skidmore now leads this final from Neil Cragg. Tiny, tiny mistake there from Cragg. Just put two wheels up on the hose. Car just rolled over, flipped over, landed back on his wheels. That was all Skidmore needed. All the invitation he needed just to jump right back to the front of the field. Johnny Skidmore leading by Neil Cragg by 0.8 of a second. That battling has allowed Darren Bloomfield to close in at the front of the pack. So Darren Bloomfield is currently 6.25 seconds behind. He's battling out at the front. I'm sure Darren Bloomfield's just sat there thinking, yeah, go on, boys, have at it. Keep fighting, this will do me. So there's still this really tight battle going on. We've seen Skidmore running in second for the majority of the final, applying some pressure. Cragg is throwing everything at this. He's on two wheels. Just seen him in the back of shot. Skidmore looking maybe a little bit more comfortable. Neil Cragg is throwing absolutely everything at this, trying desperately to get back. So current running order is 1 from 2 from 3. Johnny Skidmore from Neil Cragg from Darren Bloomfield. Will Skidmore trying to give his brother some support. He's running in 4th place at the moment. So we have Johnny Skidmore leading from Neil Cragg by about 2.5 seconds. Darren Bloomfield a further 5 seconds back from Neil. Skidmore having fought his way back down from 5th place, which is where he dropped to earlier on. Starting to edge away now from Cragg. But the gap is absolutely tiny in real terms. If you consider we've got around 25 minutes of this final remaining. Just under 25 minutes. It will be 24 minutes very shortly. Johnny Skidmore, 2.24 seconds from Neil Cragg. Cragg does another fastest lap last time round in his efforts to try and get it back. 37.62. That plays a 38.21 for Skidmore. Absolutely nothing in it. That's got to be so demoralising for Neil. He throws absolutely everything at it and takes half a car length out of Johnny. It's absolutely nothing. He's just got to attack as hard as he can, but at the same time, make zero mistakes. Still running with Johnny Skidmore out in front at the moment. Darren Bloomfield still only 7 seconds off the lead. Craig's cut. Craig has cut. So Craig has cut in second place. Neil Craig is, just seen it out of the back of shot, Neil Craig has suffered a cut just as he was heading towards the driver's rostrum. I thought that was taking, or not the driver's rostrum, sorry, the commentary tower. I thought that was taking quite a long time for him to come through. So that will be a much more comfortable lead now for Skidmore. It'll be something in the region of 8 seconds over Bloomfield, 7.26. Let's have a bit of a look at Bloomfield because, like we said earlier, he's been having a bit of a lonely race. Let's find him when he comes through. A little while till he comes through. He's a sort of bluey-whitey coloured car, the number 3 car. Let's pick him out. I think this is him coming towards us now. There he goes, the number 3 car. This is the now second place man of Darren Bloomfield. Keeping half an eye on where Johnny Skidmore is. Just make sure no disasters befall him. Cruel luck there for Neil. Involved in a bit of an epic battle out front. Johnny Skidmore, though, driving absolutely fantastically. Dropped down into 5th place early on. And then coming all the way back up into the lead. Very, very slight mistake from Neil coming out onto the main straight was all it took. We're over the halfway point of this final. 45-minute long final. We have got around 21 minutes remaining. Still running with Bloomfield in second place at the moment. Heading back towards us now. Excellent control in the air there. I think that might sadly be a retirement for Neil Craig. Skidmore still leading from Bloomfield. Will Skidmore up into 3rd place. Their running order is 1 from 3 from 6. Lee Martin currently running in 4th place. Elliot Boots in 5th. Graham Alsop running in 6th place at the moment. Darren Bloomfield unleashes his fastest lap of the final last time round. Gap is down to 3.87 seconds between Skidmore and Bloomfield. We're running with Darren Bloomfield at the minute as he tries to chase down Johnny Skidmore. Skidmore counters with a 37.96. 38.14 last time round for Bloomfield. Skidmore just coming out onto the main straight now. Let's pick him up as he heads off down the main straight once more. There we go. That is our leader. Johnny Skidmore leading now by 4 seconds from Bloomfield. Will Skidmore 18 seconds off the lead currently, so that would put him around 14 seconds back. Just over 1/3 of a lap behind Darren Bloomfield. So front two, relatively comfortable, 4.91 seconds, just under 5 seconds now, the lead. What do we got? 19 minutes left. This our leader, Johnny Skidmore, we're running with. From Nemo Raceway as he heads out onto the main straight once more. Opens the throttle. Car looking really clean. He can relax very, very slightly. Not a huge amount. He's still got quite a lot of the final to run, but the one driver who's shown to have consistently similar
Okay, so we are currently still with the main fun at the Nemo Raceway. You've just seen a bit of a problem for Neil Cragg. He's fallen back out a few laps ago. So it's Johnny Skidmore who's leading by 6 seconds of Darren Broomfield. William Skidmore back the best part of a lap. We are going to go from this. No, don't worry. No worry. We're going to follow the last 18 minutes. We're hoping to get a chat with Robert Basal from the Spanish Championships. And after that, we will begin the large-scale off-road finals with the four-wheel drive. No fear, they have all been recorded. And it's, and just on there, Eddie Paez. Oh, what a lovely man Eddie Paez is. Oh, he's on my Christmas card list. Your headphones aren't on.
Sorry, I was manning the
typey thing.
I was doing the text talk.
The text talk thing.
Yes.
So just we're going to try and speak to Robert after this race, and we will probably try and speak to someone, hopefully Lee or Johnny at the end of the race as well. But after this, next action will be the four-wheel drive large-scale final from North Ings, which will also... Oh, Eddie's now saying Danny Apprentice, a future champion in Spain. Well, he's certainly come from nowhere as a junior. Canassi be looking over his shoulder, and poor old Robert's got to look over his shoulder twice now for two youngsters. Yep. But yes, so we had the four-wheel drive, then we'll have the short course, then the two-wheel drive finals as Johnny Skidmore has a wobbly moment there in Nemo. But to describe the results of the wobbly moment, let's go back to young James Stewart.
Running first, Will Skidmore running in third place. Oh, Bloomfield's just made a mistake in front of us. So that's dropped him. He's landed upside down in the catch fencing directly beneath us. Required a marshal to get him back on his wheels. He's back up and running with no problems, but that's going to cost him in terms of the gap. So Johnny Skidmore is now going to be leading by some 8 to 9 seconds, I would think. Just trying to spot if there's any other close battles going out on circuit. Johnny Skidmore now slightly... No, he hasn't checked out. Bloomfield not a million miles behind him. So Johnny making a bit of a mistake there. Dropping back very slightly into the clutches of Darren. That'll give Darren some hope. 3.24 seconds, the gap at the front between Johnny Skidmore, who we're running with, and Darren Bloomfield in second place. I'm not sure if I'm starting to feel a bit of moisture in the air here. It does look a little bit overcast. I mean, that would completely change the dynamics of the final if we were to get a rain shower. Johnny Skidmore still leading. Oh, I think we've had a retirement for the 6 car. So Will Skidmore's retired from third place. Just pulled up at the feet of a marshal next to us. So that's really unfortunate there for Will Skidmore. We're running with his brother, Johnny. Johnny still running in first place as he pits. Fuel in. Exits the pit lane. Wasn't particularly clean, that exit from the pits. His lead was 4.2 seconds, so should be absolutely fine. It didn't cost him that, but there's certainly opportunity for Darren to close in very, very slightly with a cleaner stop. Where are we now? We have got how long left? Just under 15 minutes, so we're 2/3 of the way into this final. Johnny Skidmore leading by about 2.5 seconds from Darren Bloomfield. Running in second. Lee Martin now promoted to third place. Elliot Boots up into fourth. James Lepavot up to fifth, having started 13th. Johnny Skidmore then leads from Darren Bloomfield and Lee Martin. Running with Skidmore as he cuts through some traffic. Just saw... In fact, we're running with Bloomfield at the moment as he's heading off down the main straight. 1.1 seconds, the gap between Bloomfield and Skidmore. In fact, we've had a change at the top, so where's Johnny Skidmore gone? Darren Bloomfield is leading. Bloomfield was leading. Is that Lee Martin now leading? I believe it might be. I think Lee Martin has just gone into the lead. So Darren Bloomfield had the lead, and the leader is the white front, orange rear car down the main straight now. I believe that's Lee Martin now leading. So all of a sudden, this final has exploded into life. Johnny Skidmore down in third. That's going to update again. Something... Just waiting for the timing to update to get an exact catch on where we're at. Lee Martin showing a couple of laps down. Darren Bloomfield still showing as our leader. It's the 3 car. He's shown as leading from Elliott Boots. So Darren Bloomfield is still our leader. I think someone's missed a lap out there because this timing's gone. It doesn't look like what we're seeing out on the track. It's showing as Darren Bloomfield leading from Elliott Boots, James Le Pavot, all the way from P13 up into P3. This has gone a little bit haywire. We've got 12 minutes left. Bloomfield still leading. We're running with him at the moment. That's Lee Martin directly behind him. And then Elliott Boots. So watching these 3 cars, I'm not so sure that showing Lee Martin as being a lap down, but I am not convinced that he is. I think he may have missed a lap somewhere. He certainly looks to have the pace of those. He's not jumping out of Elliott Boots' way, and he's not being, importantly, he's not being called out of Elliott Boots' way by a referee either, which you would expect. Having said that, he's just rolled out of it. So I think we can fairly safely say now that Bloomfield is leading from Boots. Johnny Skidmore has rejoined, although he's 4 laps down. Bloomfield leading from Boots and the 13 car of James Le Pavot. Let's just see if we can find our 3rd place man. He's an all purple coloured car. Should be relatively easy to spot. Let's see if we can find him and run with 3rd place man for a little bit. He's some way back. There we go, we've got him. So this is our 3rd place man currently, James Le Pavot. That'll make the journey home much, much nicer. If he can hang on to that position. Bloomfield still leading this one from Boots. We're into the final 10 minutes now. There's 9 minutes remaining. Coming up to the point where everybody's going to be heading in for their final fuel stops. Or certainly in the window where everybody can afford to start heading in for their final fuel stops. Here at Nemo Raceway for the final round of the BRCA 1/8 Scale Rallycross World Championships. Saw an epic battle at the front between Johnny Skidmore and Neil Cragg. Unfortunately, Neil had a cut, and then looks like Johnny did as well. Johnny having fought his way back up. In fact, Johnny is still running, though a little bit further down the field. We're running with James Le Pivot at the moment, our third place man, all the way up from P13 on the grid. Our leader, though, Darren Bloomfield, the number 3 car, leading from Elliott Boots with the 7 car. So running order currently 3 from 7 from 13 here at Nemo Raceway. Around 8 minutes of this final remaining. Last race of the day here from Nemo. To see if we can spot our leader again. Our leader's just gone through now. Car number 3, he's just heading out. The second of the cars about to go out onto the main straight now. And he pits. So Elliott Boots will now take the lead. Elliott Boots now leads as we have seen Darren Bloomfield pit and rejoin. I want to see because Boots was within about 2 seconds of him. So that wasn't a scruffy stop by any means for Bloomfield, but Elliott Boots could, with an epic in-lap and a super fast stop, might have an opportunity to take the lead. So I'm just keeping an eye on where Elliott is on the track now. We're running with Bloomfield on track. Just going to see if Elliott chooses to pit. Oh, Elliott's up on 2 wheels. Elliott has pitted, so I'm just going to see where he pops out. No, Bloomfield takes the lead again. Boots just leads the pits now. So you can see that has probably extended Bloomfield's lead. We're running with him now just over 6.5 minutes of this final remaining. Darren Bloomfield leading. Just coming past us now. Elliott Boots, 2 cars back. Elliott's just gone past us now. Basically the length of the main straight between them, the time it takes to get down the main straight, that's the gap between Darren Bloomfield leading and Elliott Boots in second. Not an awful lot after some 39 minutes of racing. Still pretty close out there, still pretty action-packed. Let's see, Bloomfield comes past us once more. Let's just check how long it takes him to get down the main straight. Let's have a look. It's 1, 2, 3. It's around 3 seconds, the gap between them. Hardly anything after such a long distance of the final. Darren Bloomfield, though, leading this final here at Nemo Raceway. Running order, 3 from 7 from 13. Darren Bloomfield leading from Elliott Boots, from James Le Pivot. Graham Allsop up into 4th place. Jamie Hall currently running 5th. Lee Martin is in 6th position. Bloomfield still leads. Boots follows him down the main straight now. These two got a fairly massive gap. They've got about half a lap over 3rd place man James Le Pivot. Bloomfield looking calm, looking in control. This is his comeback season into a 1/8 Rallycross. Took a few years out of it, but he knows what to do. He's been in this position before. 4 and a bit minutes remaining here at Nemo Raceway. Darren Bloomfield leading from Elliott Boots. Darren with a comfortable looking lead. He wouldn't really want to make any mistakes here, but I don't think on pace Elliott's going to catch him. He's just gone past us now. I'll let you know when Elliott goes past us. Elliott's just past us now. So somewhere in the region of 3.5 seconds between these two. Bloomfield leading then as we come in towards 3.5 minutes of this 45-minute long main final. Super, super close out the front. Still, when you consider that they've been running for about 42 minutes, and still there is only somewhere in the region of 3 to 4 seconds between the two leaders. Only 8 cars circulating on track at the moment. Darren Bloomfield still leads this one from Elliott Boots. James Lepavot running in 3rd place, Graham Allsop in 4th. Bloomfield just comes past us now. Boots just hops past us now, somewhere in the region of 4 seconds still. 2.5 minutes of this 45-minute long main final here from Nemo Raceway remaining. Darren Bloomfield leading. We are watching him on screen now. Elliott Boots running in 2nd place. Darren's definitely brought it home from places like this before, from positions like this before, but this would be the first win of his comeback. Heading out towards the main straight once more. This is the point where you start thinking, hearing every single little, did that pick up off the corner okay? Did you become super, super paranoid at this point? You've driven so hard. There's about 1.5 minutes of this final left. Absolutely crazy final going on out there. Watching Darren Bloomfield on screen, our leader. Elliott Boots, 2nd place man. Elliott just coming past the commentary tower now, just to give you an idea now of how big Darren's lead is. I think Elliott has realised that he hasn't got a hope of catching the leader. Bloomfield just needs to bring this one home. We're just watching as we enter the final minute of this final. This is really the time you don't want any issues, any mistakes. Oh, Darren, that was... You could have done without that. You would have been fully clenched at that point, son. Darren Bloomfield, though, looks like he's got... This might be his final lap. He might have one more. Might, maybe. What have we got? 29 seconds to go. I think he might be the only person to make it through onto the extra lap. We'll have to wait and see. There's a very slight delay on the timing, so just going to have to wait and see as they cross the line. Who's done it? Darren Bloomfield leading, though, from Elliott Boots and James Lepavot. Graham Allsop running in 4th place. Let's have a look. 15 seconds to go. So this, I think Darren Bloomfield is going to cross the line to take the win. Darren has taken the win. So Darren Bloomfield does take the win. Waiting for Elliott Boots to cross the line in 2nd position. There he goes. So Elliott is 2nd. Darren Bloomfield, though, our winner after 45 minutes. Obviously subject to scrutineering. But that is the end of that crazy, crazy main final here from Nemo Raceway. So thank you for joining us here this afternoon from Nemo. That was a awesome, epic final that we've just seen there. Great drive from Darren Bloomfield. Didn't really push the pace at the front. He knew that he couldn't quite run with Johnny Skidmore and Neil Cragg.
Well, thank you to James for commentating on what was
Epic
final. Also, I think James did a fantastic job because the timing at the track actually stopped working properly. It's missed several people a lap, but he visually kept where he was going.
The timing in James's head
was better than the timing there.
Spectacular.
Which is great because the one thing missing from this display has been the timing, which would have been wrong anyway.
Yes.
So
can we have a guest? We need to get to him. He's a busy man.
Well, we've just seen a great final in the British National Championships. And prior to that, we just saw a great final and a very unexpected winner, Miguel. You told me that only Juan Carlos or Robert could win that one. What happened?
Nobody was expecting this, guys. I mean, everybody's so surprised with the result. I mean, Daniel Pariente is an awesome junior driver, which, with lots of potential, but nobody expected him winning today. Overall, his teammate Juan Carlos Canas didn't expect that Pariente wins today, because with Pariente's victory has made impossible for Canas to have any option to the national championship this year. Now, automatically, Robert Badge is a Spanish national champion once again.
So tell us a bit more about Daniel. How old is Daniel? Obviously, because we've not really been anywhere for 2 years, we don't really know anything about Daniel Pariente. Obviously, he's blooming good. How old is he? Tell us a bit about him.
Well, he's one of the junior Spanish drivers at the moment, so I don't know exactly, but I can tell he's less than 16. So he's very small, maybe 14. I don't really know his age, but he's one of the junior drivers, and he has had such an awesome performance in today's final. I invite all of you, go and watch it, because it happened something that it's been a long time that I was not able to watch at a national championship, and it is that he was the first driver to go through the lap timer when the stopwatch was over. So he has had a full lap only for him. No one could catch him anymore. So he has made a crazy lap with crazy jumps, with a lot of drifting, going against the fences. He was so happy. He was so happy celebrating. And it has made me happy to see such a young driver enjoying so much and with one lap advantage in front of the rest of the drivers. So, yes, it's been really funny. Not so funny for, as I said, Juan Carlos Canas, his teammate, who was driving in first position, but then he was not able to keep up the rhythm with Pariente. He was faster. That's it. No engine stalls, no mechanical problems, no electronic problems. Pariente was faster. That was it.
Was there a key moment, or was it just overtaking with pit stops and just things running out? Was there a key moment?
Sorry. Okay, the first time that I remember, because I am filming, I am reading the comments, I am
yes.
speaking. So the first time I remember that Pariente overtook Canas was on the left zone of the track, the curve that goes right and then up. There's where Pariente for the first time overtook Canas. And since then, I think there has been like 1 or 2 position changes, but you could always see that Pariente was going to get the first position back, because he was so much faster and consistent that even with Canas on first position, I could see it, and everybody on the comments was saying it, that Pariente was faster. So there wasn't like a key moment or a refueling where Pariente could get that position, or a mistake from Canas. There was just speed.
What was that with Robert? I mean, looking at the results here, and the telling thing is his average lap time was half a second slower than Juan Carlos Canas and 0.6 slower than Daniel. Did he was it setup error? Why was there such a lack of pace for Robert after he TQ'd?
He is very old. No, now seriously, I was looking at Robert's car during a few laps, and I could see, I even said in the comments that the car was strange. It was not fine. You could see how he was too wide on every curve, and even on the straight, I could see him stopping, like making sudden breaks. And so I knew there was something wrong. When the final came to an end, I went to talk with Robert and congratulate him, because he's now the Spanish national champion once again, and said, okay, congratulations, but what happened? What was your problem? And he still has not opened the car because he's now on verifications, but he said he had some kind of trouble with the throttle servo. He told me some of the laps of this final, he was not accelerating. He was just using the brake because the car was accelerating on its own. And so
oh, right,
he was
okay.
just
Right, that
controlling the
explains it,
race.
yeah. Yeah.
Yes, and you can see it in the video. He was driving so bad that it was impossible that to be a setup problem or a tires problem.
So, a very exciting weekend for you. You've got a new young star. It means you've got to spend the entire time writing about him Info RC. You've got to get a complete profile on him on the website and everything else. Get those pictures on him. We want to find out more about young Daniel Parenti.
Well, luckily for us, he's new for you, but not so new for us, because here in Spain, we know about his performance, and he has already won some national races, but always electric, not nitro. Or maybe some unofficial races he always won. But on national championships, his performance, maybe he was a bit nervous or he didn't find the pace. But today, it was like all of a sudden he got everything on point and he took the victory. But I think it was just a matter of time. We have a very nice junior team here in Spain. There are like 6 or 7 junior drivers, which I know will be fighting for international races soon.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your feed. It was brilliant. We took most of it. We were commentating over a lot of it, and it was great to see it. It was a fantastic race and a really unexpected ending, which is just what you want, an unexpected fish. We've had another really strange race over in the Nemo, and we've still got 3 finals with large scale to show. But in the meantime, Miguel, thank you so much for that. Thank you to Info RC. Fantastic stuff. Really appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Go follow Info RC. Thanks, Miguel.
Cheers.
We'll see you next
Thanks
time.
very much, and thanks to you guys for doing this. I think it's super good for RC around Europe. So keep doing it. I will be so pleased to collaborate with you.
Thank you so much. Cheers, Miguel.
Thanks, Miguel.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, so we've had a nitro meltdown of 2 unbelievable, one unbelievable final with 3 people who were there. One unbelievable final people who were there, and of course with the one at the Nemo Raceway, just all sorts of craziness going on.
Yes.
But now it's time to get much bigger.
We go bigger and
wider,
times.
and we go 3 times.
Yes.
And I believe, are in the chance we should start off with the A final in the 4-wheel drive, the large scale off-road series, BRCA Round 7.
I reckon we're going to see an advert, but we'll find out when they queue it up.
No, I think it's running. I think it's running.
Okay,
I think my advert I was told off for. Let's go.
This is going to be, as it's an A final, it's a half-hour race. I don't think there's going to be any refueling. I think these cars can all make a 30-minute race on their own. So we'll see how this goes. They're off. Got a little bit of bumping. Everyone taking it nice and steady through the first couple of corners. No big crashes yet. 1, 2, 3 are all on their own. And we're with the leader. That is Stu Wood. Taking it out there. Second place, Dave Parrish. He's by himself at the moment. Third place, Bicycles. He's got a battle on his hands now. That car 6 of Dave Ashton, I believe, is all over the third place car. So Stu coming around that danger corner through the tight infield. Couple of very tight left-hand corners, and he's down the pit straight through the sweeper, around the hairpin. As you can tell by the noise, he's got a good lead already. He's not taking it easy at all. He's heading off into the sunset, trying to say, see you later, guys. I'm going to take this win. Maximum points. Well, we'll see. There's still 20-something minutes to go, almost 30 minutes. They're only on the second lap. Stu's got a massive lead now, an entire straight. These guys are quick, and they're not making any mistakes at all. It looks like Stu's shaved front tires really doing the trick here. Is that what set him apart? Who knows? Didn't have a good look at his car when we first got here for the qualifiers. quite a unique body shell shape too. He's got a top scoop on that thing. Let's drop back one car to second position, the bright green car with the yellow front wheels. He's all on his own at the moment as well. That's the car 2 of Dave Parrish. He's got plenty of time behind him as well. Cars 4 and 3 of Guy Page and Tommy Chung battling together, holding each other up, letting Dave get away. Dave coming around that danger tire through the twisty infield. Tight left-hand 90-degree corner, down the main straight, and through the sweeper once again. Stu is setting an absolutely blistering pace, but I think it appears that he's happy with the gap that he's got because it doesn't seem to have grown. Dave holding a strong second position. Tommy Chung in that car 3, holding third. He was able to fight off a couple other cars for his position. All the top racers in this race running under the national system, so they're battling for points at the end of the day. So even finishing second or third or fourth here is going to be fine. It's still good, strong points compared to everybody else who only finished in the B final. So running position after 5 minutes, Stu Wood, Dave Parrish, Tommy Chung, Dave Ashton, Craig Orman, Guy Page, Rick Ashman, Leon Satchel, Andy Knight, and Guy Hayward, who wasn't able to actually start. I'm feeling a bit of a chill wind here, so possibly we might be getting a bit more spritzes of rain. Hopefully not. But if we do, that'll completely change the traction situation. So we've got Tommy Chung. Tommy Chung very quickly closing down Dave here. We got them both in action through the S's, down the main straight, the main straight, through that tire chicane. Through the infield. Let's see who keeps her cool. Around the hairpin. Oh, Dave throws it away. Hits that big yellow tire. It's like a target. So now we're with Dave trying to see what he can do. If he can catch back up to Tommy. Tommy goes off track a little bit. Only loses a little bit of time. Dave looks like he's got a little too much traction though. Let's move up to Tommy coming down the steps and going through the S's now because we haven't seen him on screen very much. See what his driving is like. He doesn't seem to have too much traction anywhere. If he can keep things under control, he might even be able to catch up to Stu in first. but it's a bit doubtful. Stu's got still about a 20-second lead. Tommy had to do a lot of battling in the early part of this race to keep his third position and move into second. So we're with Tommy Chung. Tommy Chung presently running in second. He's got 12 laps down, just on the same lap as Stu, but many seconds behind. So let's see here. Let's go back to the danger tire, just at the start of the infield, and catch back up with Dave Parrish, because he's got two cars bearing down on him very, very rapidly. It's Dave Parrish, Dave Ashton, and Craig Orman. So we got Dave, and Craig. Dave in the blue car has got a green car of Craig all over him. Looks like they've separated a bit now. So we've got two Daves, Dave Parrish and Dave Ashton. This is the battle for third. This is the battle for third. The leader at the moment, Stu Wood, miles ahead, almost a full lap. So in a few minutes, Stu Wood's going to be catching these guys to lap them. So that'll be interesting. Could easily change the running order. But meanwhile, this is the battle for third between Dave Parrish, Dave Ashton, and Craig Orman. It's cars 2, 5, and 6. So already that's 10 minutes down. There's 20 minutes left in this race. All kinds of things can happen. Let's drop back to the battle for fourth, because these guys don't seem to be able to get away from each other. It's Dave Ashton and Craig Orman in that order. Car 6, car 5. Dave in the blue car will be able to get a bit of space from Craig in the car just behind. And then just run a little wide, just like that. And all of a sudden, Craig's all over his back wheels. Whoa, a little bicycle action. But Dave seems to have good acceleration on that back straight. And then just makes a little bobbler or two here or there. Oh, and that lets a little crash. Let's catch up with this battle back here now. Moving forward one position. And now we've got the two Daves on each other. This is Dave Parrish and Dave Ashton. Little two-wheel action there from Dave Parrish. Started in the 2 spot, dropped back a few positions, or well, one position actually. Car 7 of Paul Land, unfortunately, car 7 of Leon Satchel. He's been in the pits for a while. He's had a couple of tire changes. Mechanics working feverishly on that car, see if they can get him back in. Got loads of action here, though. Got a lap car. Who's that? That is a familiar vehicle. I can't remember the name of the driver. I believe that is Guy. Is that Guy Haywood? It's not Guy Haywood, is it? It's Andy Knight. being lapped by these guys. Battle for third, fourth, and fifth. They just can't seem to get away from each other. They're all driving with about the same amount of skill and grip and speed. One will pull away and fall into the grips of the other, and then they'll make a mistake, and the gap will open up once again. The leader is the next car behind them, so the next car in white that you will see with an orange wheel, orange wing and white wheels, that's our leader, Stu Wood. We haven't paid too much attention to him except for the opening laps of the race. That's because he's so far ahead, he's actually about to lap these guys. So we've got Dave Ashton, Craig Orman, A-Main battling, fourth position. Still not able to pull away from each other. Sometimes the leader coming through can really shake things up when a battle is this close. It's not tight. The battle's not tight, but it is definitely close. Stu Wood about to come through, maybe make an effect on things. BRCA referees haven't made any announcements yet, but I'm sure these guys are good enough to know that this is the leader coming through. And there we go. He's through on Craig. So we're following Dave and Dave. Dave Parrish, Dave Ashton. Next car behind is the leader. And then it's fifth pace. Is someone falling off the track in front of him. That saves a bit of effort. Dave Parrish doing a great job holding off Dave Ashton. That number 2 car and the number 6. So that's a Losi 5B in the lead on the screen. And then an NRP Ultron in the blue, letting pass Stu Wood, who himself is driving an Elcon. There we go, Dave Parrish letting the leader through. So that's everyone lapped in this group. An amazing drive by Stu Wood. Again, is it the tires? Who knows? A really tight battle for third. Tommy Chung about a half a lap ahead of these guys. And now they're spread out again as Stu has come through. So the leader coming through to lap everybody hasn't really changed things up very much at all. That blue car of Dave Ashton and the NRP Ultron still holding position about equidistant between Craig Orman behind and Dave Parrish in the lead. Well, not in the lead, but just ahead. Is he going to be able to put any pressure on Dave Parrish? Whoa, Dave getting a little two-wheel action there. Slows him down in that fast short shoot. Coming down the main straight, the pit straight, through the sweeper. Got to be careful, don't grip roll. You'll lose loads of spots. Number 2 car, Dave Parrish. Number 6 car, Dave Ashton. Ashton's getting a lot closer now. Is he going to be able to put a pass on? not at the end of the straight. How about here in the danger corner? As Craig Orman throws it away behind, loses loads of time now. So Parrish, Ashton grip rolls it. Not sure if he touched anything or if he caught a rut. But that gives Parrish loads and loads of breathing room. Tommy Chung now not far from lapping these guys as well. We're still on the blue car of Dave Ashton. Trying to chase big bobble there. That's not going to help in his attempt to chase down Dave Parrish. Just one corner ahead, as you can see there, going through the S's. Coming around the danger tire. Over the big jump, through the sweeper, and around the hairpin once again. 11 minutes remaining in this race. Overall running order at the moment, it's Stu Wood, Tommy Chung, Dave Parrish, Dave Ashton, Craig Orman, Guy Page, Rick Ashman, Andy Knight, Leon Satchel, and Guy Hayward didn't get the start. 30 laps at the moment for Stu Wood. Just crossed over for his 31st lap. He's doing about 36.7 lap times. And these guys still chasing each other. I wouldn't say holding position because they're not trying to hold position. They're trying to finish ahead of each other. Coming down the big straight. Into the tire chicane. Around the hairpin into the short chute, into the infield. Ten minutes remaining as a car goes end over end just in front of them. Luckily, lap traffic. No worries at all for Stu Wood or Tommy Chung. Tommy Chung is actually the next car behind them on the track. So Tommy, second place car, about to come through and lap these guys who are battling for third. This is third and fourth on the track. Dave Parrish in that bright car with the white and yellow wheels. And Dave Ashton with the blue car with yellow wheels. So once again, the question is Tommy Chung coming through to lap him going to change things up? Because Dave Ashton doesn't seem to be making any significant inroads into Dave Parrish there. He's just maintaining the pressure, but not able to pile any more on to force a mistake or try to make an opening. This is nationals level competition, so you can't just dive bomb in and try to barge someone out of the way. Coming up on lap traffic themselves. There we go. That's I believe that's Andy. Letting him pass. Very good. Good job. Referees are calling the traffic for the leaders. We got a couple of speakers here just behind the drivers. So, as you can probably see, that is Tommy Chung coming up behind him in the short chute. So, Tommy's going to be on them in the next lap or so. Ashton still not able to put any pressure, any additional pressure on Parrish as Ashton lets Tommy Chung through. Ashton's lost a lot of time now to Parrish. So is Parrish going to lose time? Oh, we've got. Oh, no, it's all right. It's all right. Don't worry about it. We've got a car that lost a tire. So you're going to see some remnants of tires. Oh, there goes Ashton behind as Parrish is letting Tommy Chung through. So all is A-okay with Parrish. So positions maintained. If anything, Tommy Chung is actually making up some time on Stu Wood. So in a few laps here, we might have a battle for first. So where's everyone shaking out now? We are on Parrish going into the tire chicane. Let's move forward one car to the start of the pit straight to Tommy Chung. If we can get a wide shot and maybe see if we can get, well, maybe not right now, maybe now, see if we can get Tommy Chung and Stu Wood in shot together, because this is actually shaping up to be a battle for the lead. These guys are on the same lap. What has happened to Stu Wood? Have his tires gone off? This is what's going on with Stu Wood. Tommy Chung has just passed Stu Wood for the lead, I believe. He has. It's not showing on the screen, but on track, Tommy Chung has just passed Stu Wood. Let's stick with this for a little bit, see if we can keep them both on the in shot. Stu Wood has got some sort of problem with his car. We can't tell. I don't see a worried face. I don't see anybody in the pits. So not sure what's going on. I see a couple of mechanics watching Stu's car very intently. So is the car going to come back to him? Or has it just gone away? They can't actually physically come up and talk to him. So they're trying to figure it out between them, what is happening. But meanwhile, Tommy Chung he's running away with the lead. Somehow, quietly, Tommy Chung has just stolen the lead from not just the pole sitter, but the guy who's been leading it the whole race for over half the race. So the running order now is Tommy Chung, Stu Wood, Dave Parrish, Dave Ashton, Craig Orman, Guy Page, Rick Ashman, Andy Knight, and Leon Satchel. So, very interesting now. So let's see, we'll keep an eye on that and see what develops. And I'm going to see if I can spot. We've actually got, we're following Stu Wood. We've got Dave Parrish actually catching up to Stu Wood now. The next car behind Stu is Dave Parrish. So Parrish, who was previously battling for third, is now going to be imminently passing for second. Stu Wood's engine just sounds a bit off. Sounds a bit weird. the car behind Dave Parrish, that's Guy Page. He's not in the picture. Guy Page is at least a lap down. So don't worry about the yellow and blue car with the white wheels behind. Stu Wood has let Dave Parrish past. So he's not putting up any fight at all. Wow. So if I were Stu Wood, I would maybe let Guy Page just let him pass so he doesn't crash him out or anything, because there we go, just like that. Because there's 2 minutes left, Stu Wood is about to get passed by David Ashton. And Parrish, he's gonna get second. Oh, Dave Ashton has just flamed out. He's run out of fuel in the infield. So that lets everybody off the hook. So, okay. Wow, reposition. So much happening now. We're on Stu. Let's move forward one car to Dave Ashton, who's now certainly going to get second. Dave coming around the hairpin into the infield. He's like Guy Page, who's on a much faster pace for somehow. Although he's a lap down, he's let Guy Page pass, but there's only a minute left to go. We're at about 38-second lap times, so no bother at all. Dave Ashton is also driving very erratically. It sounds like his engine's about to go. So let's go back to Tommy Chung just coming into the infield just here. So this is our current leader on track. He's going to take the A final. Absolutely no one challenging him for the lead. He's drove a really smooth and consistent race, completely on his own most of the time. We've got 5 seconds left. He's on his last lap. That is time, and he has finished his race. So everyone's going to keep going until all the cars are finished. But this is a victory lap for Tommy Chung.
Well, a whole day of upsets
yes,
and unexpected
yes. Stu Wood's gone as well. Just worry about which one of us is going to lose. Thank you, Frank. Frank will be back with us very, very soon with the short course final. But first of all, let's rewind about an hour to the final of the Spanish National Championships and the man who didn't win, but also won. It's Robert Battle!
We can see him.
We can see him.
We have to introduce him again.
We've kind of opened it first time.
All that effort.
Yeah, it was a lot of work on that one.
I'm not doing that level again.
No, we've
I'm not clapping again.
No, where is he? And it's now Robert Battle! So, Robert, you were rubbish in that final, but you've won the championship. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. Finally, I got it. Super bad final, but at least I got it.
Yeah, we were talking to Miguel, and he says you had some sort of problem with your throttle during the final.
Yeah, it was completely crazy final because I started with the same car as semi-final, exactly same tires, everything same. But since the beginning, the car started to make full throttle, and then I had 3 laps, which the car was completely full throttle, and I just had to brake. It was super crazy. I don't know what happened. Maybe the engine just go full. I don't know, something strange. I have to check it now. But yeah, finally I got third position. It was crazy, but Pariente won the finals. He made incredible final, sincerely. and Canas got second. So, I mean, I'm not a Spanish winner because I have to make one lap on the next qualifying for the fourth round because
Oh,
we have
wow.
we
Okay.
have points to make the race just to
Okay.
participate. So I need to make one lap in
Do
qualifying.
you think you
and
can manage? Can you manage that though, Robert? Do you think?
Yeah, I will do my best.
You do your best.
Now, we
Yeah.
were talking, Robert, we were talking about this threat you were facing from a young upstart called Juan Carlos Canas. Now you've got two young upstarts, Juan Carlos Canas and Daniel Parente. It's getting harder, isn't it? These youngsters, honestly.
Yeah, it's getting super hard now. But at least, I mean, I'm happy because I got the championship, but also I'm a little angry because yesterday I was in a good pace, and today in semifinal I was really, really good. I mean, I felt one of the best times in last 2-3 years, so I was super happy on that. That's why I started with the car on the same setup and same everything done before. And seeing that the shit that happened in the final just made me a little bit angry, but at least I managed to make the third position, which is good for us.
No, it's great. I mean, we got to see a lot of the final. It was obvious, there was some issues with your car because it just wasn't going around the corners properly.
Yeah.
So, we obviously are coming to all these championships after sort of 2 years out, and we're seeing new drivers suddenly appearing. Tell us a bit about Daniel Parente because we know nothing about him.
Oh, he's super young. I think he's maybe 15 or something like that. He's the one. I think you will see now. He's that guy, the red one. This guy, and he's like 15 or 16. I think he doesn't speak English, but and
fair
yeah,
enough.
he's driving Edward, and he's really fast because he came here for testing last year with the e-buggy, I guess, not even nitro, so it was almost new track for everyone. So he was super fast. It's not that it's his home track or whatever. He was just fast, completely all weekend.
Brilliant. Robert, thank you so much for talking to us a couple of times, and congratulations on being one lap away from your 13th title. It's lovely to see you. Hopefully very, very soon, beginning next year, we can see you in person, Robert. But congratulations, well done.
Perfect.
Thank you for talking to us.
Thank
Cheers,
you.
Robert. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for everything. Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Cheers,
Robert.
bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we are now going without no haste whatsoever.
Yeah.
Back over.
Back
Which way
over
is it?
to Lincolnshire.
That way, do you think?
Well, I think it's up north, but you don't think it
it's
is.
somewhere. Lincolnshire.
Towards the coast.
North Ings and the start of the short course final. It's always underway. Go, 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 go. Give the sound of Frank.
There is one MCD, but most everybody's running a low C5T. And we've got about 5 seconds to go. Clean starts for everybody. Yes, very good. Ian is off to a good start. The white truck of Taylor and the white and gray truck of Charles Butterworth not too far behind. Oh, Butterworth has a bad bobble off the sweeper. He's got cars all over him. First and second are away. Got a good gap. That's Ian and Taylor. Ian rocketing away. I'm sure it's not all down to his engine. But he wouldn't tell you that, I'm sure. So Ian around the hairpin, around that sweeper, the inside sweeper, over the big jump in the middle, up the big step, down the two little steps. Whoa, some big crashes all over. These guys taking no prisoners, large scale. It's bumping and barging. And closed wheels means that they can ride sideways. Meanwhile, Ian taking advantage. Everyone hitting each other as he comes down the main straight into the sweeper for his third lap. I believe it's his third lap. Start his third lap. I got to turn around to see the timing, so apologies if I've got the numbers a bit wrong. Ian coming through the S's. Down that back straight. Hard braking. Look at see the nose diving on that red truck. Ian drives a big red van to all the national and international races. So of course he's going to be driving a red truck. As it goes around the sweeper. Tight line through that hairpin. Not too tight actually. Over the big jump. And again, over that step section. Taylor Letchford in the white truck behind, falling further and further behind. Ian, really good car control. Powerful motor, as you'd expect from his Ian modified engine. Strong brakes as well. I mean, you could pretty much say this truck is really dialed in. Doesn't seem like anyone's going to be able to lay a finger on him. Let's drop back to the white truck that's behind. Just about to come over the step section. That's Taylor Letchford. You can see his truck is pretty dialed in as well. Just maybe he's not able to drive as cleanly as Ian, or maybe a little bit less traction or a little bit less engine power. Really hard to tell at this level. The tiniest details make a huge difference. I'll keep an eye on Ian as Taylor goes bicycling around that corner, very tight. Is the grip level coming up? It's kind of hard to tell. But it certainly hasn't rained in quite a while. So maybe all the moisture has been driven out of the AstroTurf. Taylor's got Charles Butterworth behind in that white and gray car. Let's see what Tyler and Charles can do. Tyler coming in that tire chicane, very tight. Don't go too wide there. Gets very messy. Going through that tight infield, tight hairpin, and tight 90-degree corner over the big jump in front of the pits. Charles not able to get a good drive off the big jump, landing it with a wheelie. 5 minutes down, 25 minutes remaining. Land anything very cleanly, just like that big jump there. So you can see why, oh, Taylor's flipped it. Now we got a battle for second. Okay, so is Charles going to be able to do anything and capitalize on this additional pressure that he can pour onto Taylor as they come through the tire chicane? Oh, Charles gets hung up. So that gives Tyler some breathing room. Gets it a bit wrong around the danger corner. So, unfortunately, Charles not able to capitalize. But is he going to be able to put any pressure on here? Charles just doesn't. Oh, there he goes. Oh, massive mistake from Tyler. So that puts Charles ahead. So this should be very, very interesting. We got a wild and crazy Charles Butterworth and a very clean driving, but a couple seconds behind Tyler Letchford. So can Charles keep it on the green stuff, keep the shiny side up, rubber side down, or is Tyler going to be able to make up all this time and get ahead of Charles once again. Tyler can drive pretty clean, but it seems like when he's under pressure, he makes some mistakes. And Charles drives a bit crazy, but maybe he's a little bit better under pressure. That's just what it seems to be. Oh, there goes Charles. Now they're side by side once again, going near the hairpin. Oh, little swap, body rubbing around the danger corner. No one gets hung up. Tight chicane around these two tight left-hand turns over the big jump. Charles loves to really rev it over the big jump. Doesn't get the drive that he needs when he hits that landing. So is that going to give Tyler the room that he needs to really pull away? Side by side once again, coming on in the main straight. Both have the same amount of drive, it looks like. Tyler just pulling away a car length or two. Another messy landing from Charles. But is Tyler going to mess up again as he's coming up on lap traffic? We've got Simon Godney just ahead with those wild front wheels. Let's see what happens. Let's follow the white truck as he's trying to put a lap down on Simon Godney. Coming around the danger corner. Simon lets him pass. Very good. Didn't even have to be warned. You just let him pass. That's great. Great driving. National levels competition. And he lets Charles pass as well. But Charles gets a bit wild into the sand and loses loads of traction. Loses a few more car lengths to Tyler. So Tyler now coming up on Sophie. Coming around that danger corner. Oh, gets it wrong there. Tight chicane. Oh, Sophie gets it wrong. Or no, that wasn't Sophie, that was someone else. So we got Tyler and Charles almost side by side once again. Who's that? That's the car 7 of John Bell. I believe it is John Bell. He's driving a two-wheel drive as well, so it kind of threw me off. His paint scheme. Sophie gets a bit wild and lets them both pass. So, pretty easy lapping there. Oh, 2 hits on the danger tire. All right, so. Meanwhile, after all that action, we've got Ian, just 2 cars. Oh, now he's about to pass. He's just passed Charles. Ian's about to pass Sophie. He's already passed Sophie. Now we've got the red truck behind the white truck. So that's second place of Charles, who we're following, is about to be passed by Ian in the red truck. You can just see maybe in the corner of the screen there. Meanwhile, all this time, Ian has just been pecking away, driving good laps, and now he's about to put everyone a lap down. So the running order at the moment, Ian Audi, Taylor Letchford in that white truck, Neil Young now, and then Andy Spence, Charles Butterworth way behind. Let's see if we can find Neil Young, because somewhere off camera, the car, truck 4, has passed to truck 3 of Charles Butterworth. Let's see, car 4 is that yellow, the orange. This is our new third place car. So, somewhere, Charles Butterworth has been passed by this orange truck and the blue and white truck behind him. So let's stick with this and see if Neil Young can catch up to Taylor Letchford as Ian has lapped Taylor. So that's Ian has lapped the entire field. Neil Young has stepped away from his guitar. Oh, and he gets hung up. So now we have another battle has developed now. So the blue and white truck, truck 6, has passed Neil Young. Or is that car 8? Andy Spence. So let's stick with the orange truck because car 8 just ahead has just passed him. I believe they're both MCDs. They look like MCDs. I don't know, maybe not. According to the BRCA listings. He should be maybe catching up to Andy. Andy Spence, who is not at all on my written listing here. Just trying to catch up with a driver in the official results who's not on my sheet, so I'm not actually sure who's just ahead of him, but according to the official results, it's Andy Spence. So let's say it's Andy Spence. He actually raced in the C, so I'm not sure how he actually got into the A. But be that as it may, Neil Young is catching Andy Spence with Charles Butterworth just behind. So Neil Young in the orange. Oh, there goes Andy Spence, end over end. There's the pass for position. So now let's stick with Neil Young here in the orange, because I think he's going to be catching Taylor Letchford, who's still in second. And we'll see what develops here. We've got, we're halfway through this race, 15 minutes done, just about. We've got Ian Audie, Taylor Letchford, Andy Spence, Neil Young, Charles Butterworth, Martin Williams, Sophie Finch, and Simon Godney, and John Bell taking up the last position. Matthew Buxton has fallen off the track after just a couple of laps. So Neil Young in that car 4, something really weird is going on with Andy Spence because can't really tell. He was just ahead of Neil Young on the official timing, but now he's not. So not sure if the officials took a lap off him or what. Neil Young currently running 3rd in that orange truck. Still trying to catch up to Taylor Letchford. So you can just see maybe in the white a few corners ahead. So the action at the moment has really died down. So not too much going on, to be honest. We've got Neil Young, who we're following. The white car you can maybe see just there is second position. Everyone on the track has been passed now by Ian Audie in first in the red car and the red truck. Oh, there goes! Wow, he almost went into the pits there by accident. So top three positions, very, very spread out, almost equidistant, literally equidistant across the track. Even the marshals are yawning out on the track, and they're surrounded by petrol fumes and buzzing engines. Let's drop back a few cars and to the red car, the red truck of Ian Audie. Is our leader.
I love how
and
clear
almost
it is.
certainly going to win this.
So easy to use.
Unless he just decides to just completely drive off the track and into one of the wheat fields that surround us. Ian Audie is gone. He is checked out. He's about to pass, again, Neil Young to put a lap down on him. Neil was trying to catch Taylor Letchford, but for whatever reason, Taylor was able to pull away. But Ian just in a race of his own, basically now. Ian just completely alone. So the running order at the moment, Ian Audie, Taylor Letchford, Neil Young, Andy Spence has gotten past Charles Butterworth, Martin Williams, Sophie Finch, Simon Godney, and John Bell. And we've got just about 9 minutes remaining in this race. So it was quite hectic for quite a while. The first 5 or 10 minutes or so, following Taylor Letchford and Neil Young. But Ian, who you can see on track, set pole position and has absolutely run away with this race. So let's see if we can find the white truck. In the infield, it's Taylor Letchford. He was threatened early on by Charles Butterworth, but Neil Young came along, stole Charles's thunder. We'll catch up to Neil Young in a bit. Well, from Ian has not dropped off at all. But as far as the general racing pace and action, if you weren't watching earlier, you've really missed quite a bit of action actually. So third place is our yellow truck of Neil Young at the infield. Sorry, not yellow, the bright orange. This is third. Neil Young. He doesn't always make music or play with model trucks or model railroad sets. Sometimes he comes out to a field in Lincolnshire and races large-scale radio-controlled trucks. I'm pretty certain, although Neil is down as driving a low C5T that looks almost identical to an MCD, as far as my experience can tell me. So feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Number 8, car number 8, Andy Spence, one car behind. So if Neil makes a bunch of mistakes, Andy Spence is there to pick up the pieces. Let's drop back one car in the S's to Andy Spence. He's that blue and white car with the white wheels. Coming down the main straight, into the tire chicane. Whoa. A little bit too much braking there. This is Andy Spence doing what he can to catch up to Neil Young. But unless Neil makes several mistakes in a row, Andy's going to struggle to catch Neil in the final 5 minutes of this race. Meanwhile, Ian Audie has lapped Taylor Letchford yet again. Has absolutely not slowed down his pace at all. Just driving 100%. So this is the A final of the short course, large scale off-road from North Ings Raceway in the middle of Lincolnshire, somewhere in the UK. It's around 7 of 8 from the BRCA for large-scale off-road. Some very dedicated racers driving up and down the length of the country to make as many of the points races as they can. Started racing in July. Whoa! That's definitely not the fast line around that corner. So Andy is, if you could just keep it on the green stuff, he might be able to pull it off. It's just under 4 minutes remaining. Because he's a bit of a wild child in the corners. That's where you can make all the time up, but that's where you can lose all the time as well. Just comes around that hairpin, through the short chute, around the danger tire, and that really tight infield that catches so many people out. Coming through this short chute here. Down the steps and into the S's. Now that red truck that you can see just behind Andy, coming up very, very rapidly, that's Ian. Poleman, future winner of this race. And if he goes any faster around this track, he'll be flying a drone or something. Absolutely ridiculous. Let's drop back to the red truck of Ian and see how quickly let's follow Ian as he dispatches Andy here for yet another lap. And future winner of this race. And if he goes any faster around this track, he'll be flying a drone or something. As he comes down the pit straight, crosses the line for one more lap around the sweeper. A half decent line around the hairpin, over the big jump in the middle of the track, up the steps and down the little steps, through the S's, down the main straight, into the tire chicane. One more time. There's a minute and a half remaining. And there he goes. Another lap down on Neil Young. That's third place. He's just lapped third place yet again. Ian should be getting a couple more laps here. 1 minute left. As you can see, Ian's on his 45th lap. Actually, this is lap 46, and he's just a few seconds away from completing. We'll get one more lap of official time as it crosses the line there at the end of the pit straight. And he's going down the back straight one last time. The two-wheel drive buggies are already getting started and set up in the pits. As Ian's going to come around to lap Simon Godney in that black truck with the red and white pinwheel front wheels. The danger corner one last time to lap Simon Godney in that black.
Well,
yes,
that was an expected end.
Yes.
That was the one non-surprise.
Yes,
Ian Oddie led from start to finish of the whole short course class,
and goes so well. You saw one of the laps twice.
It was worth seeing twice. It was so
twice the driver you'd
professional.
expect. Yeah.
Unexpected ends in so many of the classes today,
But not this one.
which has been good. But no, well done, Ian.
Yep.
Thank you for watching this live link up. It's been a fantastic day. There's still
One more to go.
More race to go. Potentially, we have one last guest to talk to, our large-scale aficionado, Connie Svensson, although there's some connection issues happening, so we may have to bail on that and just check in with the final race.
I'm pretty impressed with the way this has gone, because there's a lot of wet string around, which has managed to hold together. So we've managed to bring in people from all around Europe. We've spoken to the great and the good. We've spoken to who's the man who's one lap away from being the new Spanish champion.
1 lap away.
We've spoken to a top Spanish journalist, doesn't know what he's talking about.
Who doesn't?
Well, he said either Robert or Juan Carlos are going to win.
We were all watching the two favourites, and that showed us.
Yes, it just goes to show. What's assuming do? It just makes an ass out of
Okay.
you and me. So tell us about next week.
Next week,
we're back.
We've got a bit more on-road.
Yes, we're going to go to Halifax.
Halifax
for 1/10 Nitro
Yep.
on road and GT8. There's 2 classes up there at
Yep.
Halifax.
Okay.
And we're going to go to
Bedworth for electric
touring cars.
1/10 touring car.
Which is going to be interesting.
I'm surprised they run 10th touring car electric and 10th touring car nitro on the same day, because you'd think there'd be some of the same
very
people.
little overlap. If you like nitro cars, you like electric cars, never the twain shall meet, even though the scale's the same. Apart from Tsuchihara, of course. He'll drive anything.
Yes, or... Yes.
Even Andy,
yes.
of course. Andy's done a bit of the 10th stuff.
Lots of people have, really.
Only when the World Championship turns up, they go, I'll give it a go.
May as well.
Thanks for the cash.
Yeah. Thank you to MyLaps.
Yes, absolutely.
Timing is obviously at the heart of all of this. And if you don't have the MyLaps app on your phone, you should do, because when you go testing at the track on an open day, you can get the same level of timing on your phone as you would get at a European Championships.
I need that.
Through your phone, through your smartphone, with the MyLaps application.
How slowly I'm going. I always feel what I need is someone just to kind of 9.4. 9.3.
Well,
obviously, in my case, it'd be 19.4, 19.3.
Well, yeah. The clue is in the name. You need to complete a lap for it to really have any effect.
Yeah, it's a good point, well made.
Still issues with Connie, so we might just go straight into the two-wheel drive, the final.
The final.
The two-wheel drive final. Are you going to talk us through this one?
You may have noticed we have a little bit of a sound offset issue.
Frank has been throwing his voice into the past.
He is
and
the Jeff Dunham of RC Racing, and he's managed to get himself out. It's not absolutely nothing to do with Frank. It's a YouTube technical.
I think Frank's
it's a YouTube technical issue which is well known, and every now and again raises his ugly head, and you go, oh, why this time?
Yeah, that sinking feeling when it's...
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Look at that. God, Mr. TV.
Yeah.
How long were you thinking of that one?
I don't know.
A month and a half. Yeah. I think we'll try it with Frank.
Will we?
Are we trying it with Frank? Quick question to the gallery. We try it with Frank?
Actually, we could introduce Paul.
Oh, Paul.
Paul scrambled to get your headset on. Finally, you get your walk-on part.
Speak on part.
Speak on. If this was the Archers.
I don't think he's ready.
Go again.
So what was the question? No.
No, they took him on themselves.
Okay, fine.
No,
this is far too
They put the wrong headsets on. They swapped headsets.
James doesn't want to talk to us on
No,
the air.
no.
Because
Sorry, what was the question again?
Right, okay,
we're now all
Hello,
sorted.
Paul.
We're all sorted here
Hello,
for you
Paul,
to comment.
into the German jury.
Oh, this is a level two. We're so close to the end. We may as well just
play the final.
Should we just play the final?
Play the final. Let's see what's going on.
We're going to play the
Let's
final,
see.
but you're commentating on it.
Am I?
Nick's going to commentate.
Yes.
Okay,
on the
fair
final.
enough then. This could be interesting. I don't know the first names, but I'll go for it.
I'll get them up for you somehow.
And they're off. Hey, two-wheel drive. No, that's me looking at me. I need to look at tracks. I'm not in this car. I'm not racing. You know. Yes.
You can make it up now.
Yes.
Can't you?
So wow, it's an elephant. Wow, I didn't expect a Tyrannosaurus Rex to eat one of the cars.
Ian Oddie's winning again.
Yes, even though he's not entered. Here we go. Okay, so we're up and running in the first lap. It's Carl Norris who leads from Andy Blackburn with Neil Sivins in third, and it is Oliver Whittlest in fourth. So blue and white is Norris, and the white and pink machine is Blackburn. Coming around through the infield, turning a bit left, and then you go over this single big lumpy jump. Obviously, this is a all AstroTurf circuit. Made up from cut-up bits of hockey pitches. And in the background, you can see Frank getting very excited about this. And if we found a way of resyncing him, we'll have him back on again. No, he's questioning his insanity there.
Yeah. I know the feeling.
Yeah, so do I. And
was that a pass?
Who knows? And so Carl Norris has got past Andy Blackburn. So it's a two has got past one. And in it goes. So these cars, of course, are mostly looks like the lead looks like an Elcon based on that body shell. And they come down the main straight again into the sweeper left. It's not as easy as it looks. He's got a kind of uneven shag pile carpet that's been slipped on by a shag pile rug that's been slipped on by a naughty dog and ruckled the whole thing up. Second jump, come back onto the infield. And this kind of bridge work, which I'm sure people must fall off. But I can just notice there actually is a bit of retaining wood picket fence marked Ings Raceway. And Norris and Blackburn sticking together, gapping at the moment by about a second. As close as they can be at the moment, both over the jump. Oh, bad landing for Carl Norris.
That's not the fast way around that.
They sweep around the circuit again.
So now there's a massive gap behind these two.
Back into the inside. Down off that 3-level step away. And turning right and then tight left. And the top two treating it as a bit of a fest. 5 seconds back to Oliver Whittleston. And then it is Neil Griffin in fourth. But the first two breaking away in the early parts of this half-hour final. 2.5 minutes down. 27 to go. Off they go. Jumping around. And the first two get to the bottom of the circuit. The opening part of this track is very, very reminiscent of Neen Valley, which goes to a sweep into that sort of bottom hairpin as well. Neen Valley, another recycled AstroTurf circuit based quite near Santa Pod, that's held the European Championships twice. Always holds a slightly melancholy position in my heart. I think it's the last time we had a really big interaction with Dallas, wasn't it, that race? When have I got some
Neen Valley?
We're getting some co-commentary to help me out.
Neen Valley?
Neen Valley. Last time we had a good old chat with Dallas, wasn't it?
It was, yes.
So that's many years away now. It seems like only yesterday. Big personality, left big impression on the sport, but we are now moving forward under very progressive new management. Well, I mean management, is it? New volunteers, new presidents, and trying to move the sport forward in a very competitive market. You're competing against video games, you're competing against other times, but it's all about getting the youth involved. It's all about days like today when we can see as many different types of racing as possible in a condensed field. Hopefully you've enjoyed what you've seen today. If you haven't, that's absolutely fine, but tell us what you have. Don't just say, it's rubbish. Actually tell us what you liked and what you didn't like. Tell us what you'd like to see more of. We've mixed in interviews, we've jumped from race to race. Yeah, sometimes I'm sure we haven't actually covered the exact race you wanted. If you were, basically, all four of the events we've shown are fully available on archive, or will be by tomorrow. Miguel on info.rc.net, he has all the relevant races on his Facebook page. He doesn't stream the whole day, but he does stream the major races. Pool Start will have all the racing available as well. They'll be there for their event in Stalo ended yesterday, and we will be publishing the full day of both here in the large-scale off-road National Round 7 from North Ings, and also the whole day from Nemo Racing. I do need to first do a sanity check. There wasn't a large amount of swearing off camera we didn't hear. And they'll both be published at some time tomorrow. So if you were there or you want to see a particular race, you'll be able to have a good old look. Oh, and an error there by our leader. And back goes Norris there. So Norris has dropped back into second. So Blackburn and Norris, I'll start again. So Blackburn now should be in the lead. And Norris is in second. Just wait till they go. I've been trying to struggle which one's which, but I'm pretty sure that's now Norris leading and Blackburn second. Waiting for them to go over there. Yep, Norris in the lead, Blackburn second. So they say Norris is blue, Blackburn is orange. Been a mistake there by Andy Blackburn. But as I say, yes, so you can be able to see everything we've printed down. We've released onto the our YouTube page and linked obviously heavily within our Facebook under the, oh dear, that's a mistake as well, under the title of RC Racing TV Raw.
Raw.
R-A-W, just not roaring like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which ate one of the cars whilst we had a blank screen earlier.
Or raw as in the Federation.
In America, no.
In America,
no, very good point, well made.
But more as in the wrestling.
Yes, absolutely, as in it's not quite as well produced, but it still covers the action.
Yes. You get what you need.
You get what you need. You'll be able to see your mates or yourself.
It's just not that well cooked.
No, we haven't. We just, it's almost blue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not even rare.
Cordon.
Yes, exactly. Gordon Blue. Yeah, so this is where we're at. So and we're going to mix and match more next week as well. We told you we were at Halifax and at Bedworth, and I believe we're going to be someplace in Europe as well, but that's still a little bit up in the air, isn't it?
We would love to be in France because they have a Nitro Buggy national. That would be lovely, and if we can work with Circus RC to make that happen, we will, because we love working with Chris.
Circus RC.
And Circus RC. So we try and make that happen, and potentially some more large scale from Germany with the Mastership taking place.
Is that a pull start thing, or is it?
It is no.
Okay, and there's also pull starts up we can probably find. Who knows? Who knows? We will fill your day with RC action of various types, and we'll cut away from the bit you want at an annoying point to show something else. We guarantee that. We'll bring in some guests. I'm sure there'll be more roadie-based guests rather than the off-roadie-based guests we've had this time.
Yes, it's been an off-road heavy episode.
And we're hoping to bring you some, well, it's not so much exclusive because obviously it is launched, but some really big information on a major new product within the electric touring car field.
Ooh.
So there may be some close-up. We may be able to get you some secret information with people who actually know what they're talking about. So not me.
Us.
Well,
No.
probably include James, actually, in fairness, but not me, definitely.
Not
but
James Parry.
No. He's.
But we will be talking to people that drive those cars.
Yes.
Exclusively.
Yes. I mean, just have to work out how we get James to stop driving in the event and do all our work for us.
Yeah.
That's a job for this week.
Well,
isn't it?
James has already agreed to not make the A final, which is quite.
That's very
giving
magnanimous.
of him.
Very
Thank you,
magnanimous.
James.
And he's also said he's going to get someone else to do his tyre chemistry.
Right. Yeah. With the chemistry set.
Well, it's you look at that now. Oh, up on two wheels for Andy Blackburn, and up on two wheels again. He's kind of. I think he's auditioning for Strictly rather than racing these cars. Dun, dun. So next week, which will of course be the 26th of September, and if all goes well, then we may well do it all over again a couple of weeks after that.
You never know.
You never know. And if it all goes well, we might do it next year. We just don't know. Who knows what's going to happen?
If you are streaming any racing in Europe,
Yes.
then get in touch. Potentially, we could shed a bit of a light on your race and bring it into the RT Motorsport live link-up.
Yeah.
So get in touch if you're streaming a race. We want to hear from you. Also share this. Keep commenting. It's been great to interact with you all day. We've had lots of technical fires to fight and lots of things that we've been doing to make it all happen.
Yes.
So we haven't shown as many of your comments on the screen as we would have liked, but I can assure you next week we will be talking to more of you on the stream and in text form as well.
Because we expect to have completely different fires to fight next week. So that'll be the point. So we have the different fires will free us up to do the things we want to do this week.
Well, we had lots of unknown fires.
Yes.
Next week we'll have known
Known
fires.
fires.
The known fires are a lot easier because
Yes.
you know they're hot.
Yes.
Unknown fires, you don't know what to expect.
No, and you don't have the right extinguisher always.
Yeah. True.
Very deep now, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Don't know what. All I can think about now is McDonald's. I know it's quite late. I have been eating Pringles, but I've just got this kind of a raging desire for a McDonald's.
Well, Nick, we do have some sandwiches left in the fridge.
Excellent.
So.
Save them for next week. So I'd just like to say, what I would like to do whilst I'm controlling the voice on this, I would like to say a big thank you actually to James Stewart and Zach Fenning, who did a huge amount of work down at Nemo, and you'll be able to see their entire day's worth of work once they've checked there's no swearing. Which I
Why
think
would
there
there be swearing?
I don't know, because in fairness, the only person who swears in this whole team is me, so in fairness, it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no,
You're quite well
there
known
was
for
somebody else who swore, but he got fired.
No, Frank has sworn as well, actually.
Has he?
He swore when we used to use a metal lip mic.
Oh yeah, that started giving you
Occasionally
shocks. It
it
started
would
giving you shocks.
electrocute
Yeah,
your
that's
top lip.
true. Yeah, it would burn the whole thing off. Yeah. So, and I also like to thank Frank, who's done a fantastic job on the. We
can hear him in the background.
I mean,
Totally out of sync.
And I will actually get the sync back in. I'll find a way to get the sync back in when I release the video tomorrow. But Frank's done a great job in North Things, as he has been with Harry Bamford. They've been a team, and they're going to be working for us again next week in Halifax. They've done a great job.
Fantastic.
And obviously thanks to the boys in the back room, which is Paul Bateman and James Parry. Obviously, Matt, we've got 2 minutes to go.
We've got 20 minutes to go, and you're already doing the wrap.
Well, basically, I want to wrap this as quickly as possible. Get out of McDonald's, but no, it's I think we couldn't do it without you, the viewer, as well.
This is true.
And all our guests,
mainly
and
the
EFRA,
racers
and EFRA
and the federations
Federation.
putting on the races. But the racers, if they weren't racing, we'd have nothing to cover.
Yeah, it's very true, actually.
It's quite deep, isn't it?
It's very deep. We're back. Well, I'm not quite sure why they're so obsessed with second place Andy Black. Well, is it because he was on 2 wheels? Andy Blackburn has got an awful lot of coverage in this final. And given the fact that he's 8 seconds behind the leader and 12 seconds ahead of third place, it's kind of like, Do you think he's given Sipton £5 for the video shots?
So you're absolutely sure that's not Norris then?
Yes, because Norris is the blue one.
Right. Okay.
Oh no, you've got me doubting myself now. You just threw that bomb in, didn't you?
Mind you, yeah, he did clock a lap. Norris clocked a lap whilst that car was nowhere near the timing loop. So yeah, you could be right.
Whenever I see these things, I don't think they look great fun. I should have a go, but I think there's several £1,000s. I haven't got the time. It's more the time, to be honest. I haven't raced a radio control car since I did that thing for the Gadget Show exactly a year ago.
Wow. And what a great thing that was.
No, it wasn't. That was very, very kindly cut, that was. I'd like to point out, whether I'm good or bad, no one can do something which they can't see. And I couldn't see a lot of that.
Did you race a Porsche?
I bought a Porsche Taycan driven by the European Rally Champion.
Right.
Around a sprint track in Kerbera.
Okay.
And that thing was blooming
And you
quick.
you were driving a 1/8.
A 6S.
Right.
1/8 is a converted Serpent Cobra.
Right.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest base. It wasn't a bad base car, but we needed a bit more power.
Mm-hmm.
And we just didn't quite have enough at that point. But yeah, we were doing about 85, 88, we think, down the straight.
Wow.
But the Porsche doing 120. It's like ridiculous electric power. I've been quite confident I've been doing it against a petrol car, but against an electric car, I got no chance. It didn't help, obviously, that I couldn't see either two corners because they were way over there, and I was, I was on a big. I was 8 meters up.
Blimey.
The only problem is I've just realised I'm not actually on camera being shown myself doing these big.
Just
grand
imagine a
movements.
man with his hand
hands
above his
wide
head.
apart, and then imagine me now with my hand above my head.
Now you know what 8 meters looks
No,
like.
exactly, that's right. And we're painting pictures with words. Oh, go for us on the radio. And I couldn't see the corners. So I loused in my fastest lap. I loused one of the corners.
How did you turn a corner then if you couldn't see it?
I guessed, and I got on the one far left. I got it right, and the one far right, I didn't get it quite right at all. And lost about a second and a half.
Did you fake it then? Did you go and stand on the corner and take the corners, and did they edit it really cleverly?
No, they did it. The lap time I was given was a real lap time.
Right.
But the composite lap, which they showed, was 3 or 4 different laps and close-ups.
All with you on that
nope.
8 meter driver stand?
Because they did some close-ups.
B-roll.
B-roll, yeah. B-roll of the type. So it looked.
It looks like you drove well.
Well, I did drive well, really. In my opinion. I think if I'd been absolutely perfect, I'd have been about a second and a half faster. If I'd been Ronald Volker, I'd be another second faster.
Right.
So because there weren't that many corners, just see them was the issue. So I reckon I was 2.5 seconds off of the ultimate pace it could have gone, and we lost by 6.
And is that how many? Was that true to air? Is that what they showed on the TV show?
Yeah, they showed the time. They didn't muck the timing about. They said, right, you lost by 6.
Okay.
And I knew, and they showed that I got it slightly wrong on one of the corners, but they then made it look a lot
usually
better.
enhanced the drama.
It looked a lot better. The good thing about it was
Did it make you look really forlorn or angry?
I acted forlorn. It was fine. I knew my job. I knew my job. Forlorn. Okay. The interesting thing was though that it was very, very lucky in one way because just as we were finishing filming, it began to rain. And as soon as the lightest piece of drizzle on the track, all the oil from the sprint cars came up, and I had no grip. I couldn't turn or anything.
But surely that would have also affected the guy in the Porsche.
No.
A
Porsche,
bit.
yeah. So, okay, the Porsche would be in a couple of seconds slower. I'd have been about a minute slower.
Oh, wow.
It turned an ice rink.
That's a big deal.
There's no weight on it. And the tyres weren't exactly right. I got many excuses, but basically, the Porsche Taycan was particularly impressive. And I think what they should have done is have like Otis driving the Taycan rather than a European rally champion.
Yes.
Because I'm not a European champion.
No.
Might be a European traveller.
No. No. Yes. Just under 14 minutes left to go on this, the two-wheel drive A final. You're watching RC Motorsport Europe's live link-up. This is EFRA bringing all the nations together to cover all the racing, and this is the last race of the day over in Lincolnshire at North Ings. This is a BRCA round 7.
Mr. Blackburn's
large scale.
Mr. Blackburn's still getting.
They've got 3
all the
classes. And this is the 3rd class. The biggest winner of the day. Well, we could discuss the winners of the day. I mean, the biggest winner of this class has to be Ian Oddie, who won by
another round.
A country mile in short course. But for me, for my money, the biggest winner of the day would have to be Daniel Parente because.
Wow. I think.
Or was the biggest winner
No, it's
Robert
isn't it?
Battier?
Robert hasn't won, but he's won.
He's the guy who had the worst race with the best result.
Yes, his car was not working from lap 3.
Mm-hmm.
He toughed it through and came third, which is a terrible result. But because one Carlos Canas didn't win, he's picked up. I mean, Darren Bloomfield, they must be pretty chuffed about winning a national after kind of only came back for a bit of a laugh. And as Lee said, he doesn't do the practice; he just turns up and races. Yeah. Then of course, Darren is next European champion. And where did he win the European Championship?
Fairing.
Yeah,
and was he the first? And he was the first British driver to win.
British driver to win the
Rallycross,
European Championship.
But then obviously
Elliott won twice. A couple of years after that. And then
Elliott not doing so well in the national championships.
He does look very much. He's looked out of form now. Whether it's because he's used to being in Italy now, the Italian conditions, and coming back to the UK is difficult. Whether it's because he's just not feeling it.
Yeah, but you'd say Italy was a more competitive.
It's just I'm just thinking about perhaps you've got used to Italian heat and dry and everything else, and now you're running on a greasy, less good surface.
Ongaro still wins when he comes to the UK, doesn't he? So.
When does he come? Oh yes, he hasn't come to the UK for a while. That's the thing. Obviously, what we do need, we definitely do need the DXR in Easter for so many reasons.
For the curry.
For the best curries in East Devon. For the competition.
Yep.
And for the
internet.
And to try people out.
God,
we've got so much kit now.
Dormitories.
We could do it so well now, couldn't we? We could have like 7 cameras.
Yes.
I don't think what we do with 7 cameras, to be honest.
Well, we'd probably stay here. We're still with second place Blackburn, who is 11. Sorry, no, a lap back. No, carry on, sorry.
I was just saying, hang on, why would you stay here? You wouldn't get the curry.
Yeah, no.
And you wouldn't get the breakfast back.
It's just...
Actually, you haven't been the last couple of years, have you? Because you only you got really important when you do like daily reports. It wouldn't work for RC Racing anymore, would you? You wouldn't do like filming or commentary.
I enjoyed doing daily reports.
Yeah, no, you didn't. You used to moan all the time.
Yeah, but they were really good.
They were actually pretty good.
They were.
The best one was the one, of course, with me in it, because if what is it?
I don't know.
It's all about me.
Okay, yeah.
But
I forgot.
Yeah, how could you? No, we did the we did
just over 10 minutes to go.
We did Mr. and Mrs. I always feel that should have got more views than it did.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the Neo. Yes,
no, I took the reports. No, the Neo.
You're talking about the reports at.
Yes.
Okay.
No,
fine.
the Neo. You didn't moan about daily reports as much because you still got to sleep. Whereas in the Euros, you had to stay up late and then get up early.
Yeah.
Whereas you used to hang around in the dorms like a normal student and get up at 11.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then say, "What's going on?" I go, I'm telling you, 3 hours already.
Oh, are we?
Oh, Norris. That's not Norris.
That's not Norris.
Just so you know, the current order is Carl Norris from Andy Blackburn, from Mark Higgins, from Neil Griffin, from Darren Smith, Dean Coulson, Darren Smith, probably, and then it is Kaylee Knight in 7th. The 3 car, which has dropped right down, which is Neil Sivins, is in 8th, and then I think Oliver Whittleston has pulled out, and Martin Fitzpatrick is struggling.
Mr. Lil Chili, good question. What's the major chassis brands in 1/5 2-wheel drive?
I think there are a lot of Elcons in 1/5 2-wheel drive. Certainly that design there is an Elcon. The car behind isn't. I think MCD might do one now. But, yeah, it's always been Elcon, isn't it, really? There's a lot more competition in 4-wheel drive, it seems. You've got Ultron,
well, where we
and you've got
started,
MCD.
it was all FG.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there are a few FGs and a few Hornemans still as well, actually, in 2-wheel drive. But Elcon, but in the UK, the Elcon distributor has been very proactive. I think it's kind of everyone insists to me, I want to do this. What car should I buy? I always say, go to the club and buy what they're running.
Because then you can use their spares.
And they've got setups and they're not doing it, and someone will help you out with it. So, yeah, if you turn up a club and they're all running, I don't know, say it's a touring car club and they're all running Associated, they're all running X-Ray, or they're all running Schumacher, then just buy whatever it is that everyone else has got. There's no advantage being out on your own. Whereas if you are, you come to this national situation, someone starts really supporting the national side of things, it's, we've got Frank's now listening to us, and there was 8 Elcons and 2 Hornemans in this race.
There you go.
So, an accident there. So 8 Elcons, 2 Hornemans. So you were, no FGs.
No. Well, I did say that. That was towards the beginning of when we started doing this, and obviously we did cover the first European Championship in this class, which was at Fairing.
2010 or
2010 with Mr. Ali Maggot, and Ian Oddie did quite well there as well.
He won that, was European
No,
champion.
he didn't win, but he made a podium. Or maybe he did win.
He did win.
He did. I've just
He
robbed
did
him of
win.
a
You
European
take-
Championship.
And that was when it was just two-wheel drive, and now it's spread, say, to two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive and
Yeah.
short course.
Yeah.
And we've been, well, to Fairing a lot, really. We went to the fly-ridden Valladolid. We went to the completely blown-out track in France, which turned into a lunar landscape. You weren't there. That was me, and that was Zach's
Nîmes
first
Valley
trip.
with Dallas.
Nîmes Valley with Dallas.
And Croatia.
Oh, yeah. No. Yes, early on Croatia, right. Yes, one of the first ones was Croatia before we did live. We didn't do live in Croatia.
True.
The thing I remember about that Croatian one is, do you remember that we were doing Croatia at the same time as Ollie, and I think...
Well, that was when we did our first live
link up. That was it. Ollie and Paul out there, not able to say anything. He's got the wrong headset on.
Yeah.
And Paul were doing the...
Well, when he does say things, it doesn't come in our ears
so we
anyway.
don't-
So I
yeah.
don't know if anyone hears
Who
it.
knows? We're doing the 1/8 from Luxembourg, and we were doing that, and you cut together a very clever little piece that made it look like we're both at the same place.
It did, yes.
At the same time.
Yeah.
By the magic of editing, not the magic of the internet. As I said to him, let's fix it all in post.
Indeed. Are we... Is Frank on the right car now?
I have no idea. Frank's listening. Can't say anything about Frank.
Sorry, Frank.
By the way, that's the point. I think this is the only reason we're talking over this is just because of the sinking issue. And what Frank is saying is great, but it's referring to things that happened half a minute after the pictures you're seeing. So,
yeah, and if it referred to it beforehand, that would kind of
bit Mystic Meggy.
Yeah.
So what we will do is, I will work out this sync problem, and when I put the finals up tomorrow or later in the week, depending on which time I get, they will be at least mostly in sync. If it's a drifty thing, they'll start in sync, and then goodness knows where they'll end up.
Yeah. Whoa, Frank's going for it now. Can you hear him?
Frank's giving it everything.
He's talking about the battle for sixth.
Frank's giving
He's
it everything
so excited
for
about
the
the battle for
sixth
sixth.
between Coulson. No, between Smith and Sivins. There we are. Smith and Sivins are only, a few tenths behind. Whoa, that's an accident and a half. Which you'll hear Frank talking about in about 30 seconds.
Maybe that's what he was talking about.
No, I think he's behind this. The sound is behind.
Maybe we should send Frank a link to join us for these last few minutes.
If Frank wants to join us, he's more than welcome to join us. It's only fair, really, because I'm just talking all over his very good work with
wow, he's
honestly. I think I definitely need to see this version when I got it back into, because this is Frank. I'm just wondering how much coffee he's had. It's remarkable. Frank says it's the only thing happening. Don't do yourself down, Matt. You're making a midfield back. You're effectively auditioning to be the new David Croft, trying to make a battle between 9th, 10th, and 11th exciting when it's just Lewis Hamilton or
really
Verstappen.
exciting.
I know. I want to know what's going on. Another one's upside down. Another one. There we are.
A battle for a position,
which happened, I think, half a minute ago. So at some point there was a battle for the position. At this moment, not so sure.
Here we go. There's Frank.
Frank.
Can we get Frank on, guys?
Hang on for Frank. We're going to see Frank in a second. All the way from North Links in North Ings in Lincolnshire. Lings. We'll be on in a second. Go wait for a second, Frank, because they're still trying to... Oh. I think we can hear Frank, but he's not actually cut up. Hey, Frankie boy! Hello. Well done, Frank. Hi, there, Frank. Great stuff. Honestly, you're obviously really enjoying this. Unfortunately, due to a syncing issue, we've had to talk over you, but I promise you we'll get it right for the when I put these things up tomorrow or the day after. How was your day? How was your day?
My voice is gone, and I'm going to a concert tomorrow, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to speak on Tuesday.
Are you performing? Are you
performing? You're not the lead singer, Frank. It's fine. It's not. I'm
gonna
sorry.
Be
I was going to be
on a stage in Birmingham.
What, is it hypnosis again?
No,
like a chicken.
The racing was pretty good. There were some slow bits of some of the races, but most of them ended up. I think the only one that ended up not as exciting as it could have been was the Ian Oddie win he was off on the horizon somewhere when he finished and everyone else passed.
The Ian Oddie benefit short course event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have a very important British question to ask you.
Yeah.
Did it rain?
It did, of course. Why else is there? Why else is this an Astro track?
Is Harry with you?
Not for too long. Not for too long.
Is Harry with you?
Yes, he is.
Let's say hello to Harry. Let's get the whole team on. Hey, Hazza! How you doing, mate?
Team of two.
Do you not think that Harry actually should be in Deadliest Catch rather than RCTV?
Yeah, he should be catching fish on a boat.
He's going for Harry.
He is, isn't he? Absolutely. Frank, just want to say thank you so much for both you and Harry's work today. Loved your commentary. I genuinely I want to listen to this one when it's in sync because it sounds like you're having the best time ever. I'm sitting there thinking, my gosh.
The first third and the last third. The middle third, nothing happened really.
Oh well, like all good films.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, and we look forward to seeing you both at Halifax for Things on the Flat next week.
Great.
Cheers, guys. Thanks very much. Thanks,
right.
Frank. Good to talk to you.
See you.
Cheers, man.
Hope everyone enjoyed it.
It's good stuff.
Oh, they did. No, you say bye. No, you.
We've all said bye. You said bye.
hang
No,
up.
you
No,
put
you
the
hang
phone
up.
down. No, you hang up.
He's
No,
gone.
you hang
He's
up.
gone.
2 minutes to go of the championship in BRCA eight-wheel fire drive. Eight-wheel drive. Oh, another final. Yes, it's the was it the 72-wheel drive? Oh, jeez, that'll never get round a corner. So they're training down, and this is a fantastic, exciting final.
Yes.
The last third, but gosh knows what's going on at this point. Carl Norris is leading, Andy Blackburn is second, and Mark Higgins is third, with Neil Griffin from Darren Smith in this two-wheel drive race, and quite high quality of racing I've seen. There's been a limited amount of honestly the background shouting from it's like he's either at a football match or a particularly impressive orgy. That's all I can say.
You don't get much train racing, do you?
Train racing?
Yeah.
No, they do time trials, don't they?
Do they?
Yeah, they used to train who's got the fastest steam train, who's got the fastest diesel train, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
They just rammed out a straight bit of track and try and make them do reasonable speeds.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And then obviously we had to try and get them on them when they won't stop, you see. Who can throw themselves into a train at 125 miles an hour.
Yeah. That doesn't sound good.
Minute to go of the final race of the day here at the EFRA RC Motorsport Europe live link. Though this actually isn't live. This is as live link.
This
so
is
we're
live.
live.
We're live.
We're live.
So
yes,
it's
the
good
picture isn't
enough.
live. It's live enough, yes.
Yeah,
some part of this is live.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the best of it, but a bit of it's live. He's not going to be able to sing, is he? His voice has gone. And when they call him up on stage...
Oh, I know who's going to see.
Who?
I know who the concert is.
What is
as well.
it? What is it?
Genesis.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, Phil's not feeling very well. He might get a chance to sing, in
I
the air
can't-
tonight or something.
I can't dance.
I can't dance.
Yeah.
He goes to Birmingham, whatever it's called, arena now, because it's not called the Genting Arena. It must be re-sponsored by somebody else.
That's it.
Genesis.
Genesis, yeah.
Right. In fairness, if I was going to see Genesis, I'd make an exodus from the theatre because I don't actually like Genesis.
Is it in the air tonight?
That's Phil Collins on his
Yes,
own.
yes,
I'm sure he'd do it though because they need to pad it out a bit.
Okay.
I can't think of any.
Any what? Genesis?
Any more Genesis songs? No. Follow You, Follow Me. That was them, wasn't
Say
it?
You, Say Me.
No, that's Lionel Richie.
Ah.
But, I think we're picking up our 80s music ability quite quickly. And the time has run out. I don't think time's run out for Frank's voice, because his voice race is still going on as the race ends.
I think Frank's going to commentate on the way home. Commentate the journey.
I've got to sing with Genesis tomorrow. I've got to sing with Genesis.
There we go. Well done to Carl Norris.
Follow me.
With Andy Blackburn behind him and Mark Higgins taking third place.
And look at the Brits. Top 10 position in the British National Championship.
Oh, wow. Well done, guys. You won something.
Yes.
Well, we're all winners here.
Oh, absolutely.
Huh?
Total winners. Everything. Well, realistically, we got restarted. We've had a middle and we've finished.
Yep.
And we've had guests.
We've had
and races. So, wow.
I feel like we delivered.
I think we did
on our promise. We delivered on the basics of our promise. If you disagree, please get in touch and we'll endeavour to improve things for next week on the European Motorsport Live link-up. Forgotten how to talk. We've been on air for a long time.
We have, and thank you for those of you who stuck with us. And for those of you watching it not live, that's fine. You were busy.
Fine.
But tomorrow and next week, I'm taking a register. You're not here.
Okay.
I think you know what's going to happen.
You get written up. Thank you to MyLaps for supporting
Absolutely.
this stream and being the timing backbone of our hobby and sport.
Genius.
And of course, EFRA, as this is a production for EFRA, bringing the whole of Europe together with the national championships. We have covered the 1/8 Nitro off-road from Nemo Raceway. We've covered large-scale off-road from Ings in Lincolnshire. Northings in North Lincolnshire.
Probably.
And we've the Nitro Buggy 1/8
from Valladolid
National Championships of Spain, and we've even been to Switzerland where it's been very wet, but we still managed to bring you Marcus Feldman's fantastic victory on the track there yesterday at the international race. It's been amazing to have you on board.
Yes, thank you everyone for being with us, and we look forward to seeing you all next week, or you need to bring a note.
Goodbye.
Bye.